everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Boys, relax. Let me do the introduction first.
I didn't know, sorry.
No worries, of course. Welcome, everybody. We are playing Don't Press the Bell, a simple game that we've already played so far. Today, we have ND7's very own Akashi facing off against the one, the only Lutpi coming in from Onyx. Boys, I will give the countdown. You've already decided who starts. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Oh. Don't forget the tap. Yeah, they're getting it. I think this is like the calmest boys we've had so far. Everybody else went crazy. But it's so clean. Such minimal movement. Come on. Somebody. Oh!
Almost.
That was almost. Okay. You guys gotta go even faster. Nice. Good place. Ooh, you gotta be careful. Don't go from the bottom. Oh no! I'm so sorry. That was a great game, but it came down to that DQ at the end. The bell accidentally rung. I'm so sorry, man. Well done. Thank you so much. And hey, that was us here in our Flex studio. Guys, remember, don't press that bell.
Oh, is it for Falcons, right?
There's no way I'm guessing that. What do you mean I have to know? There's no dad with glasses, there's no beach.
Oh, this one. Ogwin.
No.
It's not Ogwin.
Bibal. Oh, female.
Vivian, no?
No.
Fumieko.
Fumi.
It's the goal in her. I just remember now. She looks the same.
Chel. Oh, it's Chel.
This is the goal laner.
They're sisters?
Cute.
Guys, you know what time it is. Don't press that bell. The simple game that everybody loves here. We've got 2 very important people. We've got Kozak from Pro, and of course, we have Innocent from SRG. You know the rules. It's a best of 1. On the count of 3, you may begin. Ready? 3, 2, 1, you may begin. Ooh, very aggressive moves.
If it's like that, what's that?
We're saying that's not that. If it happens again, we're gonna DQ you. You gotta be a little more precise.
Because it's broken.
I know, don't worry about it. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. You're so scared. Why are you so scared of it? The hesitation. Don't hesitate. You can tap it. These guys are really... No, that was the cleanest. Take. Well done. That was an awesome game. Remember, boys and girls out there, don't press that bell. We'll see you on the next episode.
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its 3rd appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and 1 team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, 1 final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the 3rd place match. Here, 1 moment can change everything. 1 mistake ends the dream, 1 clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. 1 final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. 1 chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Hello, I'm Stanji from Team Falcomena, and I love anime. I started to watch anime when I was a kid, like around 14, 13. I kept watching anime because like the new animes have better story, better animation. It's just more fun. The one thing I can get from anime is you always never stop, because in the end you can do it.
The biggest lesson I learned from anime is like you're not very strong in early because there's always someone stronger than you. That's why you need to practice every day.
Whoever say anime is for kids, most likely they haven't watched an anime in their life. Some animes are for kids for sure, but for others are for adults. Some anime for adults because of the animation, like more to the blood style, more bloody, not the high school anime for the kids.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The Land of Dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first. We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We'll prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro! Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos, as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings.
And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit.
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
or taking down the champions of our region.
We're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the grand finals. Slangor Red Giants are your new champions.
MSC 2023 champions! Honor!
Team Liquid is your grand champions!
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fight continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Esports World Cup.
Hold me close and hold me fast. This magic spell you cast. This is.
Well, what's wrong with you?
I hate this part of the competition. 2 teams are going to be eliminated today.
But I mean, we've got a couple of teams that are going to be going through to the knockout stages, though, right? It's not all doom and gloom.
But imagine the keys.
That's right, we get to crush the keys of some losers today. They're going home. It's day 3 of MSC here at EWC.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Bulan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang tsansa namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Buktikan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
For an entire summer, the esports world is lit afire as we join ourselves in this competition of MSC in Paris, France. A new location with new challenges, new competitors, maybe some new stories, as yesterday's upsets are only the beginning of what MLBB may have to showcase in this 9-day event. What an exciting time to be here, and welcome back yet again for day 3. Yes, there are knockouts going to be happening here, but on the other side of that doom is a little bit of glory that you might be able to seize by advancing to those stages and having a chance to play for that trophy. Sitting up on top of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by 2 amazing casters, analysts, I mean, do it all, man. Naisu, who's been, casting this entire time. Welcome on the stage, my friend.
Thank you.
And of course, LaFell, who we've seen next to me alongside. Naisu, you were having a different perspective than us on the desk. You were casting those games. What was your takeaway, man, just after these 2 days of amazing action?
Man, I don't know. I think the biggest part is just how surprising the meta is so far. That's probably the biggest thing. And let's talk about, too, I know we'll dive into this more, the upsets. The upsets on upsets that were yesterday.
Yeah, LaFell. I mean, it was a crazy day.
I mean, like, again, for an analyst to see something new is always refreshing, because my biggest worry, and I feel like I've told this Nice time and time again, I'm worried when we get to the MSC, it's just going to be copy-pasting. You know, it's like, what is the number one strat? And we all are going to do the same thing. But clearly, that's not the case. We've seen teams excel better in the early game. Some teams, they want to scale up into the late game. And because of that, the meta changes. And I love that. It makes it so that my job is relevant. Because I gotta see if everything's fucking one.
Because I get to see more of you all the time.
Yeah.
And you know, one of the great things is we get to look back at what were those upsets yesterday. So our STC Rewind has us covered for all of that action. If you missed it, big names fell. Aurora with the 2-0 upset over Team Liquid PH. That was a big one, but we saw it across the board, LaFell. Looking at yesterday, it was just surprise after surprise.
Yeah, Slangore Giants put up a good fight against Pro Esports. I gotta say, all 3 games, they were very, very strong. People have their own opinions on the win and loss, but I gotta say that one was worth watching just as an MLBB fan.
Oh, I love Gideon's reactions there too, because, you know, in the talent room, we were watching that. And yes, in some cases, it looked like, again, it might be a repeat of what happened in the history with these two teams facing off. But I got to say, man, that when we got to that third game, that was probably one of the best plays so far that we've seen of MSC. And you're going to see a ton of reactions from everyone, because everyone online was sharing their reactions for this match alone.
Dude, Keoli, man. Like, he, on both, I think this is the play. Oh my goodness. That does not need to speed up. That needs a pause, a slow. It needs frame by frame. That's how insane Keoli was.
Dude, even this one, like, I know they had that for SRG, the Malaysians out there, but then you have a big just kind of support for Team Liquid Philippines coming into this for MSC. And of course, Coach Midnight, you guys talked about it so much in the drafts. You know, we got to
He's a traitor.
Yeah, dude. He's
a traitor of the Philippines.
He's a mastermind is what he is. I mean, who would have thought Rafael in the mid lane? Who would have thought that upset against TL?
Only Midnight, man. Only Midnight. But then, it's a good thing, like, not a good thing. It's more like Onyx bringing it back to be like, hey, you know what? We still got to control this. We still got to hold the throne. Onyx showed up against Entity 7. And, you know, fun fact, like, they are not the champions in this group. And, hey, maybe that's why they've been looking so good, because, as we know, number 2 is usually the hungriest.
Number 2 is, and even on that one, you know, get a good look at Coach but there's me, Gideon. Dude.
Gideon, you?
Gideon and me.
You forgot to say your name?
Gideon and you. You know what? But that's the thing, too. Then we end up the day here. This was a sweep. I believe I was filming content for this, but I did get a peek at what was going on here with this last matchup of yesterday. And I would say, you know, you have these upsets that started off the day, but then, of course, I feel like with the last 2 matches especially, you kind of had more of a, this is kind of what was expected.
What we expected.
Now, yeah, can there be a bounce back for the teams that lost?
I also got to say, for Onyx, the fan base was incredible here in the stands. I mean, obviously, so many fans online for MLBB, community so passionate about this game, which is great to see. And as a fan coming into it, it's awesome to experience just what you can see with the storylines and the players evolving. And I think maybe the biggest storyline yesterday that many were aware of was Team Liquid going down not just 1 game in a best of 3, but 2 games in a row to what many were surprised at here in the Rafaela, the pick of Midnight and this team to really surprise who many consider a favorite to return and defend their title. We had a chance to talk with the coach of Team Liquid, Aeon, to get some thoughts.
We're here at the back now with Coach Aeon after that loss, a very upsetting loss, by the way. I think everyone was quite surprised. Could you talk us through what perhaps happened in that particular match?
I think overall it's a mismatch of game plans. They are going all in on the early game. I think everyone can tell. And we are hoping that we can hold them off, because if we can hold them off, I'm sure we'll win the games. But obviously we didn't, and they snowballed throughout both games. So wrong game plan by us, I guess.
Okay, so coming into this, were you surprised with that early game plan coming in from Aurora?
Actually, no, because we saw their games and this is what they always like to do. But it's just that, you know, we felt that it was something we can handle, but obviously they played better today.
Okay.
So, so we will have to revisit our game plans and let's see what we can fix.
Were you surprised though? I mean, obviously they play early game, but like Rafaela mid, we saw Barat's EXP. Was that something of a surprise to you?
A little that they will take it out so soon, but at the same time, we always knew that they had these pocket strats.
Okay.
Because they also bring out Angela mid, I think, in their region.
Yeah.
So we knew they like unorthodox draft. That's gonna be different, and to be honest, that's the biggest thing for us, because regardless of opponent, it's just a different play style, right? And for them, they have one of the most unorthodox play style, and they played really well today. So props to them.
Okay. Do you have maybe a message to Coach Midnight?
Well played.
Well played.
We might see you again.
Ooh, okay. So the one thing that you feel like you need to repair come match 2 is the game plan, the strategy. Do you think it's just specific to Aurora, or you might have to revisit some other game plan to specific teams as well?
Of course, we have to revisit what we think is the correct game plan, because obviously everybody have a plan until you get punched in the face. And obviously we got punched in the face, so we'll revisit that. But at the same time, of course, every opponent is different, so we will take that into account as well. And yeah.
Best of luck for the next matches. Do you have a message before we go?
Thank you for everyone that supported us. I'm sorry for this disappointing result, and yeah, we'll do better.
We're excited for the comeback. Thank you so much, Coach. Back to you.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. That is probably the best way to sum that one up, Naisu.
That's a good way to go about life, I'd say. You know, but no, I think everybody is going to have to deal with that, because we've talked about this quite a bit. I think the draft, or the meta right now, allows everyone to just kind of have this personality when it comes to the draft. And yeah, you might get punched in the face by a different personality from each team, because this is, I feel like, again, one of my favorite metas that we've had in a while.
I would say one of the defining traits of this meta is the fact that it gives more advantages on many different states of the game, where before this, the biggest advantage is for that late game because of the def timers, but now they give a different advantage in the early game by enabling you to get more gold out of the jungle, right? And also denying a lot of gold from the jungler as well. So before this, if you win the early game, you can't really take advantage of that by expanding the gold lead, but now you can. So I feel like that really opens up quite a lot of strategy. And you know, in hindsight, after seeing the first few days here, I believe like that was the right way to balance the game, making it so that if you want to play early game, you have something to fight for.
Things we'll find out as we head into the action for today. Group A's bracket should be on your screen in just a moment, so we can show you what it looks like after visiting this group 2 days ago. We saw Group B yesterday. Now it's Group A. To remind you of the results, it was Vitality and Falcons PH that moved on alongside Vamos and Team Spirit. We will see those games today as well coming up. But we're starting off True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming. That will be our first look at Group A. This is a knockout game. This will send somebody home from the tournament. So it's a scary day, but it's also an exciting day. You've got to bring your best MLBB, Naisu.
Yeah, I've got to go ahead and agree with Eterna, you know, on the feels of this. You get to this point in the competition, eventually teams have to start going home, you know, and for this, it's going to be that first match opening up today, True Rippers or Guangzhou Gaming. I think both of them had a really challenging first match for MSC.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this, you can take it as, did they learn from that experience, and what do they take to adjust going into this match? Because now tournament lives are on the line.
I gotta say, between both teams, I am very much impressed by Guangzhou Gaming, even though they lost against Team Falcons, but they made Team Falcons really fight for it, especially when it comes to the early game. The reason why Guangzhou lost was because they couldn't extend that lead. They got kills, but they didn't get turrets, they didn't get anything in the jungle, they didn't get turtles and such like that. So I'm wanting to see, yes, you can win the early, but what do you do with it? That's the maturity I want to see from Guangzhou.
I want to add real quick too, I was impressed. Game 2 of True Rippers, because game 1, it felt like they were kind of nervous. You know, I feel like they first time on the international stage, they got a huge community behind their back. And then game 2 was rather impressive. They held a lead against a team like Team Vitality, and then they lost it. It slipped through their hands. Garcia had an amazing game on the Mozkov, so maybe they can take what they did best in game 2 and then bring it into this matchup against Guangzhou.
Well, let us know what you're leaning towards. Both signs of life for both teams who had tough matchups, but now one is going to prevail, one won't. So make sure to get your pick'ems in. You have a few minutes before it closes, so let us know. You think True Rippers are taking it? Is it GZG that's going to stay alive in this tournament? You let us know with the pick'ems. We'll tell you the results in just a few moments before the match, but get those in right now. Conversation in the green room. We kind of start the days with these conversations. An incredible shout out to Maui as well, who's helping us with the editorial side of things, helping me get caught up to speed. International tournaments are difficult for anybody, but for your debut, and a lot of the players on True Rippers are debuting in an international tournament here, feeling like they're doing pretty good?
Oh, it's tough to say after one match.
It's not enough time to see.
It's not enough evidence. You know what I mean? I feel like any team, any players that first make their way into the international stage, and it's the first time for a lot of people really to see them. It's just one game's not enough. In a game against a team like Team Vitality, like more, you want more from them. And hopefully, again, we get to see what that case is going to be here. It's just unfortunate that it's so brutal, this stage, where it's like if you get 2 losses, you're pretty much done for, for MSC.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can make it come together here. But I think that's one of the things. There isn't enough evidence yet to really put them in a perfect place.
And when we talk about getting punched in the face, you just hope that a game like this for both these teams who haven't had too much time, it gives them a little bit more time within game, right, Lefel, to learn some things and to not just have to react so heavily in game 2 and risk going home if it's a bad reaction.
Yeah, I gotta say, since we're looking at Guangzhou Gaming just now, I want to talk a little bit about Recall, especially game 1 when he was using the Nolan, where Nolan is one of the top junglers now, but the only reason we haven't seen him just because Ling is open and Hirara is still open. So we'll see whether they will go to that again, because I gotta say, their draft was unorthodox, but based on what Aurora already did, I feel like for now, the draft is in a state of limbo where there's no tier list, but it's really about interacting with what the other teams want to do. And it's not even a hero-hero interaction. Sometimes it is just a hero-team reaction, right? You want to go late? All of our heroes are early. We'll win the game before you get a chance to fight back.
This is a great talking point. I'm sure we're going to hear it a lot today, especially as True Rippers get ready to take the stage. This is a team that is, like I mentioned earlier, got not so much international experience, but is performing at, many would say, very well. Can they continue and get a win? Can they actually win this set? That's the question I think True Rippers is going to be asking themselves. Their road to get to EWC also hadn't been easy, but it's one that we should pay attention to before they maybe play their last match.
Hello everyone, Kimi here from Team True Rippers. We are the winners of MLMS Season 1. We're the first team to represent India at MSC at EWC.
History has been written, ladies and gentlemen. India's international journey has finally begun tonight. True Rippers are your champions.
I guess it was the start of 2026 January. Everyone was so hyped, like they were saying, guys, we might get an international slot at EWC. We need this. For me, like I was really hyped up. I was about to continue my studies, but after I got to hear that news, I thought of making a team. So then I texted some of my friends, some of my well-known guys, and then I asked him if there any other orgs or organization that need a team or something. Then I started looking for players.
Here comes the king, watch me reign. I keep my focus, aim for the prize. I'm on the level you can't hang.
My players, they were getting offers from different teams within India. So I was worried, like, what if I lose my players? I won't be able to make this team anymore. But luckily, a guy texted me out of nowhere and then he was like, Kimi, right? I have an offer for you, this. So I was like, yeah, anything is fine. I just want to bring this team to India and then, participate because I know we can win. Talking about Kyle and Asuna, Kyle, it's like he's with me since the past 3 years. He's known as the gold standard of India. So he's just too good at his mechanics. Asuna is also known as the best mages in India. He wanted to try out and then we worked out really good. Everyone liked Asuna and then that's how we formed the team. We Indian players, we never stop playing this game because it's the love and affection for the game. True Rippers at EWC means a lot to the community because after it's almost like 9 years now since India got a slot in MLBB. I just hope everything goes good and we get to do something here so that the craze for this game continues. Today we are here, but in the coming future, many Indian teams will be here too.
The start of many more, says Rahancia, as he talks about representing India for the first time on an international stage. And this is truly an opportunity to not only do it for his country, but also to do it for his teammates, who he promised they would be able to make something happen if they could all stay together. Well, so far, so good. Let's see if they can put it into execution here as they face up against Guangzhou Gaming, who have had a different road here, representing China, and obviously a team that played well and had glimpses of figuring this meta out and prolonging their games. Can they finally get the wins that they need over True Rippers? It'll be a battle for sure, but their road to EWC was not easy either. They are here and they mean business.
刚到 GZG 这个战队，我被他从中国的另一个战队买进来，然后刚来到 GZG 就打进了 M7 的外卡。但我想，其实 M7 我们可以走得更远的，但是我们倒在了外卡的决赛，输给了我们的对手蒙古。
Gentlemen, it will officially be a wipeout zone has sold Guangzhou Gaming out.
所以那场比赛结束以后，我觉得很可惜，抱着我的教练哭了。
Story, how stop him and the beast erupts at the feet of Guangzhou Gaming.
在 SAL 夺冠的时候，就我忍不住在赛后采访里哭了起来。
我很想赢，每次赢了我都很开心。
但以往经常了解我的观众知道，就是我哭经常都是输了才哭，但那一次是第一次赢了才哭。我觉得我们做得很好，就是这种情绪在我心里涌出来，就使我落泪了。我觉得这是给我们训练，就是我们在训练里付出的努力，我们比赛里。我观看了这次在巴黎开赛的 MWI 女队拿到了8强，其实我有一点难过吧，因为虽然他们拿到了很好的成绩，我本来是开心的，但是我难过的是中国赛区的男队一直都没有很好的成绩，反而是我们的女队先做到了，所以我觉得我们男队需要一点突破的力量。 我希望中国的粉丝能看到的是中国队伍热血的一幕。我觉得我们可以创造以往没能做到的目标，所以我想跟我的队友说，放轻松点打，对面很菜，随便赢了。
What a story there, knowing that the women's have broken through, but yet to see that same result on the men's side. Looking to get it done here is Guangzhou Gaming as they head into a knockout game versus True Rippers. Guys, this is two countries, two teams, highly motivated, highly emotional.
Oh, wow.
Naisu, and it's Guangzhou Gaming who get the pick'ems results in their favor. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to take it, but Naisu, that's a strong side. The audience is with Guangzhou this time.
Strong prediction there. Again, give True Rippers some more time to prove themselves. Both these teams have amazing stories, though, the way they made up here, you know, and I got a chance to even see part of the journey for Guangzhou Gaming through MCTE stage to get to here. And so hopefully one of these teams can make that story come true after a game win, but unfortunately one has to go.
I mean, like, we got to talk about mentality here, because I like looking at the Guangzhou video just now.
Yeah.
Reminds me of W. We're like, we're strong, the other team is trash, right? So I really want to see them actually use that kind of energy here going up against True Rippers, because I legit feel like they have a very strong early game. It's just that you don't know how to maximize it. If they can maximize this one, then they can survive another day. Because I do want to see them succeed, because they've been here for a while. They haven't got that success just yet. The women's got there first, but hey, maybe they can get there further.
And fighting for a region here, I mean, the pressure, it's pretty high for both of these teams as well. And you can see the emotion welling up. To me, that is just more of what it looks like when you give your all and when you have a situation that finally, after that work that feels like you're toiling through the heartache, through the disruptive and sometimes detrimental choices to get there and maybe make a mistake, to finding your feet, finding a way to get back, and then suddenly saying, man, we did it. After all that, we're here. Guangzhou Gaming looking to keep that feeling going. True Rippers hoping to keep that feeling themselves. It is going to be a great competition. One going through, one going home. Let's get it started.
It's crazy how fast time flies, and today things heat up here, the elimination day of MSC.
Yes, you are right, Milosh. Right now, we are actually by the Key Crushers, where today, two teams, Dreams, Hope, and Keys, get shattered.
That's the beauty of it. Every single one of our 16 teams here at MSC at EWC 2026 have come in with a set of these keys. This is the heart of these keys, Rose.
Yes, now these Heart of Keys is the main reason why they are still here and competing, because this is their ticket to potentially the grand finals.
And there's only one that can remain like this, because at the end of our tournament, 10 days from now, they will look like this. Everybody, 15 out of 16 will be completely crushed in this way, and today will be the first day where we get to crush two of those sets of hopes and dreams here in our beautiful crusher. She's strong, she's bold, she's beautiful. She doesn't have a name, unfortunately, so we expect you to help us out with that.
Okay, Milosh, now my question is, before we get into the game, we kind of need to get out of here, but how do we do that?
Don't worry, I got you. Mumu, door!
Oh. Oh, there we go! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third day of MSC at EWC, where today we will be witnessing 4 best of 3s and 2 teams and their journey here.
It's a lot on the line for our squads, because 2 of them, in our middle of the day, they'll be playing to qualify on and move on to the playoffs. 2 of them will be eliminated, however, as that attention will be on the lower bracket, which is exactly where our first game is going.
You are right, and to kick off the first elimination of MSC 2026, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming True Rippers! In their first international debut, True Rippers has to do whatever it takes to come out on top. Previously, they went up against Team Vitality, and oh boy, was game too close. But the question is being close enough to stay in the game?
When there's a lot of pressure on the line, it can really get to you. Let's welcome their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming! Although they faced one of the toughest opponents here at MSC 26, they still showed massive resilience during their clash. They left even Super Marco shaken. So can they pinpoint Ripper's weak points and live to fight another day?
This is the match of the underdogs, 2 regions that are quite new to the MLBB scene, battling it out, and only one can remain on top.
All right, it's time to get the show started. Please, Guangzhou Gaming, please, True Rippers. My friends, you may place your keys, and captains, remember to shake hands or fist bumps or even do a little fadeaway before you get over to your seat, because this one is about to heat up. There it is, respect between our 2 teams. Let's get our first elimination match on their way.
Day 2, the Group of Death. We've witnessed the unexpected fall of 2 champions, Team Liquid Philippines and SRG, and the unexpected rise of 2 contenders now between Aurora Gaming Turkey and, of course, Pro Esports.
Nobody can get away with the re-engagement. They will take game number 3.
I feel very happy at that moment because it's my first time in the international, and SRG is former champion and we didn't expect to win them. So when we won, I got really emotional.
JP falls as well. Aurora is relentless on this mid lane.
What a statement this is.
It was a big match for us, and it's quite good because they're the last MSC World Champion. We expected to win because we can beat any team in this tournament. We're not afraid of anybody. Actually, they need to be afraid of us.
And the stampede has been stopped.
So the loss is unexpected for us, for sure. We know that coming into today we are the favorites, and we know that we are the better team. My thoughts on us and SRG both losing the first game of our bracket. Of course, it's a surprise to most, but at the same time, this bracket is so stacked, right? Anyone can beat anyone in the current level of competitiveness.
Going into Day 3, we have 2 teams securing top 8 spots. Will it be between Team Spirit and Vamos or Vitality and Falcons PH? and then we'll also be sending 2 teams home. Will it be between True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming, or will it be Falcons Mena and Ignite Gaming to be sent home?
Well, it is a battle, to say the least. Representatives of India and China going head-to-head. True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming, guys. This draft is going to be interesting, and the question I want to raise to you is, if you learn, are these losses okay? If you can take something from these losses, is it okay to be here to bounce back, or are you looking at today with a different sense? Is there cynicism? Is there optimism? What's the approach to this draft, and how are you looking at these 2 teams? Nice.
You know, that's always something that we think about. Like, what do the coaches say to the players here? Let's say they had a devastating loss, and whether it was the game or the series, how do you approach that? You know, how do you get your players to reset? And the champions, the multiple champions that have either won MSC or the World Championship, all have to go through that, right? You face losses. I mean, even last year's champions here at EWC faced a loss, a devastating loss. So the reset has to happen, and I think the best of the best reset quickly before they jump into the next game, and they just go in with a new mindset.
Well, 2 champions, 1 game. Make sure to grab your My Champions pick and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Grab the QR code with your phone, tablet, whatever it is, right now on the screen, and 5 winners win 10,000 diamonds each. Remember, this is live until July 27th, so make sure to act fast. LaFell?
Rain Dad, I gotta say, when it comes to elimination matches, it's a good test for the coach as well as the players on how they know each other as well as themselves, because some people perform well under pressure and some people don't. And because of that, the strategy as well as the way that you talk to each other is going to be very different, right? For example, if you don't do well under pressure, you got to get them comfortable. And for people that works very well under pressure, that's where you make them lock in. That's where you make them extra focus. And now going into Flying Clouds here, this is going to be very interesting, especially because I want to see if other teams did what Midnight did and actually bring Rafaela to Flying Clouds, maximizing her passive. When you respond someone, they immediately get to battle. I don't think people will be able to practice Rafaela the same as Rosa did, but at the same time, how hard is Rafaela? Really? I mean, like, come on.
Wasn't there some advice out there like, yeah, what would you say to the people that want to now play mid lane Rafaela? Just remember, you're not Aurora Gaming, you're not Rosa right now.
Well, the draft begins here, and it is going to be a big one. We're trying to see if we can start expecting certain things, but expect the unexpected has kind of been the nomenclature for these last days at MLBB's MSC here in EWC 2026. We'll see if that continues today, guys.
I like that they just took out the Harara, by the way. You know, True Rippers, they're not going to let that slip through. But so what we're thinking is, yeah, you might actually see the Ling be picked up maybe first to go in the hands of Guangzhou Gaming, if that seems to be the play, unless they ban it out, because that's been the trade. I feel like so far, just like we saw weeks, you know, the past couple weeks here, even back in Wildcard, LaFell, where that meta kind of settled into place over the course of days. Now you're in day 3. You know, you have to go ahead and just pick that plan, that game plan that you're really comfortable with, especially for these two that are facing off this elimination. And now True Rippers will also take out a big gold laner that's been popping up all the time, right? The Claude and the Hirara is dealt with, plus that Freya. What are we thinking here? The Ling first pick? No, it's the Atlas.
Honestly, like, I feel like the Ling first pick is okay if you ban out the Eudora, because I really feel like the Eudora is going to be quite a talking point, because it's good basically in most drafts right now. And when it comes to the Ling, we've seen basically 2 heroes doing well, which is the Eudora as well as the Moskov. I don't know how other teams are going to do with that information, because Moskov is just one of those heroes where either you're good at it or you're not.
Yeah, this is, there's the Ling. I was expecting it to come up at least on the swing.
Yeah.
And the Valentina. Oh, I thought it would pick up the Eudora for themselves.
Eudora,
to make sure that they don't get countered.
That does mean the Moskov is going to go over on the side of Guangzhou Gaming. And we'll see what they pick up here.
I really want to see a Eudora here, because then you basically have 2 counters for the Ling. And the Ling basically will be
there she is.
The main setter for True Reapers, right? He's going to be the position 1. He's going to take all the farm, and he's going to try to take over the game. Now Guangzhou, they actually have quite a lot of crowd control here. Naisu from the Atlas as well as Eudora. And then Moskov, his crowd control is just to protect himself. But now True Reapers getting Bellary, which as of right now is an S tier pick in Rome.
I almost thought that True Rippers would want to secure themselves to Moscow, man. I mean, that was the best performance we got to see from Garcia. You know, again, if I remember right, he was like 6-0-10. He didn't die in that game too, and that was crucial for them. But, you know, now, because you banned out that Claude, the Moscow gets taken. What are they planning to put in that gold lane? We've seen some weird picks being placed into the gold lane the past couple days.
Yeah, I mean, Double Fighters has showed up randomly, right? And we've seen that, even Paquito in the gold lane, trying to see if there's something sneaky. The one thing yesterday did tell us is that when you guys were looking at that ban, you're saying this is an honest draft, right? And that kind of exposed them to a very quick loss in our final set of yesterday. So maybe trying to hold a few of those maybe interesting picks later on, True Rippers, so they don't get caught out.
Something that True Rippers can do if they do want to go for that double fighter. Other than the Paquito, we also got to talk about the Ruby. The Ruby can actually create quite a lot of space, making it quite easy for a Ling to go in and out, because that's one of the problem when you're not incredibly fast on the Ling. One stun and then you're done. And there's a lot of stuns here that can capture you. So I'm looking at something like a Ruby alongside the Belleric as well as the Valentina, just to create a lot of space so the Ling feels much safer to go in.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Ling right now is, you know, anyone that's going to pick him up, draft the Ling into their composition. Not only is it such a micro scale, like scaling hero for people to showcase, but you need the team to support that. The same thing we've been saying about the Hirara pick, and your team really has to support you to be able to do that. Now, obviously, she's got a little more iframes to work with, a little more mobility, but Ling, same thing. You don't want to feel pressure in your jungle, your buffs being stolen. You need that space, because otherwise you just end up split pushing across the map when the rest of your team's trying to fight, and that's not where you want to be. So this Paquito coming up adds a little bit of a layer to the damage profile. This is most likely we're going to expect just go in the gold lane. It is still possible that it could
EXP,
flex.
right?
Could EXP. We saw this in the gold lane yesterday in the hands of Sigibum, if I remember correctly, maybe a couple more times. But, you know, that's the thing. You need to be able to go ahead and support this Ling's best time. Whoa, the Saber, though. Talk about another surprising pick.
Hey, but it has been in my head, but I don't think anyone will be crazy enough to do it. But honestly, this is the kind of lineup that I think you would be crazy enough to do it, because going up against the Ling, Saber might not have enough damage early, but when you have a Eudora alongside you, you're going to have enough damage, because Saber has changed a bit. He's not full burst. He's about going in and out, in and out, in and out. And now, True Rippers finishing up with the Badang here, so quite interesting. Badang EXP or Belleric EXP, so
not sure, Okay,
not sure what's going to happen here, but I got to say, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Guangzhou Gaming.
It's going to be a Belleric EXP.
Yep.
On Rahancia.
Kimmy's got the Badang.
And Garcia on Paquito, so another gold lane fighter. Marksman coming in thinking you kind of have to have that, but we're seeing this meta evolve to where, well, maybe not. Can we keep tempo? Can we keep pressure? Both of these teams suffered quick defeats in most of their games. Trying to set the pace this time around as we have our first series of the day kicking off. It's True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming. Let's get it going and send it over to your casters.
Smash them.
We are officially kicking off the third day with an elimination match between True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming. But the surprises just keep coming, Mirko. And as our panelists have said, Lafel personally does like Guangzhou's lineup, but how are you feeling about this, especially the Saber?
Dude, it's crazy. Again, I mean, we saw day number 1, day number 2, constant surprises back and forth. And I thought we already saw everything. You know, I thought we already saw everything the meta has in store for us, but obviously that's not true. The Saber comes in, Xing, almost taking Asuna down in the mid lane. It's all about aggression. Okay. So that's what we know right now for Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like they're trying to double down on already a very good early game. We saw one of the glimpses, well, hold on, May. Again, speaking of that aggression early on, a steal from Xing, but again, for Guangzhou Gaming, they did well against Falcons in the early stages, so if they can actually do better by punishing and capitalizing even more in the early game, I think they should be able to close things out.
Yeah, I guess early game really is the name of the game right now, especially in the current meta, the way things have been for the previous games that we've observed, and it's looking really aggressive. If there's anything we could use to describe Recall, because he picked up a Saber, and now he even went for Master or Weapon Master.
Yeah, not even the Seasoned Hunter to help him clear. I mean, he's going to do much more damage when he gets his items, but damn. Pull yourself together on both double or duo mid here, Xing and Mei. Good read by Garcia.
Yeah.
Could be a really bad spot here, and honestly, you look at this composition, you just look at the Saber and you're thinking, why go Saber? But if you look at a double fighters or just the fighter in the gold lane, Garcia should be very easy to pick off by recall on this Saber. So that's a big question mark already, as you can see Garcia having to sacrifice a few of those waves.
Which is great. At least he's being very careful. You know for a fact that Garcia too, even when he gets his hands on the more vulnerable heroes like the Moskov, is not really the type to put himself in dangerous positions.
Oh my!
But that's the first triple sweep we get to see here.
And that's the tank, that's the boy. You would usually have a lot of damage on. Well, Limited Splash already popped in right now. They go all in. Recall with the double with the weapon mastery, trying to get one more. Ian stunned on the wall. Now was chased out with the Black Dragon. Modi almost taking Eons down. Now it's Kimmy with the Flying Clouds, bringing it back again, all alone. SOD almost lands Eons. Sticks to the recall. 2-2, but it's Guangzhou Gaming with the turtle.
Yep, I really thought True Rippers could have made something out of that, especially as they already were able to somewhat trade out the fact that no longer, or Recall no longer had the triple sweep. But it's still somehow a bit manageable for True Rippers nonetheless. Especially as you see they're not really being punished elsewhere. Let's take a look at that replay. Modi still getting in. Really close though, really close call, but the punish from Kimmy. I nearly forgot that we were on Flying Cloud, so things would be happening pretty faster than we thought.
Yeah. That's what we. I guess that's the reason he went Saber as well. Even if they die without him using the triple sweep, then he can just go and do it all over again after dying. But dang, that damage with the weapon mastery. He already picked up the Hunter Strike now and the Lethal Ignition. Even Kimmy wasn't ready. He's gonna have to go straight into a Dreadnought's armor at this point.
Yeah, so it's probably really just they want to go for the kills, always the kills, and that's where they start converting eventually. But it's also them on a Moskov, so I feel like they will have ways either way of dealing with the macro, even if, let's say, they just try to focus on the kills. If we're talking about the mid trio, who, by the way, have been doing a great job here, really keeping Kimmy and Asuna in check.
Folks, you gotta remember, this is an elimination match between Guangzhou Gaming and True Rippers. Loser goes home. They're gonna go straight to the airport, out of Paris, back to their hometown. So it is brutal.
Yeah.
The fact that Guangzhou Gaming decided to bring out the Saber in an elimination match shows you just how confident they are at, again, capitalizing on early game advantages.
Yeah, and you see, oh, hold on, that's a Ricker.
Yeah, a bit disconnected. Oh, big Fatal Links by May. Another Fatal Links as well. As now, Time of the Blaze gets locked in. Ian's running down the wall. Now it's Rahansha isolated against the rest of the team as Modi picks him up, and it's an all-out win for Guangzhou Gaming.
Yep, the disconnection is something kind of punishing there for a True Rippers as we saw Rahansha engage, but Garcia all alone here. Okay, will at least be able to regain positioning, but Recall, will he contest?
Oh, big ult already down. May comes in with the perfect match. Kimmy trying to stop it now as Modi pops in a furious dive and the red tree goes in. Garcia with the secure now as they go all out. Eon's picking up the kill, but gets caught in a triple sweep again as Xing takes him out of the fight. And again, it's a turtle to TRX, and Guangzhou Gaming with a trade as CY gets a tier 1 down below.
Yep, that's all CY has been focusing on for now. And Garcia, the fact that he was really there, the participation he had in that team fight was really massive for True Rippers at least. Oh, was that the... Recall got it, right?
Recall got it, yep.
Okay, he did not even have to get up close. But at least for now, True Rippers, they're really trying to minimize this lead. The damage that you would assume would really be massive right now. It's not really happening just yet, but May is not going to go for the set. Asuna has the Fatal Links as well.
That's been a way for TRX to actually respond to the Fatal Links from May, but the thing is, it's just Asuna, right? Everybody else who gets caught by the Fatal Links, they're locked down, so Asuna can purify and get her his own Fatal Links, but there's just no damage coming through. Meanwhile, Guangzhou Gaming, on the other hand, they have the combos ready. And it's also that disconnect that TRX really got to fix. Rahansha, I feel like at this point, just wait for Asuna to get a set. Wait for the Fatal Links first, then Rahansha can go in with the Wrath of the Dryad, or just use it as a counter-engage tool.
Which is... I don't know if it's counterintuitive, because they want to like go for team fights based on their composition, but you want to look for the damage too. Oh, hold on!
Triple sweep. Eons gets away with the Tempest of Blades. Interesting. I thought that was going to be a one-shot by Recall. The Fury Siphon, the DOT, taking down on Eons. He gets the Finch poise, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Why did he walk back? Oh no.
Did he not see that Modi was actually there too?
Modi got him good.
That was a surprise and very unfortunate for Ians right here because we were talking about where the damage would come from True Rippers. May?
Good peel by Kimmy, but now he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Straight into Modi, back-to-back kills for Guangzhou Gaming's XP laner.
Yep. So at this point, it's going to be really tough to just stop Guangzhou Gaming in terms of what they want to do now. They're just bursting this objective. Oh, Yansha!
Oh, Xing's still the one who actually claims it now. The Fatal Links locks down Recall. It's going to get caught by the Tempest of Blades. It's a big shutdown for Eons as he picks up the Blades, but now it's going to be Xing with the help of CY. Perfect match coming down. Finch poise gets him out. Modi getting a killing spree as he goes for a 1v3 now against Garcia. Still able to survive as well. Guangzhou Gaming now. We're going to siege down the mid lane. A stun coming out on Kimmy and the Spear of Misery. Doesn't connect on the wall. Doesn't pin Kimmy. It's just a tier 1 in mid.
It feels so weird to think that the extended teamfights seem to be favoring Guangzhou a bit more. Because you would assume that they're very ult-reliant heroes, but at the same time, they have a hero like the Moskov. They have someone to just put out these sustained sources of damage, whereas True Rippers, on the other hand, I feel like it's mostly sustain. We are looking for the ways in which they could really clap back, but Rehansha, again, another Wrath of Dryad already committed.
Oh, Garcia in the back, already using the Flicker as well. Make it go for the Fatal Links free! Recall coming in with the Shuriken, now the triple sweep on Kimmy. It's a fist crack coming down as Asuna is able to lock him down with the Fatal Links and a Terrify on Recall. It's Eons with the pick, CY with the damage. Now it's Modi, Black Dragon form flanking for the back as Rehansha's going to be isolated for the rest of the team. The Petrify lands for Modi! And he gets the Furious Dive to pick up a Mega. Garcia's all alone. Guangzhou Gaming going to go for the chase. A stun from Xing. Modi trying to cut him off. Garcia, can you get away?
If he actually gets away from this, I don't know, but he won't. It's a killing spree for Xing, and these staggered teamfights are just not helping True Rippers at all. You don't really get to see them maximize the potential of their lineup. Even this moment you're seeing right now, it was the Fatal Links that Asuna got, which could have been the turning point. But the fact that they also had to take into consideration that GCG were just so good at kiting and that there was also a follow-up Black Dragon form punishing Eons. It was just not looking good for True Rippers. They really have to solidify their coordination in this game.
I think in this game it's looking just very tough already. They don't have a marksman, they don't have scaling aside from the Ling. Eons can still be a threat later on, but again, with all this CC, with all this lockdown, with all the tanky members that Guangzhou Gaming have, it's going to be extremely difficult for TRX to find another opening here.
Yeah, because maybe you could rely on Kimmy to find the target, but who? Because you don't expect Sai, you don't expect Xing, you don't expect Recall to just be in the same spot at the exact same time. Oh, but they don't know Kimmy's here though. Oh, now he gets spotted. Now they know. My goodness, True Rippers, how are they going to play around this? Kimmy's trying to look for positioning again. But GCG.
Oh, that poke.
Yep.
They can't.
They can't.
Look at the far lane up top as well. Eon shows himself this is a bad time. Guangzhou Gaming know that it's been a bit too quiet for Eons. He hasn't shown himself on the map. Most probably sent up top, so it's them committing onto the neutral objective. True Rippers not given a chance to actually follow it up. Rehansha with a flicker in the top, but doesn't land on anybody. Now it's Modi who's trying to look for capitalization. Oh, Furious Dive and a Petrify from Modi. The SOD lands. May's trying to follow it up, but it will not be taken. Garcia with the recall in that bush. Modi, what? Reads out the position. Garcia's recall has been compromised. And now he's all alone, running again against Guangzhou Gaming.
Oh, okay. This will take a bit of time for True Rippers actually get to track him down. It's only May assigned to do that.
Look at recall, triple sweep, bang. Fatal Links the combo as well. Garcia was knocked up for a whole 2 seconds.
Yep, Ians is just gonna settle with these trades. This tier 2 up top, but the Holy Shields are looking to go down now, and there's a Black Dragon form 2 coming in from Modi. But at least True Rippers can defend for now. At least for now.
Xing, okay. Luckily, Xing didn't have the ultimate. Can he conceal right in front of the faces of Guangzhou Gaming a pin down as well. The fist back defensively. Asuna is able to find a fatal link, but actually quick moves out of safety, and now the Tempest Ablaze comes in for Eons, but he gets stunned up. The Spear of Misery as well as a shutdown, but at the price of Eons' life, as CY continues to push in towards this turret.
It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate because even in that last sequence you saw, they had different targets, each of them. Oh, but they just went in!
Full combo, triple sweep, fatal links, furious dive. Kimmy is gonna go down to Modi, and now the Black Dragon comes around again onto Rahansha. The furious dive lands onto Rahansha. Recall will walk up the SOD as well. Finally a 3-man taunt that takes Modi down, but it's Guangzhou Gaming who gets game number 1.
20-6 on the board in terms of kills. We were thinking that they really wanted to go for kills and they lived up to it. It was just them constantly on the lookout for potential targets across the map. And you barely saw true Rippers able to answer back, able to achieve anything, but also at the same time, they're just constantly being disrupted so well. I think one of the players who had probably the hardest time there was also Eons on the Ling. He was the target all the time in that entire game.
How could you escape from it? I mean, as Eons, you were the only dude there that could actually make a play, that could actually look for a trade around the map. And all the way from the start, it really comes down to, I feel, picking up this Paquito. This Paquito was a massive mistake because they picked it up into a Moskov, right? In usual terms, when we see it from Hiko, when we see it yesterday as well, it was a Paquito into a Claude. It was a guaranteed winning matchup so that the Link can capitalize on it. But against someone like a Moskov who has that Spear of Misery to keep him safe in lane, and even against this XP of Modi on Yuzong who knows how to play it safe, Eon just could never find a way to punish. It was, on the other hand, Guangzhou Gaming who constantly punished True Rippers.
On top of the fact that they also prioritized the Valentina instead of the Eudora, which was also actually available alongside the Ling that they decided to prioritize in red side. Oh no! Oh my gosh, yeah, that's exactly the kind of emotion you probably would have for this entire game. It feels bad. It feels bad for True Rippers, but we hope to see them get back on track as we have to break that down, so we're throwing it over to our panel.
As well, a quick game and a good game if you're a Guangzhou Gaming fan. 75% of you thought that was going to be where it ended. Naisu, they were certainly right.
That was a tough one, man, for True Rippers, everyone rooting for them because, yeah, I just feel like this was reminiscent of what happened in Game 1 for them yesterday. They weren't connecting, they weren't working together, and also there just wasn't a chance. I mean, Guangzhou Gaming, they knew the game plan, they went with it. This draft, again, it's nice to see where we are with our meta. You can bring something like this and make it work. I mean, we're talking about Eudora and a Saber in the jungle, man.
I gotta say, Naisu, like, for the 3 days that we're here, I hope my sentiment stays the same. This might be my favorite international so far. Not
100%.
Not favorite MSC. Favorite international of all that we've had.
Yep.
This has been the best.
I love the meta we're at now. I got you, bro. I got you.
So we're gonna go for this really we're gonna go for this very quickly, right? Because we gotta talk about the idea coming into the draft here, because the idea for True Rippers is they want to counter engage, right? They want to counter engage and they want to be able to, I don't have space, but basically what they're trying to do is that for the Paquito, the Badang, as well as the Beleric, and even the Valentina, whenever someone wants to go in, they're able to punish. It's gonna be Ling, the sole position one, to actually go and get the kills while everyone else is distracted by the other 4 picks. But look at Guangzhou Gaming. This is about engage. It's about starting fights as well as a lot of crowd control. This says enzyme, but whatever.
What in the world is that?
I love it.
Whatever, right?
Okay.
Because this is engage plus crowd control. This is engage plus crowd control. This is engage plus crowd control. And this honestly can be engage plus crowd control.
And damage.
And then when it comes to the Moskov, we've seen this happen yesterday where the Moskov can 1v1 the Ling and it's not that big of a problem. We're going to be looking at some of the clips here where at the start of this game, we got to look at this, okay? We're going to rewind just a little bit and then this is what I want to show, okay? we're going to be zooming in and we see how the members of True Rippers, they're ganging up because this is how they want to form their formation. When you want to go in, we can counter engage. But look at all the different angles that is coming up from Guangzhou. From the side here, we see Saber is about to jump in, and from this side, we see that the Atlas is gonna jump in. So there's layers to who goes in first, second, and third. There's an order, okay? So 1, 2, and then 3. This makes it so that no one is completely punished when someone makes a mistake. We're gonna be playing the clip here and see how Atlas immediately gets onto 2. And then when he brings them together, they're all bunched up, and yet Saber is still able to get the proper target despite everyone clumped up being there. And this is what we like, that whenever they fight, there's always a chain of crowd control and there's always chase. No one can get away, as we're going to be looking at the second clip here, where this is again showing how devastating it is when you have one basically win condition, and the win condition here is going to be Ling. At this point, you can see the Ling is safe, and I feel like even Guangzhou Gaming is like, we're going to be happy with that. We're just going to be taking the camp here, denying him off his farm. But then, as the fight goes on, even Mirko was questioning why did he stay. And this is also another dangerous thing about the composition of Guangzhou. Even when you escape, you don't really escape. There's all types of DOT damage coming in from the Eudora, from the Yuzong, and honestly, even the Moscow can have some too. And then the last clip that we do want to show here, this shows the layers of crowd control that we've been setting up. And this is the number one thing why Guangzhou wins. When they want to fight, they can fight. They don't have to wait for the stars to align. They don't have to wait for Atlas to have a perfect engage. Anyone can start a fight.
They on go.
Yeah.
They on go, yeah. We're just going to be finishing the clip, but essentially, why I love this draft, it's easy to execute. There's multiple ways for you to start a fight. More importantly, multiple ways to end the fight. Thank you very much, Naisu.
That was awesome, LaFell. Thanks, Naisu, for that as well. We had a chance to catch up with Guangzhou Gaming's Coach Sunday before this match. So far, so good for Guangzhou Gaming. Can they keep it up?
I am now with Coach Sunday from Guangzhou Gaming.
那我们现在呢是有来自于广州 Gaming 的这个教练 Sunday。
How are you feeling coming into this elimination match?
那么今天呢，在这次淘汰赛当中的这个比赛感觉如何？
是指比赛里的表现吗？比赛。
Do you mean how I feel during the match?
Going into it, going into the match.
你进入到我们这个比赛，进入到这一个场次，感觉如何？
感觉还是感觉还好吧，因为我今天的比赛我还是很想赢下来的。
Well, it's okay. Actually, I really hope our team could win this match.
For sure, for sure. Because I've been hearing that you have a lot of experience in MOBA. And, you know, with that sort of experience and that sort of knowledge, what is the strategy coming to this next match?
是的，那我们可以理解。然后我听说你在 MOBA 这个 game 当中呢有非常多的经验。那么进入到这样的一个场次之后，你觉得还有什么哪些您的经验、您的这些战略策略，可以带到下一轮的比赛当中来？
我觉得 MOBA 游戏的，整体的风格都是差不多的，但是有一些细微的东西是很关键的，特别是在这种高强度的比赛里面，越是那种细枝末微的东西，然后越能决定比赛的胜负。
Well, I think lots of mobile games are quite similar. However, I really needed to pay attention to details, and those small details sometimes are crucial. That determines who wins the game.
Okay, so was that one of the reasons why, unfortunately, you had to lose your first match up against Falcons PH?
那么这个是不是有一个你就是在第一场比赛当中输给 Falcons 这样的一个原因呢？
我觉得是的。你们看，我们比赛第一局前期拿到了很大的优势，但是因为中间的一些小失误，导致我们输了比赛。
Yes, that's right. That's what I think. Because at the beginning of that match, we were in a more advanced position. We were in a better position, but unfortunately, because of some small mistakes, we lost the match at the end.
Okay, were there any other challenges in that match?
那么在当时的那个比赛当中，还有没有一些其他的挑战呢？
主要来了这边之后，我们的训练时间也比较短吧，然后训练赛打的可能比较少，然后可能选手当时没有进入状态。但是我们前天输完比赛之后，昨天又 打了一整天的训练赛，然后现在大家的状态应该还挺好的。
Well, I think we got here and we didn't do enough preparation. The time was limited. So after we lost that match, we practiced a lot yesterday. Now I think all the team members have got this confidence. They are kind of getting into the competing mode now. So hopefully we can do better.
All the best, all the best. But what do you think about the meta right now? Do you think it's like a little bit difficult? Do you think it's flexible? Do you think it's more rigid?
哎，那你觉得目前的这样的整个的游戏的状态，它这个方式是怎样的呢？你觉得是可以的吗？是很容易适应的吗？还是说整个的比赛这种形式就是让你有点无法适应，会觉得很激进呢？
不会，我觉得我们可以适应这种问题，无论是我还是我们队伍。
Yeah, I think it's fine and it's flexible and we just need to adapt to these methods.
Okay, they just need to adapt to the meta. That's amazing things to know. And before I let you go into your next match, I do want to know, what do you say to the players before you get into this elimination match to motivate them?
那么呢，我们非常期待。那在我们正式进入下一场这个淘汰赛之前呢，你对你的团队有什么想说的吗？让给他们更多的这样的这个精神激励，让他们能够更好打好比赛。
今天的比赛我们一定会赢啊！不光是今天，后天的比赛我们也一定会赢。
Well, today's match we definitely will win. Not only today, for the match in the future, we will win too.
Amen, amen, and very much good luck. Coach Sunday, thank you so much for this interview. Thank you for the translation, by the way, because we're going to throw it over back to them.
All right, so Sunday talked a little bit about practice yesterday, and we said you don't lose, you learn, hopefully, and this is certainly translated what I would see Naisu in a very fast win and also hopefully some learning. Have you noticed that Guangzhou Gaming's approach is something that they can take through the rest of this tournament?
You know, I think they can take the approach from Coach Sunday. You know, basically, we're going to win this match, we're going to win all the other matches, and we're going to go from there. I think that's a great way to look at it, especially when you need to go ahead and bounce back and your back's against the wall right now currently with your life on the line for this tournament. So, yeah, you go with that mindset, and maybe they replicate it and they get a sweep here against True Rippers.
Sometimes when you stumble, too, you pay attention to walking. Walking, normally, you don't have to think about it. You just move your body. When you do stumble and you then correct yourself, you're much more concerned, LaFell, of the little things. Maybe that's going to help GZG.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Looking at the little things makes you appreciate as well the timings when we're talking about in-game here, which, by the way, just to add on to that interview, I really feel like if anyone is interested to play Mobile Legends, this is probably the best time to play because this is such an open meta where if you're from other mobile games, whatever logic you have there, you can actually transfer it here because in just the 3 days, we've seen healers work, we've seen counter engage work, we've seen split push work, we've seen strong engage, strong dive work, we've seen siege work, basically all the draft philosophies, everything has been working so far. Only the scaling late game one hasn't done well, but I think that's more on Aurora showing how strong early game is.
And maybe that's the biggest thing to look at if that continues, because teams trying to buy time, well, it's like that card is declined.
Time is expensive, man.
There's no time to buy, you know? And so at this point, we'll see if True Rippers changes things up. Certainly the first two bans are similar to the other bans they had, taking away the Freya and the Harara.
I like this too. Ling's not going to come into contention, at least for this one. Banned out here. And also, again, if the priority is just going to be the Atlas, again, this is at least one way to fix it. Take out the Eudora. Maybe this is the Atlas still for GCG, and then True Rippers, if they want to. Again, they can get two great picks to bounce back. I mean, if you look at what they had last time, there's the Atlas. They lacked a lot. The concept of that draft lacked a lot. And I think, so he starts here with these first two picks. Maybe, again, you pick up the Moskov early. I'm not sure if they want to go ahead and take that or not, but it's going to be a Valentina right now. And, Valentina's been in an interesting position. You usually kind of have to do that when you see an Atlas across from you, simply for the Fatal Links. And as I expected, this time, they'll take that Moskov.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I like the Valentina better now than before, because before they had an opportunity to pick up the Eudora. Eudora in this current meta is a great position 2 or position 3 because she has great disruption in her kit, and the best thing is that it's so easy to do. Even if you're distracted, somehow you make a cool play. Now opening up though, with that Moskov, I do want to see whether Guangzhou, they will change it up. I feel like they need to pick up the Nolan now, because if not, the Nolan will be banned out. Unless, again, they want to go for something like a Saber. But the thing is, going up against a Moskov is more comfortable dealing with that Saber as compared to something like a Nolan. Even though he gets pushed back, he can just jump back in. But now Guangzhou picking up that Zhu Xin, and it looks like they have this philosophy, we want a lot of crowd control.
It's the same thing from last game, man. You know, I think they said the same thing last game. We want some crowd control, and now that's the same case here with these first 2 picks. Plus, they got themselves the Claude, which again was banned out in the previous game. So this is already, it looks good on both sides. Harley comes through though for True Rippers.
Okay.
This is one of those cases where, again, similar to the Ling and the Harara, you need to make sure that your Harley is able to go ahead and scale up. We've seen it before already in MSC, where if you get delayed hard enough, you can't really do too much.
Zhu Xin banned most of the time. Finally let through here as well. I mean,
wow, Saber banned. All the respect though.
Yeah.
Because the Harley's gonna have a hard time. He jumps in and it's like, oh no, Saber.
Belleric too. What do you think about? I feel like True Rippers, right? What can they do? I mean, that was a better game. It wasn't a sub 10. It was around 13. What can they do here to change things up and tie this?
Honestly, looking at their lineup right now, it looks more spread here because they have, I would say, still the position 1 being Moskov. Moskov is going to take most of the farm, but then they have Harley as an assassin. And also, I do have to say here, Rayman, all 3 heroes that True Rippers has, they work well individually, independently. So it almost looks like they're trying to make this team fight messy, and I think the idea is to avoid the Atlas, to avoid the Zhu Xin.
Like
so
they
try
did last
to
game.
minimize the effect that they have with their AoE crowd control.
This is interesting too, man. The Uranus comes up. Remember what Lutpi was able to do yesterday? Just basically, when you had that kind of lead, sit into the base. This is, again, if you're looking at the screen and maybe you haven't tuned in to some international MLBB in a while, you're probably looking at this being like, whoa, what is this meta? Look at these bans. When did we think we'd see these kind of bans, right? The Eudora, the Saber being banned out, a Ling on the other side. Like, there's just so much open right now for this draft. The Nolan does come through. There's the Yu Zhong. Might as well pick it up again, make use of that, just like we saw in the previous one. And a Guinevere is that last choice here for True Rippers.
Wait, so the Guinevere is going to go roam. That's going to be very interesting here. I got to say, Redman, Guangzhou, they have an easier to execute draft when it comes to True Rippers. Like I said, a lot of individual skills is there, but if they miss their abilities, that's GG. They will either look amazing, or like Guangzhou says, they'll look like trash.
Well, it could be a fast game. It could be a good game. We'll find out what type of flavor True Rippers is able to bring. This draft certainly different than before, which if you're a True Rippers fan and rooting for India, you would hope, okay, maybe we have a chance. If not, Guangzhou Gaming will be moving on with a 2-0. True Rippers will end their MSC run here. We'll see if they can even it up as we throw it back to your casters to get Game 2 underway.
True Rippers and their last chance at potentially being able to get a shot at protecting their key and not ending their tournament run right here, right now against Guangzhou Gaming. We're seeing a bit of a shift in terms of the draft, Mirko. It's not entirely... Oh, hold on. Okay. It's still the Yu Zhong, though, in Moli's hands that you are going to see, and I feel like True Rippers are putting a lot of respect to it as seen in that first rotation.
Hey, True Rippers, I think just going back to basics actually fits the bill a bit better, right? True Rippers against Vitality as well. They were able to almost get that Game 2, a very close, nail-biting Game 2 with a simple composition. So I like the fact that they're going back to basics. Garcia on the Moskov that almost got them the win against Vitality as well. This time, nothing too crazy. It's still Season Hunter for Recall. No more of that weapon mastery. But it's still Master Assassin for both the gold laners here. CY and Garcia, not the bargain hunters that we've been seeing a lot more from the attack speed gold laners.
Yeah, it seems that there will be a lot more of the micro plays coming in for our gold laners here, and they will have definitely a very huge task to fulfill considering this game, I think, would give a lot more room for them to operate around the map. But that was close. Rehansha. Okay, at least he doesn't get caught there by recall right before the objective. But they're on a much more balanced lineup right now, as we've been talking about. Oh, Purify for X-Ying.
Yep, and he's gonna have to fall. Mei, though, the frozen. Eons gets away with a space escape down below. Kimi with a potential gank, but Modi reads it out. Great stuff from TRX in the mid lane as CY. This time he's actually trying to zone Garcia out. Garcia walked up to try to get that cannon minion. He does get it, but he's gonna lose out in the trade in the end.
Okay, Guangzhou Gaming are yet to find a trade from what happened just now for X-Ying. They might do, but Asuna will be quick to react though. And it feels like True Rippers have really taken control over this, but see what?
Capitalization for Eons across these winning lanes. Exactly what we wanted from True Rippers from game number 1 as Modi now walks up. Had that Lantern Flare already. Kimi is going to be locked down. The Black Dragon form comes around, just get away, but now it's going to be stolen away by the Valentina. Asuna on it as well. Recon going to be caught in, and Retry comes in, but it's not enough as Eons picks up the turtle, and X-Ying is forced back. Kimi will walk up again. Asuna with just a splash of damage. True Rippers with a 4-0 lead and a neutral objective.
They've completely turned around the situation. We were not expecting this heading into game number 2 after what we witnessed in game number 1, but True Rippers have reset. They've completely changed their draft, and now they're showing us how it's done. Even that Black Dragon form stolen by Asuna was such a huge thing to consider in that previous team fight. Eons with another rotation down bot.
Modi's just not having a good time now. No Black Dragon form under turret. They are trying to juggle the turret in again. Rehansha with Eons. Picking up a dive down below. A gank on Modi. 0, 2, and 0.
Yeah. Hey. Eons wasn't able to do this in game number 1. You know that for a fact. On the Ling, he was just limited, but now there's no one stopping him.
Recall gets away. That's a Purify out for Rehansha as Kimi gets away in time, but Rehansha now is going to be caught by the Lance Flare again. Recall with the walk up, but not enough damage by Recall to take Rehansha down. This is starting to become a problem for Guangzhou Gaming.
Yep, it seems like the slower games recently that we've been seeing so far, you do have to expect a bit more time for the club, but the fact that even the Yu Zhong's pretty much shut down in his lane is really not helping Guangzhou in this particular scenario. You would really expect them to have the slight upper hand, especially in that first turtle objective, but that was not the case at all. True Rippers, just because of what Eons has been able to accomplish on this Harley, has really set the pace for True Rippers in this early game. Now it feels like you could just expect a lot more annoying rotations with Rehansha too being a bit more free across the map. So Guangzhou, we really have to see them find that one play that could really set things or turn things around, because as we know, it's still a Nolan. You also still have multiple ways to set up with a Jusin Atlas, but at the same time, do you get the head of Kimi? Because Kimi has been very proactive on the Guinevere just the same, and you could just not position yourself well enough. Oh, doesn't land though.
No, it doesn't. It's a clone out as well. Now the neutral objective, Black Dragon form already used up right now to go all in. Rehansha's there, but Recall binds him in legs! Locking all of them down by Mei! Guangzhou Gaming on the back foot the entire game, and they find one opening, and it turns everything around. Garcia is trying to find some compensation in the mid lane, but it's going to be shooed away by X-Ying and Mei. What a set by Mei.
Don't tell me that's all they need to do, and now you feel like it's Guangzhou taking control, because if you take a look at the replay, it was just a single Black Dragon form, the Petrify into the Fatal Links as well. It was just a perfectly layered setup shown to us by Guangzhou Gaming, catching almost every single member who didn't have the Purify either, so there was no way for them to get out of that. They were all crucial members, and you can see them celebrating, but that's a spatial migration.
Wait, spatial migration on Mei? Modi gets away right now. Oh god, Rehansha walks up, and the SOD lands on Modi, but it's under the tier 1. Rehansha can be caught by the Lantern Flare. That's about it. True Rippers back in form somehow against Mei. They were able to make it work now. The clear from Guangzhou Gaming onto those turrets, or onto those minions to stop the turret from being taken away. But Garcia stays true in the bottom lane again on this Moskov.
Okay, be careful. You gotta be careful, especially if you're CY. Okay, Kimi and Eons are gonna let go of that push though, but it could have been really dangerous. Now we're taking a look at the gold difference. It's not as significant, really, if you take a look at it. I feel like even, or if it weren't for that one play we got to see from Modi as well, this could have been bigger between the XP laners, but I think that pretty much lessened it even just a bit to a certain extent. And now Kimmy, okay, all alone here.
Uh-oh, May's waiting in that bush as well. Conceal already. It's gonna go in. Oh no, baits out the battle. Requiem, the Fatalings pulls him back just a bit as Xing is right there. Great peel from Garcia. It's a Purify in, a Lantern from the Crimson Beacon, but it's only onto the Roamer. Now the Dragon comes around. Asuna was able to find that trade. Turret down below. The main target for Guangzhou Gaming, as in the mid lane, Recall is dealing with Rahansha. Turtle already started by Eons. Picked up already. True Rippers finding the better trade across the board.
That took a bit longer than it should have. At least Guangzhou got a turret though, because if they did not, then I feel like True Rippers really got the better trade. It was a turtle that they were able to secure, no contest whatsoever on Eons. And they just took a 1-for-1 trade, if ever that were to be the case. But right now, you're starting to feel how Garcia is becoming a lot more active across the map. He's also a level ahead of Sai, by the way, so I think it's been really great for True Rippers, at least for their laning phase so far. Now we take a look. Already has 2 out of 3 of the Trinity build. It's just slightly behind. But this is... Modi doesn't even have an item just yet. This is a Yu Zhong, who doesn't even have an item just yet.
Yeah. It's actually all components. Went for the robe, the Fury Hammer. Now May's looking at Asuna. They gotta be careful. The only Purify they have is on their main frontliner, Rahansha. So that's the problem for True Rippers, right? They have to split up. They have to be very careful of this set from May. The one time May was able to find that set, it almost guaranteed them that full-on comeback. But luckily, True Rippers were able to find some good pickoffs here and there. Kimmy, at this point, I think Spatial Migration on May doesn't even sound too crazy. They might have to deal with him first.
Yeah.
Recall with good poke on Kimmy. And it's all about mid-control as Garcia plays that far lane.
Which is great, because I think they're splitting up their positionings a bit more. We see Kimmy really putting himself and trying to scout wherever Guangzhou Gaming could potentially come from, but just the same, seems like there seems to be a bit more reaction coming from their side. Garcia has had no trouble opening up the map.
Nope.
For True Rippers. They haven't been able to pay as much attention to their lanes, and that could be a potential problem for Guangzhou Gaming, especially now that we're looking at the first Lord spawning on the map. And it's the far lane which has been really dealt with so far by True Rippers. Just look at Garcia. They have no idea he's doing this, but you know that he just has a really good grasp of what his job is at this point.
He's feeling it. He knows exactly where he needs to be. And Guangzhou Gaming, doesn't feel like they have a composition to burst this neutral objective down. Oh! May with the Fatal Links into Kimmy as well, but he's able to escape, and now it's all the resources burnt. The Dragon down, the Fatal Links as well. Garcia already dealing with a wave in about top lane. Rahansha knocked up. Oh! Fatal Link from Asuna! Takes them all into the Vile Requiem. Now it's Garcia to miss it all with the SOD, tearing them apart as Asuna picks up a double, and TRX take full control over the game.
Was that actually worth it? They were only able to zone out Kimmy. Now they lose tier 1 in mid, but at least Guangzhou have secured the objective. But now it's at the expense of almost all their outer and inner turrets, and this is True Rippers, I feel, being much more happier with the exchange. They get so much more map control, they only lose an objective, and now they might also get recall. If it weren't for that one dash, it would have been really close.
Big Spear of Misery. I agree with you, this is definitely not the trade that Guangzhou Gaming were looking for, but it's the trade that they need to take. They bursted, they used all of their resources so early, and they couldn't even find Kimmy, which led to them having a full commit onto the neutral objective, right? Because if they backed away, it would have been completely chopped. Spatial Migration of the Vile Requiem now on May. Eons with Deadly Magic. May is gone. Her Modi can't even find the Petrify. Eons got away now. The Blazing Red doing nothing. CY taken low. Eons taken out by Modi. But in the back line, it's the SOD. Garcia with a double. Trying to get that triple. Great Lantern Flare to escape by Xing with the Crimson Beacon. But Modi, here, it's just a delayed pickoff. He's going to try to buy as much time as he can with the passive procs. but it will be inevitable. Modi, good night. Asuna walks up. The Furious Dive again. Wait a second.
Whoa,
wait a second.
wait a
Modi.
second.
Uh-oh. Asuna with the melee range again. Now it's 3 against Modi. Dude, he bought so much time.
He did. That was initially a highlight for Garcia that we were just about to talk about, but it's been all Modi from that point onwards. He was just sustaining 2 members at the same time. They had to call in another member from True Rippers just to finally take him down, and that's only being on the Radiant armor as well. But I take a look at this team fight once again, and you kind of worry as to why the Blazing Duet didn't feel like it dealt as much damage as you would expect it to. At this point, you would assume Sai already has the Trinity build in his hands. We can take a look at the items just to confirm whether or not that's actually true, but he already does.
It's because these frontliners from True Rippers have gotten such a massive lead. I mean, take a look at that 2,000 gold lead between the XP laners. That Sai is gonna need the Malefic gun before he can actually deal damage or before you can actually see it.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. He walks up. He's doing some damage, actually, but Hansha doesn't have the consecration. That's the main reason for it. Already having to purify out, which means, again, now it's all up to Mei, who has the Fatal Links. True Rippers still gotta be very careful. One set can literally set them back.
Yeah. That's also the Chastis also already picked up by Rehansha, and not to mention Garcia having the Wind of Nature. So I feel like he will be a much more difficult target to deal with for Guangzhou Gaming if ever they do want to find him in the team fight.
There you go, that's the gun.
Okay, finally does or should have a bit more damage. Let's see how Guangzhou eventually deal with this, because Garcia is on the opposite side of the map again. But as mentioned, has the Wind of Nature, so if he does show up in a more dangerous spot, then at least he has a way to survive a bit longer. But it's just Rehansha holding this down. Now there goes the Black Dragon form.
Zoning in the back, Himi looking for an opening again with the face migration. He finds it, but Recall's able to go for it. A retreat straight up onto the neutral objective. Nothing Eons could do to walk up. And Guangzhou Gaming stay afloat in this elimination match while being a game up in the match.
Okay, that was a more step-by-step approach that they took, which is great for them, benefits them a lot, because they had a lineup who could really just be just as strategic when it comes to the objective takes. So you saw how they just slowly took control of the Lord Pit. There was a Black Dragon form to start things off that was not used as early, by the way. So it was just perfectly set up, and the SOD not landing too allowed for Guangzhou to just commit to the bit. They were not forced to think twice about the engage. Hold on!
Fatal Links, but Rehansha has the Purify back up. The Deadly Magic comes around. Sai in the back line of the Blazing Duets shuts Asuna down. Mid lane out of the skirmish already. Lord still up and very healthy. Guangzhou Gaming are looking to completely wipe this gold lead from the map.
And that's the Blazing Duet, which dealt a lot more damage than we thought. Spatial migration, but Kimi gets bursted!
Xing in the back now with the Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flare. Garcia with the Wind of Nature, the Purify out, but Xing will still fall to the Deadly Magic. Just a matter of time. Modi almost trying to get that Furious Dive and the Petrify, but Eons spaces out perfect, and now it's Rehansha who is holding the Lord, able to defend for now. The mid lane coming out as well. Modi gets taken out by the Carge of Eons.
They should have went back a bit more earlier, but no!
With a shutdown, the Spear of Misery Sai shuts Garcia down with the BMI and the Blazing Duet straight to the face.
So was that bait all along? Were they just setting up for that play? Because as of the moment, it seems like Guangzhou Gaming have gotten back in this siege. They will at least take down one or more turrets down bot. When in fact, you would think that True Rippers already could have just successfully defended it from that point onwards, but that was the play. This was Recall and Sai working together to make it look like it was still Guangzhou getting the better trade.
And True Rippers' worst nightmare is the reality right now. The gold lead is completely gone. Everything they've built from the start of this game to that 14th minute, they gotta try to rebuild it again. But the thing is, Guangzhou Gaming, they have the momentum, they have that far lane control now. They've already taken out some of those win conditions from True Rippers. And they're up a game in this elimination match.
Yep, and the only immortality that True Rippers had too, I think will be down for a bit longer, because that was on Kimi, and you saw him just get bursted down earlier in that fight. So Guangzhou Gaming, I think there's less to think and worry about apart from maybe just the Winter Crown for Ians and the Wind of Nature from Garcia if they're just really gonna focus down on these specific targets when it comes to the fight. But I think they're expecting for True Rippers to replicate the same.
Look at Modi. That's a crazy position to hold right there. Ians. Oh, Kimi in the back, finds space migration, but it's only onto Sai with the Purify. Burst out with a Petrify from Modi! It's even lock Ians down! Lord's recall secured, and now it's Rahancha in the midst of it all. Taken down, bursted out, everybody from True Rippers taken out of the map. It's a massive wipeout for Guangzhou Gaming!
They each had their own plans, creative angles, plans to surprise, but in the end, it's Guangzhou Gaming who will stay in this tournament, sweeping True Rippers 2-0.
A bitter start to the international debut, to the international run for India, for True Rippers. But it's the experience that they will bring back home to try to learn from this beating at MSC. Back-to-back losses, up and down below. Guangzhou Gaming, though, from barely missing out to that M7 main stage slot, losing in that grand finals of the wild card, to here beating True Rippers and making it to the next step, one match away from qualifying to the knockout stage.
And the region as a whole, I feel, is a lot more proud of what they're achieving right now too, because even if you take a look at their women's division, they've also been starting to show us so much more in terms of their competitive MLBB gameplay. And right now here too, despite them being in the lower bracket, you see signs of life. You see how quick they are to actually find a way around the situations that they're currently facing. And as unfortunate as it may seem for True Rippers this time, we're really hoping that they take away a lot from this experience. You see the potential. You see how they always almost had a grasp of what had to be done, and they took control of a huge majority of this game, honestly. If you were to take a look back at the beginning to the mid portions of the game, but it just so happens Guangzhou Gaming, the scaling, and the micro decisions also really paid off. Eventually, they're the ones who now are moving on to the next stage here in the lower bracket. And we will get to talk to them for just a bit as we throw it over to the stage alongside Milosh.
Thank you very much, my friends. I'm here with our victors, Guangzhou Gaming. May is joining us here for a little chat. First, I have to ask you about the Saber pick, because that has not been in competitive play for like years at this point. What was the decision behind it?
那么女士们、先生们，欢迎来到看我们采访的我们广州的电竞团队。那今天我们首先采访的呢选手，首先想问你，为什么在这个比赛当中选择的是赛博剑圣这样的一个角色？
因为我们觉得剑锋是 Counter 目前版本的双边体系的，然后为了选这个英雄，我们教练也做了很多准备。
Well, I think this is a really strong hero. In fact, our coach have trained us a lot in practicing with this hero.
That's very cool. Unheard of. We're hearing new metagame being built as we speak. Speaking of which, you're one of the more experienced players in the Chinese MLBB scene. I want to ask you about how do you feel the region is developing at the moment and your experience in it so far?
是的，非常棒的。那么我们呢，整个的这一个游戏项目在中国地区也是发展的非常蓬勃的。我们想要看一下您的意见，您觉得这个游戏在中国地区的发展如何呢？
其实中国玩 MLBB 的人还是比较少的，但是对于中国电竞，我一直觉得中国电竞会很厉害，所以我们 MLBB 项目的中国选手也在不断变强。
Well, at the moment, there are not a lot of people playing MLBB in the Chinese region. However, we think there will be more and more people playing, and that's why we are getting stronger, and all of our players are practicing hard to make us to be a really strong team.
I mean, thanks to your representation here today, we're seeing more and more of that in the future. Now, let's look at that future. You'll be playing against the loser of Team Spirit and Team Vamos. Who do you think you'll be facing off in the lower bracket?
是的，我们相信也会如此。那我们看一下，在未来的话呢，您将会面对的是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两个团队当中的，他们是这个属于失败者。那么你觉得你将会面对的是哪个选手呢？哪个选队？
我觉得 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两支队伍都是很强的，他们一个来自俄罗斯赛区，一个来自马来西亚赛区，都是其中的1、2号种子。然后我觉得我们会对阵到 Vamos 战队。
Well, I think they both really strong teams, and one of them is from Russia, and the other is from Malaysia. So I think they really both strong. However, probably I guess we will face Team Vamos.
Team Vamos. All right, we'll see how that ends up. That'll be the case. Prediction for later on today. Finally, you got those Chinese fans, those players that are looking up to you right now. Do you have any message to them to support you through your lower bracket run at MSC?
那是的。那么最后一个问题呢？我们可以看到您也是有非常多的粉丝的。对于您的粉丝，您有什么想说的吗？他们一路支持您，那么在我们的这个电竞比赛上打比赛，您有什么想告诉粉丝的？
其实我很感谢支持每个 MLBB 赛事的粉丝，然后也感谢大家的观看。其次，我特别想针对中国的粉丝说，就是因为中国赛区的成绩一直不太好，但我觉得我们这次可以碾碎对手的钥匙。
Well, in fact, I really appreciate all the fans' support all over the world, and I would like to tell our fans that maybe in the past the Chinese region's scores were not that high, but this time we have the confidence we wanted to win.
I mean, it's showing very well. One more time, our victors, Guangzhou Gaming and May. Thank you for joining us, but it's time for you to do the honors. Our first key crushing here at MSC is going to be in your hands. I'm going to invite the rest of your team to join me in here. Now I want us all to go back together. Thank you very much again to our translator, June. Come on over with me, my friends.
谢谢，谢谢。
We're going to open up our door. It's time for you to do the big piece, my friends. Walk on in and crush the first key of MSC at EWC 2026. Go on in, all of you.
大家进来。
You can choose whoever wants to crush the key
我
together.
们现在呢，可以来看一下我们要做这样的一个仪式啊，您可以选择一起的来做这样的一个奖牌，还是说以某一个人来打印这个奖牌？
CY will be the one to do it here. That is the True Rippers key as they've been eliminated from MSC.
这是我们 MSC 方面的第一个这样的奖牌。
Pushing deeper, and there's the key, and it snaps in half. Our first key crush at MSC at EWC 2026. We talked about it earlier this morning. Everybody comes in with their own key, their own heart. And at the end of their run, should it end early like here in the group stage, their key, my friends, will look exactly like this. Feast your eyes upon it. Destruction has come, but that's only the beginning here for Guangzhou Gaming. Back to our panel.
Yes, it is only the beginning for China here at MSC, and with $65,000 guaranteed at this point, even if they lose against their upcoming matchup, they've got to be happy with what they've done so far. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, joined by my boys Naisu and LaFell. Guys, that was a great showing. I think if you're GZG, you had a loss, you come back, you win 2-0. What else can you ask for?
Yeah, that was, they had to come back in that game. It's tough to see, man, again, for True Rippers. You know, this has happened a couple times now for them, but I guess you chalk it up as a learning experience. It's the first time on the international stage. We even saw this before, you know, with our new teams coming into internationals, and it seems to be just part of the process, I feel like, you know, and hopefully they come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, there's nothing to take. I mean, to me, when I look at a team that comes here, their first time representing India at an international stage, you have to be proud. You know, you're representing so many people, you're representing so much accumulative effort. And to be able to be here, yes, you didn't win, but hopefully you're taking something back that improves the region. And next time, when you show up, you have that to lean on.
I mean, here's the thing. I think they can do it because we've seen solid micro coming in from the team. When it comes to the draft, it was pretty solid as well. The only reason why they weren't able to get the win there is just because Guangzhou Gaming saw a a-hole. They saw the mistake where True Rippers were trying to set up the map for the upcoming Lord. They were taking it slow, but there was no one surveilling the area, and because of that, Guangzhou was able to take the Lord right under their noses and then re-establish the map for themselves. And at that point, True Rippers weren't really sure how to adapt to that. So it really is just becoming a thing where coming into the internationals, quite a lot of culture shock will happen here just because the way people play are very different.
Regions clash, but that's the beauty of an MSC. And a moment like this, you get to see the best of the best going toe-to-toe. GZG, TRX, it was a close game, and True Rippers actually led in terms of kills, Naisu.
Yeah, they had a lead for a better part of the early game and into the mid game, but I think that was the pivotal part, the moment in the game where, you know, Lord was started up by Guangzhou Gaming, and I thought with the lead that they had, that True Rippers would be like, hey, okay, we're not just going to give this away. And I think they expected a Lord dance, like we like to call it, but GZG was like, no, we're just going to take this from you. And that was a big swing in favor of what started to turn the tide in that game too.
And if I may, this is kind of a Rome diff, but not because of the players, but because of the hero. Because Atlas basically does what Guinevere does, but much better. Part of it is because the cooldown on the spatial migration from the Gwyn starts off at 14 seconds. That's such a long time to wait for a set. That's kind of why we see Gwyn more popular in the jungle or the EXP, just because you get your levels faster, so your cooldowns actually get to a point where it's serviceable. And then we saw once Kimi jumps onto someone, if they have the Purify, it really doesn't matter compared to the Atlas coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. Even if they Purify, it really doesn't matter. There's multiple ways for them to go on with the fight. So compared to both of them, True Rippers didn't have, I would say, a reliable way to start the fight compared to Guangzhou.
I mean, Atlas was picked twice. They led it through twice. And the issue was the Valentina came up as a response to that. But when you look at Valentina responding to Atlas every time, you're also saying then we're not going to take Eudora.
Yeah, no Eudora. Part of the play there through the draft, but I think also another part of that play that really worked out well, and we kind of wanted to see this because before that game, I think it was picked up once, was the Nolan. You know, the Nolan, the burst damage packed into that hero is insane. You already saw it, how well that Recall waited for his moments. I mean, that's the big part of Nolan in general, but also a lot of Assassin picks right now. Like, you really have to wait for your moment, and Recall did that for the most part of that, towards that mid to late game, where then he was just bursting people down with that Nolan combo we've seen so much of.
Well, it's a great showcase from GZG, and today's schedule should continue to give us some great games at MSC. We've got True Rippers going down, our first team to exit this tournament, to Guangzhou Gaming. Like I said, they've upped their prize pool to $65,000 as a result of that, and another $65,000 on the line for our upper bracket in Group A. Our first match, Team Vamos versus Team Spirit, coming up next. These two teams, juggernauts in their own right, representing EECA and obviously, I believe, Malaysia. And that is a great showcase of two teams who have been playing well, who have nothing really to fear as well, LaFell, because even if they lose, they still have another chance.
And here's the thing, I feel like for all of us here, this is the match that's very difficult to call because Team Spirit, we expected them to be strong, and they are. For Vamos, we weren't expecting this kind of play, and then suddenly they just showed up. So the factor here that's making it difficult for us to call is how strong Vamos really is, because I feel like even going up against Team Falcons Mena, they didn't really show everything just yet. They showed they were strong, but they weren't pushed to their limit. So it really is going to be quite difficult to call between Spirit and Vamos.
I like that even it was hard to call when they Milosh was asking, you know, exactly who would you want to face up? Yeah, face up against. It's really difficult to call that because depending on who wins this and of course who loses and goes down to the lower bracket, that's a hard game to call because you also now in this one with Vamos and Team Spirit, you've got two promising young talents, young junglers looking to battle it out. And this is, people have been asking for, you know, obviously the meta has shifted now where assassins seem to be more of the move for a lot of teams. And these two junglers that we're going to see here in the next matchup are some of the best on these assassin type junglers.
Yeah, he's talking about Error 404 and Zauer Egoist, not just the young junglers, the third youngest and the youngest here in this tournament at MSC. An exciting matchup underway. And if you think you know who's going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in. That's right, scan the QR code, take part. You will be a part of this broadcast. See if you can get your vote in right. For those who went 75% Guangzhou Gaming, you're already off to to a great start today. So keep it up and make sure to get your pick'ems in. We'll show them once we get closer to the start of the match. We'll be right back in just a moment, but we want to remind you that Acecraft is a game, if you haven't played, there is a new way to play in We Fly Together. Some new co-op for those who want to get involved. Check it out.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Okay, man, right?
Okay, this one look like Chinese.
Kyle TZ? Oh, Club TZ?
No.
Hogwen?
No.
Carl TZ?
No.
Asaji? Sanford?
No.
My team? Sansalap?
I think Hiko.
Ah, that's crazy. But Hiko looks so different. Very cute.
Who's that baby? Well, Hiko was actually the answer. Kid Bum was like, what? No way. I love the surprise there. I love that segment, too. We got to see more kid picks there on the broadcast. I love seeing it. Oh, rewind in time. I think a lot of those babies, when their parents were looking at them all cuddly, all cute. I have a 17-month-old daughter myself. They probably didn't imagine them at MSC a few years later, which is pretty exciting.
I'm scared of babies.
Are you? You're scared of babies?
I don't trust them. Something about them.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Nefarious.
Every time I look at it, I'm like, hold on. And I've seen enough movies to confirm my suspicions.
Boss
About
Baby.
what?
Boss Baby.
Boss Baby.
I knew it.
He knew it.
Yeah.
Rain Man knew it.
The Rain Man.
Come on, man. Don't get me wrong. It's Rain Day, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
Hey, come
By the way, let me just say, I think they could have gotten Hiko if he was wearing glasses. That's the big difference. You know, the baby wasn't wearing glasses. See, deceptive.
It is, and you got to watch out for babies. That's the lesson here from LaFell as well. I know. I got to watch out for my baby. Otherwise, I won't sleep. That's the one thing I need to watch out for.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I'm so excited to introduce this matchup because when you look at these two teams, I mean, these are juggernauts. And the juggernaut matchup is really between the youngsters here. 17 years old in Error 404. Zaur Egoist on the side of Team Spirit, 16 years old. The youngest player in this entire tournament. Two future superstars. I don't know, Naisu. Two current superstars.
Yeah, right now there's something about, that gets junglers get excited for the meta, and then the audience gets really excited to see what these junglers are capable of doing. Again, that's why, you know, Rain Day, I know you probably didn't get to see it too much, but we were back in the day. We were in this utility meta, and it was very slow-paced, very tanky-based. But now you have all the flashy heroes coming up, and you get these young stars like this to go ahead and showcase that, and that's what people get excited to see. And it also works really well currently with that adaptability or that flexibility of what you can do in the draft with so many different styles of play when it comes to the draft.
Can I just say, I don't even remember what I was doing when I was 16. I don't remember 16.
It was that long ago.
16 is literally, like, I'm literally double his age.
Wow.
You're double his age.
Double his age.
Wow. Has that brought you double the experience? Double the wisdom?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Actually, no, now I remember. I think at 16 is where I got my first friend.
Wow.
Because at 15,
the first of many,
because at 15,
how did it take so long, man?
Because 15, then I learned how to talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had 14 years where I didn't know how to talk. Autism, you know?
That's quite delayed.
Wow.
That's quite delayed.
There's a lot I'm learning here, and the storylines continue as we look at Team Vamos's roster and start to dissect their journey. Arrow404, the jungler, of course, but Zipat, Klakun, Zkeef, Natko all have their own individual stories to make up a team that many consider to be potential champions at MSC. Can they prove them right? Can they prove the doubters wrong? We'll find out, because their journey, like many others here, really is wanting one to be ended with a championship.
So firstly, Team Vamos started at season 14 MPL MY, and then we qualified to M6. When I left, they never qualified to international tournament anymore. I'm joined back to Team Vamos middle of season 17, and we made it. We go to MSC right now.
For season 17, Team Vamos is a last minute roster, right? For me, I think going to EWC is a miracle.
So when we qualify to MSC, I'm so happy and also proud for my team. We expect that Team Falcon Mena will be a strong team also, because they make it to the main stage and we just focus on our strength.
We will not underestimate them. We treat them like all other teams, and we will give our best.
Just keep improving in our practice. Yeah, bring a new meta.
SRG always get the podium, right? In top 3 in every tournament. Number 2 of Malaysian team need to step up to become like them. If we doesn't have SRG, then Malaysia is like nothing, right?
Keep improving and keep climbing slowly. Just prove them that we can be a strong contender in this tournament.
In the grand final of MPLM Boys Season 17, we are losing to SRG 4-0, and that time Arrow404 was crying. I feel disappointed with myself because I think I can do much more better. I always had a dream to help my mom, especially about money, right? So being able to be here at EWC is like dreams come true. The prize pool is so big. I think that is big enough to help my mom.
So just keep believing us and pray for us also. Love you.
The journey and the dream of helping your parents who, like when we saw Hiko as a baby, had no idea they would be in this position, but that is the life that they are living right now. What a great opportunity here to move forward in the prize pool. $65,000 to the winner. But again, LaFell, they don't have to worry about going home. This is truly a matchup that's going to teach both these teams a lot as to how they need to succeed moving forward.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Vamos, honestly, like, we won't have enough time to talk about all of their stories, but there is a lot. Supa, as we saw in the interview earlier, he was a star, but then, you know, he dropped his performance and he had to go play in the amateur league. He had to prove himself, and then once he did, he got back into the pro scene and now back in MSC. That's a crazy story. And then Zkeef, like, if you know how tough he had it before becoming a professional player, he has a lot of motivation to be here and hopefully to go all the way to the championship, and hopefully his whole family's life turns around.
Again, I think as you saw there too, a lot of these players, you got to remember, even the audience out there, that a lot of these players here are not just for themselves, but like for their families.
Yeah.
You know, that's one thing that is such a big deal. It's life-changing money. I know we have that with the EWC 2026, and for these players competing here, they all want to help family or, you know, their own selves excel in life, and that's kind of also what's at stake here when we talk about these matchups.
Well, I mean, they're going up against what some have referred to as gatekeepers in Team Spirit. This is a team that has the youngest player, Zaur Egoist, as a jungler in an assassin meta, or a meta that might just be still developing. We'll find out. Kid Bumba, you saw him earlier, Sunset Lover Sao, and Hiko, of course, making up this team that has high hopes. And, of course, championship impact is what they hope to bring to this first set of the day and continue moving on into our top 8. However, we had a chance to speak with Hiko about his expectations going into this matchup against Team Vamos, who no one is underestimating.
Eterna here, and now we are with Hiko from Team Spirit. Hiko, how are you feeling coming to this next matchup?
Yeah, I'm very confident right now.
Very confident right now. I mean, it shows in your gameplay. We saw yesterday that there was a Paquito and a Freya in the gold lane. Does this mean that the fighter gold laners are back?
I think yes, because like yesterday, TLPH was beaten by Aurora, and Sigibum also was playing Paquito Freya, so that's it.
Ah, okay, wait, but like, is that the reason? Like, why are fighters so strong in the gold lane now?
Because marksman cannot do anything versus like assassins like Link, Fanny, something like that, and Paquito and Freya can do something versus them, and you cannot kill easily these fighters in gold lane.
Okay, so they're a lot less vulnerable to the assassins in the meta right now.
Yeah.
But you personally, do you like playing the marksman or the fighters? Because I mean, last time around we saw you at MSC, you were so good on the marksman.
I'm just adapting, like, I don't care anymore about playing fighters or marksmen, so I'm just adapting, I'm playing for team, and, you know, I'm just doing my work here.
So can we expect you to go fighter again in this next matchup?
Maybe, but maybe we will see some marksmen, I don't know, so we will see in match.
See in the match, because you're head-to-head against Natko,
Yeah.
and I think Natko is also pretty good on the fighters in the gold lane.
Yeah.
What do you think about Natko?
I think he good marksman, good fighter gold lane player, so we'll see who is better right now.
Okay, so we'll see in the game later. So you can't tell me now who's better.
We'll see.
we'll see. But I heard that you've met Natko in scrims. I heard that you are scrim partners with Vamos. Is that true?
We scrimmed like 2 times maybe.
Okay, 1 or 2 times. Does that mean you have more information on Vamos? Does that give you an advantage maybe in this matchup?
We'll see. I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. But you did boot camp in Malaysia.
Yeah.
How was that for you? What did you learn from there?
We learn a lot. We adapt to agent meta, like agent playstyle, and we have some good information, and we have great preparation for this EWC, so we're very confident in this tournament.
What do you think will be your main challenge against Vamos?
To play discipline.
To play discipline?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that that's a problem for your team?
No, but you know, team like Vamos, they like to fight, and in these fights you need to like stay calm and like maybe dodge some fights and just play your playstyle, not like enemy playstyle. Yeah.
This will be a very interesting match. And coming into it, do you have a message to Vamos?
Good luck and have fun and enjoy the game.
Okay, thank you so much, Hiko. We'll see you later. And of course, back to you guys.
I don't know, man. Good luck, have fun, enjoy the game. Feels like that could be like start of a horror movie right there against Hiko.
That's the start of
enjoy.
I have nothing to say.
That's the standard.
Let me go.
Let me go, Eterna. Stop asking questions.
This interview has so much to say. I just want to play the game. But
he did give us some really good insight onto the gold. Why, if we were seeing fighters more, it's their ability to deal with assassins.
Yeah, they need to survive, because otherwise, if you do pick a traditional marksman, we've seen it before, you get picked on, right? They're going to go right for that lane, try to take you out of the picture. And, you know, Hiko is one of those prominent players in the gold lane. When he was introduced to us on the international stage, it became Hiko Mania, because he got he was the first one. Was this M6 where he got the Savage?
Honestly, I feel like almost every international that he's in, he's got Savages. So, and honestly, when he played it earlier, he could have gotten the Savages, but was stolen by Czar Egoist. Even Mirko was like, bro, why'd you do that, right?
Because he's Czar, Egoist.
Czar. He's like,
like, here's the thing.
Egoist, you know?
We even saw yesterday in the Onyx matchup against 57 how Doom was using the Claude. Bro, you could not do anything as a Claude going up against Auroras and the like. So yeah, I feel like in this matchup, getting a marksman is going to be rare, except for Moskov. I feel like Moskov, you can protect yourself.
Well, he's got that pushback, right, on the second ability, and I think that helps to clear out maybe an assassin that's jumping at you. We asked you to get your pick'ems in. You got them in. 83% for Team Spirit. That is lopsided. Team Vamos. LaFell, are you surprised by this or pretty expected the way you think this matchup's going to go?
Roughly expected just because, again, Vamos coming in, people are saying that in Malaysia, the only threat is Long Range Giants. Vamos is not a big deal, especially because maybe they thought, hey, you know what? Maybe against Falcons Mina, they had a bad day, so Vamos just took advantage of that.
I mean, that's one of the things, Naisu, they said they need to improve on. Everyone thinks that it's SRG. They've won everything. Can they make that moment now?
I think they have to. A lot of people just put SRG, like LaFell mentioned, as that big threat. Well, this is a chance, an opportunity for Team Vamos to take down who a lot of people put in the top 5, power rankings of Team Spirit there. Yeah. They've been amazing.
Well, we call them the gatekeepers for a reason. Such an incredible squad, but you cannot ever count out Error 404 and Team Vamos. They are on a mission to prove that they belong in the top conversation of teams here from Malaysia and at MSC. We'll find out in game 1 of this series if it happens.
Oh my, match 1. We already sent one team home by getting their keys crushed. Milosh, what's up in match 2?
Honestly, this one now, at least we're going to take a break from key crushing. We're going to let our crusher, Gertrude, whatever we want to call it at the end of the day, just to rest for a bit until game number 4, because 2 and 3 are all about the upper bracket. Whoever wins the next 2 matches is able to advance in the upper bracket and secure a spot in the knockout stage. That would be huge for any team here at MSC 26.
I agree, and as we enter the second match of the day, we are battling for the first knockout stages tickets. To my Malaysians in the venue, it's time to Hala Vamos! Back in M6, their journey got cut short by Team Spirit. And as they meet their former foes once again, can Team Vamos settle the score across the boards and make Malaysians proud by getting that first ticket?
Oh, they're going to have a tough time because their opponents are Team Spirit! The Prodigy Czars showed off his skills on day 1 of groups, clearing Ignite Gaming as planned for and even expected. Today, the opportunity to advance to knockouts arises. Can they seize the moment against a tough opponent?
And you know what, Milosh? I think that in the Land of Dawn, this will be a battle of the junglers. We have Error 404 and Czar Egoist, both the prodigies.
I can't believe it. This is the head-to-head that we've been looking for, and you're only getting this here at the MSC 26 group stage. So please, gentlemen, Team Spirit, please go ahead. My friends, Team Vamos, place your keys. Captains, remember to shake hands. Let's keep it clean for this one because there's a lot on the line. I know there's a lot of respect, but still, there it is. Respect between both of our teams and our captains. Who can advance to the knockout stage? Our first one is up on the board. We'll send it back to our panel to get us ready.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milosh, as we take a look at Team Vamos and Team Spirit. 2 teams with a lot to prove and starting their journey here. Hopefully one moving on into the playoffs, one still having a chance, even if they lose. So maybe a little bit of lighter, maybe a little bit more learning as a feeling here going on, LaFell. It's just you still want to show up for your region, for your team, for your organization, and for yourself. Those bigger stories we talked about. And of course, if you are joining us, I want to remind you that there is a new interactive effect, Happy Rhino Day, brand new in shop. Make sure to check it out. Get those interactive effects. Those look cool.
Rhino Day.
Rhino Day. It's close. Rhino Man, Rain Man?
Rhino Man,
Day,
Rain Man. That can work.
It's something. It's close.
Although I do have to say, we talk a little bit about the jungle matchup, but when we're talking about team spirit, the laners, man, Hiko as well as Kid Bomba, has showed up every single international. Like, I gotta say, like most EXP laners as well as gold laners, they've been quite vocal by saying it's very difficult to go up against them. And even though Kid Bomba in the interview, he's already said, he's not thinking about winning the lane anymore. He's really thinking about how he gets out of the lane and actually help out his team. So that's something that we have to see, because so far for Vamos, the clear standout is Error 404.
Yeah.
But when we're looking at Team Spirit, if somehow Zara Egoist doesn't have a good time, we still got Hiko, we still got Kid Bomba. So that's something that we can say that, at least for Team Spirit, there's multiple win conditions.
We are talking about Vamos too, in multiple win conditions. Would you consider Natco a win condition as well, especially in a meta where he's got some EXP, right? He's been an EXP laner before, now in the gold lane, but having a chance to play a fighter in a gold lane means these are pretty familiar heroes for his pool.
Honestly, I hope so. I hope so, because they won the opener match. They went up against Falcon's Mena, and his Claude was okay in the gold lane, in the lane itself, but once you get into the team fights, he gets kicked by the Cho. He gets bursted by the jungler, right? So we saw that Natco didn't have that much of an impact, but like Hiko said, it's so hard to survive as a marksman. So I hope they do adjust. I want to see what kind of fighters that he can bring out here.
And that's why also Hiko mentioned that, you know, when it gets to it, you got to stay calm and collected. You got to keep that discipline when it comes to the team fights, because, you know, those gold laners have been through this now for seasons on seasons and tournaments on tournaments. They dealt with that pressure, and yeah, fighter just kind of helps alleviate some of that pressure, I feel like, for a lot of them, and that's why they kind of opt for that. But you can already see too, the Paquita is going to be banned out by Vamos here. Now for Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit here, we'll see what they're deciding to lean towards, because now that's the case with the meta, because before it was almost so standard that you'd be like, all right, this first pick on blue side, here comes right away the first swing on the red. But now it's like, what does the team want to play around? What is that personality or that composition that they're going to bring to the table? And that's why when LaFell mentioned it earlier, there's just so many different approaches you can take to the draft that it's not as easy to call off those first picks, other than the fact that, yes, you might have an Atlas come through if it's open, a Eudora, the Ling obviously still contested, Herrera hasn't been banned out yet, so that could pop up here in game one.
Well, the Esmeralda, the Paquito banned out. Atlas, I think that's a smart ban, as well as the Fanny. Atlas taken 2 games in a row by Guangzhou Gaming and 2 wins for them. I haven't seen some of our teams who have made it into this upper bracket give up Atlas as easily, but notably here, the Era 404 Zhao Egoist matchup still possible for a Herrera and a Ling for either side.
The thing is, Team Spirit, I feel like the question right now is, do they ban out the Eudora? Because I feel like for Vamos, considering, like you said, Ling and Herrera both are open, and I feel like for Era 404, he doesn't matter which he's going to get. So I think
there it is.
That's quite a risk, taking out the Eudora. So this might be a more, a more predictable kind of draft, but instead Vamos picks up the Freya, because again, Ling and Herrera both are open. So it's kind of like, you take whatever you want, I'm okay with both. And the thing about Era 404 is, he might not even consider either, right? Because he already showed the Guinevere and it was pretty good. So we'll see whether he will default to that again, or just like, you know what, let's fight fire. You pick up the Ling, I'm gonna pick up Herrera.
How do you feel about the Phoveus? Nice, just
I think it's good
so far.
Yeah, I think you need to go ahead and grab that, just because, again, you know that there's going to be a lot of chances for you to go ahead and utilize your Infernal Pursuit, or just, again, Phoveus is he's a bulwark from the beginning of the game all the way towards the end, and he's going to have to deal with the dashes. And this is one thing too, you know that potentially if you guys are planning to take the Ling, that Hirara is going to go on the other side, so then again you're utilizing Phoveus to like max capacity here.
And over here, I gotta say, Clockwood is gonna play a pivotal role, because he picked up the Zushin, which is a good way to deal with the Phoveus, but they gotta make sure that they have enough shred. For now, they don't really have that shred just yet, especially because right now for Vamos, it looks like they're opening up an opportunity for them to go for double fighters. The problem is they really don't have a lot of range. They already locked in the Zushin as well as the Herrera. So kind of like Aurora, they gotta win basically immediately, so that it doesn't really matter. But I like that they're opening up a chance for potentially something like a carry, something like a Moskov, to be able to deal with this kind of composition against Team Spirit, which now they have the Valentina. A lot of picks for the Valentina, by the way, here in MSC, but not all of them really worked out that well.
Yeah, it was tough for Asuna and True Ripper's last game. Valentina waiting for that Atlas Fatal Links, but just could not really pull it off, didn't find the right moment to get in. Barat spanned out, which we've seen come into the meta as well, Naisu.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see Bharat's growing in the XP lane.
Yep.
You know, it's just, we're so used to before seeing him in the jungle, and then it was actually Kid Bomba that brought him first to the XP lane, and you know, they're going to be the one to go ahead and ban that out just because, again, they already have their XP laner locked in. They essentially are planning to go ahead and get the upper hand of the XP, which is so important because, like Lefel mentioned, you know, Kid Bomba himself said he wants to get to these fights. He wants to help secure these objectives. That seems to be the main point, where before, and depending on the heroes, sometimes your XP is, I want to win this lane, and try to snowball and make it happen. This is usually the case too with Yu Zhang, for example.
Yeah.
Like we saw, where if you get an early kill, you get an early snowball in the XP lane, then you're even more deadly than you'd expect on a hero like that. So there's the Moskov ban coming out from Vamos.
Right now I'm looking at Ruby, because Ruby is a potential pick that honestly Team Spirit could take up, because having the Phoveus as well as Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control, making it easier for the link to go in and out. But Vamos are already banning out the Moskov, because looking at the trend here in Naisu, honestly there is a chance for both teams to have marksmen in this game.
Belleric's still available as well, Jerome. Been picked up and highly prioritized. The answer to the Ling or to the Herrera. It feels like if either one of those get off, who do you think feels right now has a better answer? What do they need to do, I guess, if you're looking at Vamos, to have an answer for what this Ling is going to bring on the side of Zhao Egoist?
For Vamos, I feel like they got to pick up an Alice. If they want to play double fighters, pick up an Alice to deal with the Phoveus and basically everyone from Team Spirit. Because right now, they do have the Valentina. It's a mid-range mage. He should have a lot of impact there.
They're most likely, I'm expecting Team Spirit to go ahead and take the Belric here. I can't see what else they would want to plant into the Roam, just because, again, Belric's going to be banned out, so they don't get it. That's good. So now, that leaves the question, what do you pick up in the Roam here? You still want to go ahead and wait for your gold lane too, or do you pick it up now? That's something they can play around.
Something that Vamos has used before against Falcons meta was that Minotaur. So maybe that could also potentially be an answer in case they want to go for a lot of bursts. Then the Minotaur with the Flask of the Oasis is able to help them out, survive that initial burst damage, and then eventually just win out. Because looking at the Freya, the Zushin, as well as the Herrera, this is telling me in a prolonged fight, we will win.
Yeah, this is why it's such a big decision here right now for Team Spirit. If they want to go ahead and show their cards in the Roam. The shields that are going to come through too, I mean, that'll help extend the fight if you're Team Vamos, but it's also just the amount of...
They take it away.
They take it away. This is a really good call here, Lefel, too, that you get that. Because think about it, the Minotaur with the Jushin, that paired up, that amount of crowd control that comes with that is a whole lot to try to burst through, especially if you're a Ling and you're trying to, find that right window of opportunity to jump in, Tempest Blades, get the damage off. So really good to lock that in. And we wait to see what Hiko's going to end up playing in that gold lane. And so now these last two picks for Team Vamos.
I feel like Alice would be a pretty good answer going up against Team Spirit for now. And then in terms of the Roam pick, I think HO could still be serviceable. It is difficult because there is a Phoveus, but they need someone to slow the engage coming in, because the Zushin can pull the Minotaur in. If you want to... they pick up the Melissa.
Wow.
Melissa as well as the Hylos here. So this is very interesting. They're just saying, in case he goes to the late game, we'll be able to do well. And the Melissa pick really is just to win the lane.
Yeah.
However, interesting enough, Nako before this did not use the Inspire, used the Flicker. I wonder if he will still stick the same style.
Does this do anything with... I don't know. This is me asking. I guess we see the Claude, so there's no longer any mystery to my question. But Melissa, in this kind of like bruiser heavy, approach where there's a lot of CC and stun, does she help to peel that a little bit?
Yeah, honestly, she does. The go away helps a lot when it comes to dealing with picks like the Phoveus. Against the Ling, maybe not, because I feel like the Ling's range still gets into Melissa, and then 2 or 3 hits, she's gonna die. But I feel like part of the reason they picked this up is to deal with the Phoveus, because the first 3 picks, they don't have an answer for the Phoveus. The Hylos as well as Melissa does.
They do have the range damage now as well. 2 undefeated teams so far in their first series, now looking to stay undefeated or see if they will drop out to face the eliminated team, or at least the team in the lower bracket side, Guangzhou Gaming. We'll find out in just a moment as we kick off our Series 2 of the day, Game 1 versus Team Vamos and Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Here, we're going to see our second best of 3 play out. Luckily, no pressure. None of their keys are going to get destroyed, but truly, looking for that qualification spot has put enough of a spotlight on both of our teams here today. It's going to be Vamos on the blue side facing up against Team Spirit. For anyone just tuning in, welcome.
Hey, even though there's no pressure of being eliminated, that qualification spot being the first one to knockouts, that's going to be massive for them as they get to watch everybody else with no pressure, having all the prep time in the world to make it to the knockout stage. Now, let's talk a little bit about this matchup, Gideon. The Melissa pickup there for Vamos, and I'd say really good move by Spirit. Just holding out for Hiko's pick all the way to the end. The Claude is a known counter against this Melissa. Another thing you guys need to know, though, is the Flicker choice, not the Inspire for the Melissa. With the new Melissa, you go for pull yourself together, you rack up those assists, and you get the cooldown on Flicker very quickly up.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want here, is they're already looking for the early invade. They might get first blood here, but TS decide, no, we're not going to contest the Lethal Wanderer, let them have it, we're going to play for the later half of the game anyways. I think that at this stage, and especially, with the pull, hold up, an early Flicker getting baited out, actually forced out from Sunset Lover.
Still pretty oppressive in lane, man. The juice in, even after all these nerfs. Again, it's to pull yourself together for Natco. All about picking up those assists, getting to a point where the Flicker is on super low cooldown, and then just surviving throughout these skirmishes, being that consistent damage source. Zaur, already level 4, but I don't think going on Clockun is wise right now with the Flicker up and with the Brave Smite.
Probably not the greatest idea, but I like the fact that Supat has opted to go for the Weakness Finder just to say, you know what, as much as I love Warcraft, I want to punish Kid Bomba in the lane as much as I possibly can, and they're looking for it now.
Yep, rotation over, Bomba able to still pick up that XP crab now against Supat, jumps in twice, but Zkeef is going to rotate over as well. Kid Bomba with the Dark Wave landing on 2 now. Flicker down to safety, and for the pursuit is already there. The Temple of Blaze comes in with Sour Egoist, and Subpot's gonna get baited under. First blood away. Sour with the Divine Blaze getting away, but out to the Lantern Flare to throw in back into Zkeef. And it's a double pickup as Sawo with no Flicker is fed right onto the Hirara.
Can they get anything more for this? And it looks like no, nothing else. The Glorious Pathway being stolen away as topside Natco doing a pretty good job in this lane, staying very, very healthy. But with everything that has happened, at least for Kid Bomba's side, hey, we delayed this, now we have to refight for it.
Dark Wave again, now the Glorious Pathway stolen by Sunset Lover. Rectree coming down for error. Sour was still on the purple buff, and it's just a good escape as Zkeef lays down the carpet to get them all out.
Yeah, but this means it's an instant invade on the side of Team Spirit, right? They're not going to give this up. They know for a fact, hey, Zkeef has to recall. He already used the Glorious Pathway. He's not going to be here for a couple of seconds. So let's take what we can get and quickly rotate back over to the mid lane. Maybe give some pressure over to Hiko, because so far, it looks like he's getting punished.
Zkeef's been playing an amazing game, man. Getting these Law and Orders at the right time, also just slowing Bomba. It's a zoning that we didn't get to see for some of the games we witnessed yesterday, and now they're already putting the pressure onto Zaur. Ego is giving Error 404 all the space to take Letho, to take control of enemy map, and just to get that advantage that they have technically already built up with that first turtle.
Honestly, the one thing I'm really happy with the meta right now is the way that, you know, the jungle is intended to go vertically against each other in these moments. I mean, obviously, Ling is super, super quick, but at the same time, if you make some decisive decisions, and more importantly, you actually struggle to fight for the tempo, you can get first movements in certain parts of the map. And you can tell, with the side laners, they want to keep it as neutral as possible to punish the opponents, but those mid lanes are constantly moving around.
And that was the reason me and you, Gideon, during the draft, were talking about a Cho pick instead of this Minotaur for Sawo, something that could guarantee the mid-prio to rotate around the map. That right now, Vamos have complete control of. Look at this. Error, double immobilization now with the stun of the Law and Order, and the pickup straight into Error again. Forces the Glorious Pathway defensively. Subpot as well with Prio down below. Zaur's gonna have to go for the Retribution. That he does. 18 seconds for the turtle. Vamos. Well, Error also used Retry, so he'll have it quicker.
I think overall, it's all right. At the end of the day, it's no harm, no foul. It's still putting Error in a pretty decent position, and at the same time, his Retribution is going to come back up just slightly earlier, 5 seconds worth of difference between the two. So let's see how TS is going to delay this, right?
Look at
They're
that
already
cut.
sending.
Oh God, Zkeef, so well played, but Clockun, Error 404. The easiest turtle take for him as Bomba's not there to do anything. Sawo throwing back again. Minion Spear with the flicker backwards. Now look at the puppet. Oh, the Muddle's doing damage. They're gonna go for the siege in the mid lane here. Our Ego is with the Tempest of Blades still up, pops it in, now goes for it. It's just to clear with the retreat onto the mini waves in the mid lane.
That's good, that's good. You need to make sure that mid-tier 1 stays open. Nako, he shouldn't be punished here unless Kid Bomba is willing to flicker for it, but even so, without no get away from me, it's going to be a lot harder for Nako to keep himself alive. That battle spell, so valuable on all fronts. And yeah, as you mentioned, we were talking about initially getting the Cho just to kind of maybe force out Purifies and also have a quicker rotation overall. Every side needs a concussive blast user.
Sawo's got no flicker. They want to abuse that fact. Hiko caught in the Glorious Pathway. Immobilization coming down. The Purify's there, but it's immobilized. Delayed perfectly. Seakeep runs him down with the rest of the team. That's yet another pick-off for Vamos.
This is great. This is great for Vamos, and better yet, you can just tell. It's all not only is it about tempo, but just remembering how long does it take for the Minotaur to get the ult back up. So again, when you are on CD, your opposing team are looking to punish. And so far, Vamos has gotten a little bit more value all across the board in comparison to TS, but it's only a 1.3k. Not the biggest lead in the world for Vamos. We need to see the conversions after Natco gets unlocked.
And instantly after that statement, they find the conversion on the turret up top. Now it's going to give them so much more room to bully and deny farm from Zaur Egoist. Again, you can see Error. He's trying to force his way into enemy jungle, constantly trying to put that pressure while stealing these camps.
Oh, it's about that mid control. Now the dive.
Bomb over the Dark Wave. Those muddles doing a lot of damage. Lantern Flare throws him back straight on. Sawo has him in his fury, won't go for it. Hiko doing some damage right now. Sepaz able to pick up the turret down below, and look at the muddles. Poking Spirit down, all of them clumping together under this tier 1. Error is going to get another free turtle.
Luckily, it's Flying Cloud, so unfortunately, despite, forcing the recalls early on, Vamos, they're not done just yet. They want this mid-tier 1.
Bomba can't do anything. He's going to have to flicker out. Minions Fury knocking him up, but Nako was able to flicker out of safety.
Oh my god.
Sawo with yet another knock-up. Now a flicker out for Sawo, but Clockun is a bit too aggressive. Did not want to use the Crimson Beacon, nor the flicker.
Yep, got punished for it hard, and now they lose tier 1 up top side as well, just because they were so adamant on trying to break this mid-tier 1. Overall, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you can see that at least for Team Spirit, they're not completely out of this just yet. It's a matter of time before they can start clumping up and fighting front to back, which, to be fair, is in Vamos' favor, assuming that Nako has that battle spell up, because he's going to get dove on pretty quickly by Zaur Egoist, and that's going to cost him resources.
Sawo knows there's no flicker on Nako, but he has to disengage now. Bomba, no flicker. He's going to be caught all alone, immobilized and isolated. Error 404 picks up his first Sky Piercer stack. Wants a bit more, just a bit of poke onto Sunset Lover.
They've got 2 tier 1s, top and bot side. They need to get this conversion soon, or at the very least try and take away that purple buff, which has been a big contestation for the early stages of the game. Luckily for Zaur Egoist, he's more than willing to actually use his retribution to secure it every single time, and now he's got a level above Arrow 4-4.
It's so difficult for Hiko to walk up right now. In a 1v1, he should do well against the Melissa, but with Seakeep on the high lows, it's almost never 1v1. Sunset caught in the bad spot. The Dark Wave lands. Error is caught. Now the peel for the rest of the team as Error is able to escape as the Tempest of Blades comes in from Zaur. Bomb is going to be caught by Glorious Pathway and the Lantern Flare as well. Valkyrie Descent coming down as well. Bomb is able to flicker out to safety, but it's going to be the Inferno Pursuit that saves him for a bit. Sapana and Turret taken down as well as Hiko now puts the pressure with the Blazing Duet on Error 404, but he gets away in time still. It's the burn of that glowing wand of Sunset Lover that takes him down.
Good punish, good punish. It should have been a 1-for-1 there. Bit of an overextension so far, but it's not over because so far Nako has been playing one hell of a game. Even when the frontliners start to peel backwards, they don't necessarily escape the danger. And with the get away from me, that's a clear sign we can't go any further than this line.
Zaur is still a level ahead. It's 3 turtles to Vamos with so much pressure from Vamos. Yet Zaur finds himself in the lead right now. Purple buff not available for him. Retribution Seakeep steals it away somehow. Bomb is gonna have to run away with no flicker. He pops in the Dark Wave and goes in for a desperate move, but Seakeep picks up the Lord and a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, that has got to be so upsetting. I mean, I can only imagine, like, especially if you're in Zaur Egoist's position.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, he comes back. I've tried my hardest to try and save it, and I think he might have retreated too early. Let's see it right here.
Oh, he did! Like, it was right on the border. He retreated right as he got. Oh god.
I hate the fact that this visual indicator, that line is too thick. We need a cleaner line here to know exactly when, or do the smart thing and crunch the numbers as they're looking to siege underneath the inhibitor.
Muddles placed down. Nako now brings it back. Hiko's gonna be caught by the stun of Law and Order. And the Lord is still very much healthy down below. Vamos are playing this clean siege game against Team Spirit.
This is disgusting. We're used to the sieges coming in from like the Yves, the Farsas, but now when we have Muddles, it's just constantly being thrown underneath that inhibitor. And there's very little that Team Spirit could actually do in these moments. Luckily, at least, with the Lord crashing down on the Holy Shielding side, maybe they've got an opportunity.
Uh-oh. Baba popped in. That shoulder bash a bit too far. He gets baited out of it. Dark Wave lands on everybody, but he gets taken out. Now Kokun with the Crimson Beacon zoning Hiko away. He has a BMI backwards at the Ling. Zaur has to handle down below. That's a far lane base turret taken for Vamos.
So far, this Melissa pick has been doing wonders. Even though it's not picking up the most amount of kills, being 0-4 on those assists is great enough. He's peeled for his frontliners more times than the actual supports.
Again, it's the Muddles. Onto the back, doing some damage. Just poke and poke. Spirit able to keep their 2 base turrets alive, but I think for Vamos, it's already a win. They wanted the far lane, they wanted that control. They didn't want Zaur to be able to dictate the pace of that far lane, and now he shouldn't be able to.
All right, I think we need a quick item look here. We see the hand cams, everybody, top tier mechanics here. Trying to make sure that they're keeping up fast, but we need to see what they currently have. 3 items already done here for this Melissa, looking for a winsome nature just to keep themselves alive against someone like the Claw, who, unfortunately for Hiko, hasn't completed the Trinity himself. From everybody else, I'm most worried about anybody who wants to go up forward, people like Kid Bomba, because the Ice Queen's wand is completed for Clawkun, so running away is even harder.
The biggest problem I see right now is the fact that they just don't have enough damage, right? Like, this composition really relies on both Zaur and Hiko to be ahead. Zaur's doing a pretty good job at keeping things level despite the 3 turtles that Vamos have taken, but Hiko on the other side, because they've been trying to give all the farm to Zaur, Hiko has suffered. He's only now finished up the Swift Trinity. And you can see it's almost a 1-item difference here. Natko gonna pick up the Win of Nature very soon.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Clawkun has already, given his life in weird times, he's still a full item up in comparison to Sunset Lover. I mean, yes, the Lightning Truncheon is always going to be good for that extra bit of damage, but there's so much to stand on Subbot. Unless he gets it on Natko, I don't see it happening.
Zaur's gonna try to go for the steal right now, but he's only able to get the Finch Poise. Kid Bomba flickers out, but there's no one there to help him out. That's been the Lantern Flare to bring him back. Suppot right there as well. Glorious Pathway and a massive Dark Wave, but it won't be enough as Natko cuts him down, and that's enough gold just for the kill on Bomba to get him a Win of Nature.
They've got the kill angle here. Natko has already completed the Winds of Nature. If Hiko even fully stacked with the Art of Thievery, with the fully stacked golden... wait, hold on. What do they have? They're just trying to muscle their way in.
Oh, Error almost bursted Hiko down. Zaur up top to buy some time against Sunset Lover, forced to flicker out of Sunset. Able to bait for Zaur. He goes in for the 1v1 against Error, but the Lord is right there as Clawkun is able to pick up Zaur. That's 1v1. Zaur picking up the kill onto Error. Now goes for the Blaze as well. The Blaze effect comes around for Hiko, but he's able to BMI out of the Law and Order. Now it's Bomba. Respawns back. Zaur gets caught by the Muddles. Bomba has a jump in front of Pursuit onto Natko. The Win of Nature saving him right now as Bomba's gonna have to jump one more time. Clawkun's right there. Bomba with the jump again. Now it's Hiko with the rest of the world. Natko kiting back. Hiko with the BMI. Vamos on the base. It will just be game 1 to Team Vamos.
So close to the wipeout, but what an absolute destruction of the base there. Again, I thought at some point Vamos was going to start backing up, but sheer confidence saying, hey, no, I've got the damage, I've got the items, we just have to play this perfectly and peel backwards and we can win the game.
There were so many fights happening everywhere on the map in that final siege, Gideon. It was Error distracting Zaur from going for the rest of the team. The rest of the team capitalizing on the fact that Zaur, the main guy, the only guy who actually had enough damage to threaten the Melissa, was kept away.
I think I'm thinking back on what Hiko said. We gotta play discipline. We gotta play discipline. But then when you look at these highlights, what has that discipline gotten them into, right? In these moments, I think it came down to that draft. Unfortunately, that Minotaur pick may not necessarily be that great. It's great in team fights, don't get me wrong, and it's one of Zaur's best picks overall in internationals based on the statistics. But when it comes down to running away, he can't help you. He's there for the engage, and that's about it.
It just felt like they didn't have enough damage all throughout the game here, and this big red tree whiff is something that they're definitely gonna have to fix for game number 2. These things cannot happen. Get our reactions there.
That's the retry. I think it was the retry. It was Zeke stealing it away. It's one of those moments that you expect junglers to be always on the dot on when there is no retribution user on the opposite side. But there's a lot to talk about. But we're going to save those points for Rain Day and the boys up on the stage. Let's throw it over to the studio.
Thank you, Gideon and Mirko. Great cast there on Game 1 as Vamos takes the win over Team Spirit. As we welcome you back to the panel, my name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by LaFell and Naisu. And guys, that was a game that gave us some fireworks for sure. Many people thinking Team Spirit were going to come out strong, but it was Vamos with that draft that really set things up. Melissa maybe rounding out a team that just Spirit had a hard time dealing with.
I like how the Melissa is just this weird pick right now that gets brought up, but then when you see it in action, especially against a team composition like this from Team Spirit, it works so well. There's a whole lot of choke points that they try to go into, and with the Glorious Pathway and the Go Away working synergistically together, there wasn't much room for Team Spirit to actually follow Kid Bomba into a fight, and like the boys on the cast mentioned, there's just so much delay happening here with your main damage dealers on that composition that it slipped out of their hands quickly.
And I know the draft was a big talking point. It was in the green room for a moment. Vamos seemingly like they won that. They certainly won the game. LaFell, what were your thoughts taking a look at it a little bit more in depth before we head into game 2?
I mean, like, first of all, Vamos winning is already, like, quite the surprise, but it's about how they won, because Vamos was known as a team that's like a hurricane, right? They just come in with a lot of chaos, and yet over here, there's a lot of control, and that's where we're going to be seeing in the draft here, where, interestingly enough, we got to talk about this Melissa pick, because usually when we're looking at the gold lane, is usually position 1, but this is not a position 1 gold lane. It's almost like either 2 or 3 or 4, because this is the closest that we can get to a support marksman that we can really see, because not only is her job to protect, which is already pretty weird, but also to siege, because that's the thing that is lacking from Vamos, which is they don't have range, right? So that Melissa helps out a lot, where the rest of them, they just want to be there to protect. And then when we look at Team Spirit, this is the unfortunate thing, because the one that was heavily countered was both the Minotaur as well as the Phoveus. And funny enough, they're countered by the same pick, which is the Zushin. And this is one of those picks that, like you, Raindy, has said, Zushin has been banned out quite a lot. The moment that she's not banned out, we see the value here, because the Minotaur is good at engaging, but he likes to engage when he wants to engage, not when he's forced in that bad situation. And now we're going to be looking at some of the clips. Oh, hold on, one more other thing is that he has low HP. He has low HP, making it so that if he gets caught, he's dying. That's why the Minotaur didn't look good in the early stages of the game. And this is where I really want to look at the pick here for Nako, using this Melissa, where we're going to be seeing an engage coming in from Team Spirit. And then look at what happened here, right?
Huge.
As we look closer, we can see that the Melissa using the go away, making it so that whoever tries to get in close, she'll be able to push people away. In fact, let's actually zoom in and see that for Team Vamos, once they see the ult going, everyone tries to go in. We even see Clockwood making his way towards the go away. We see the Arrow 404 run towards the go away, making it a perfect defense, right? This makes it so that for Team Spirit, they want to do something. They just can't. They were stopped short. And then we're going to be looking at the second clip here. And this is, I would say, an important thing to look at as well. Look at the positioning of Team Vamos, but more importantly, look at Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba will always be the sole target, as we see him hovering around, trying to find some form of space, and yet Vamos just quickly engage. Look at ZK being the primary one, even though Kid Bomba flickered. Usually after flicker, you'd be safe, but look at the relentless pursuit. He was singled out, and the reason why this is so annoying for Team Spirit is, where's the front line, right? Once your wall is out of the picture, no one is there to protect you. When there's no protection, none of your damage dealers really can move forward. So right now, honestly, what Vamos did well is eliminate the Minotaur and eliminate the Phoveus. When there's no protection, everyone's dying.
And it's one thing to have a good idea in a draft. It's one thing to execute it. And they clearly saw those moments where they could take advantage of Kid Bomba and find a kill and then open up the rest of the game, finish off that Lord. It was a dominant performance from Vamos. It was a great draft. It was a great game. And one of the reasons why was that Melissa that went on to Natco at the end. We had a chance to actually catch up with the gold laner before this match.
We're now here with Natko from Team Vamos.
Hello.
Natko,
Yeah.
how are you? Apa kabar?
I'm very excited
Very excited. Why are you so excited?
because after we win this match, we're going to play off. So
Okay, you're going to the knockout stages. What does it mean to you that you get to go to knockouts?
that's our
goal.
Yeah, that's our goal. for
Okay,
now.
so that's your goal right now. But on the way there, you're gonna have to go through a very strong team spirit.
Yeah.
And I heard that you guys have scrimmed together a few times. Is that
a few
true?
times, yeah.
So is that something that you can, use in this next match?
It could be, yeah. So
Okay.
let's see.
Is there any insider info that we should know about team spirit?
They're very strong at, I don't know, maybe at team fight. Yeah, they're very strong at team fight.
Team fights. How do the scrims usually go? Do you usually win? Do you lose?
Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose.
Ah, okay. So 50-50.
50-50.
50-50. In this next match, how do you think the game's gonna go?
What next match?
Against Team Spirit.
Against Team Spirit, I think we can maybe win, but maybe it's
okay.
close win.
So that's going to be an exciting match, isn't it? Especially that you're going head-to-head in the gold lane against Hiko.
Hiko. That's right.
What do you think about Hiko?
Hiko, I think he's a great player also because he can use fighters, he can use marksmen, so it's going to be a good fight.
What do you personally like? Do you like the assassins or do you like the fighters in the gold lane?
I prefer the gold lane fighter.
Fighters? Why fighters?
Because fighters usually, I don't know, maybe the team fight will be very strong at fighters.
Okay, so the team fights are going to be strong with fighters. But we saw yesterday that you picked up a Melissa.
Melissa, yeah.
Why did you pick the Melissa there?
Yeah, we train with Melissa, and then I think Melissa also good against melee heroes.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's our strategy. Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why you picked up the Melissa. Is Melissa good against the assassins as well?
The assassins, yes.
Okay, so it's one of the choices that you have when you want to go marksman.
That's right.
Do we think that we'll see another Melissa?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah.
But compared to you and Hiko, who do you think is the better gold laner?
I think we both have the same gameplay. So I think 50-50.
50-50. So it's all going to come back down to this next match.
Yeah, that's right.
So do you have a message maybe for Team Spirit or maybe even for Hiko?
For Hiko, I don't know, maybe let's give the best gameplay.
Okay.
Laning, maybe.
We're excited. We're excited for that laning. Thank you so much, Natko,
Okay,
for this
thank you.
interview. We're going back to you guys.
Bye.
Well, just polite trash talk. I mean, another thank you, good luck.
They're struggling now.
You're an amazing player. It's just, we love to see it. MLBB staying positive. Now, we get Vamos and Team Spirit in game one. It's a 13-41, guys. Vamos takes the win. That Melissa does come out as expected, Naisu.
Yeah, it's, not many players. It's been Natko to bring it out and make it work. And I like the way LaFell pointed it. He was like, this is, hey, there's the good shot, by the way, for the faster desk.
I need to see that move again.
They
I
were
see that in the
feeling
big room.
I mean, I gotta say, even though the Melissa was kind of more of a support for that one, she still did over 100,000 damage in 13 minutes.
That's
mind you.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous to get 100K on Melissa, but in 30 minutes, that just showed in lane, he was able to do a lot, and every time sieging, Natko was there dealing that damage. I was surprised to look at that damage in 30 minutes.
How much of that was muddles is what I want to know.
I think all of them were muddles, man. I love all of them.
I love this hero. I've played against Melissa. I played as Melissa a little bit last night. Just so fun as she's popped up in the meta. Trying to do my research and getting some experience. And it's been fun to see that go away, have that impact. We'll see if it continues to do so. Question, I mean, is it crazy to think that people ban out a Melissa against this team?
Oh, that's a good question because it seems like there's really good bans that you'd rather take care of than a Melissa. I think you just need to look at it as what do we want to pick to play against that
not
Melissa.
get trapped.
Yeah, to not get trapped. Because they already saw the Jushin picked up earlier on in the first phase.
I feel like one thing that Team Spirit has to look out for is not walk into a trap, because they already saw the Zushin and they know the heroes that they have can be countered by that one pick. So I feel like that was one of those ego checks to say like, yeah, we know you got this hero, but it has been nerfed quite a few times. We feel like we can play around it. Clearly not. So I feel like for Kit Bomba being like one of the pillars for Team Spirit, don't let him pick up his hero first to potentially get countered, especially a pick like Phoveus. Phoveus is like S tier, but the moment you have 1 or 2 counters, he is
like B tier, maybe B. He drops down.
Probably garbage, you know? Like there's nothing that he could. I had that experience multiple times. I'm like, you know what? First pick, I'm picking up Phoveus. I have 3 counters. You know what? Have fun 4v5, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Well, that's important. I mean, it was really like this great setup where they had the Zushin finally let through. They allowed it to go. They banned the Fanny. They banned the Atlas. And then they were kind of teasing that, well, when we pick up the Freya, you're probably going to go Phoveus because he's still open. But then with the Melissa as the final pick, it sets them up. And this is a good response, I think, if you're looking at Spirit, but also as Vamos, because they take the Freya away, which they played.
As well as the Paquitos. It looks like Coach Valdo is here. Is just saying, like, as long as we don't go give them crazy fighters, they're still human. We can fight them. If they get a Paquito, they get the Freya, then that's going to be an absolute nightmare going up against Team Spirit. Oh, look at this, Hiko. Both Team Spirit and Aurora bootcamp in Malaysia, and because he drafted fighter gold lane so far, I do have to say, when it comes to bootcamping in Malaysia, it's not really going up against Malaysia teams. It's more about the accessibility. You know, there's a lot of good places where you can have the majority access for the Southeast Asia region, making it quite easy to find scrims, you know, easy to get food, transportation, and all those kind of things.
I think Kid Bomba's mentioned that in an interview where they asked them, "Where's your favorite place to boot camp?" And he mentioned it was Malaysia.
First, a lot of people speak English, so it's very
that's true too.
That's easy.
He mentioned the food as well.
Yeah,
love the food.
Always got to look at the food. I mean, if you're going to be there for a while, you got to think, guys, what are we eating after and before these scrims? Maybe even during these scrims. I don't know, a little snack here and there. Kind of hard to do on a mobile game. Kid Bomba picking up the Atlas. Obviously, this Atlas going Rome, but the fact that Atlas is available, it seems like it's a setup that they wanted to have in terms of an upper hand that was not in the pool last time. Harar and Valentina as a response.
I'm really feeling like this Eudora ban is helping out Aero 404 quite a bit, because that's kind of what he wants. And now Team Spirit, they're taking some notes, and they're
oh my god, this draft is going fast.
And now Belleric gets picked up, and comparing the Belleric to the Minotaur, even if Belleric gets picked up, he ramps up very fast in terms of getting his HP. So going up against the Zushin, he doesn't mind that much getting picked up. I do have to say, I also would not mind getting picked up by Zushin.
I also would not mind that. I know a few people who wouldn't mind that, you know. But it does make sense, because if you actually do get picked up and thrown, then you just Wrath the Dryad, and your team actually has a moment to actually follow up through it, you know.
A free flicker.
Free flicker.
So the Harar Ling, we'll see that matchup. Zushin changes sides, and the Atlas available. We'll see the Harith ban.
Right now, honestly, like the thing that we're seeing from both teams is there's a lot of crowd control here, because
there's the Melissa fan you asked about earlier.
Hey, man.
Against Vamos specifically,
call me the MLBB expert up here, okay?
But let's look at this, right? Basically, 2 heroes from Spirit has a lot of crowd control between the Atlas as well as the Zushin. Same as Vamos with the Valentina as well as the Belleric. Valentina sure has to get a Terrify off first for that to really happen, but Valentina can steal away the Fatal Link. So I feel like for the first 3 picks, it is quite even in the sense of how much crowd control both teams have right now. So this is going to be quite the question, because neither have shown any fighters or marksmen. They're still opening up the draft big enough to really consider, do we want to go fighters? Do we want to go marksmen? Right now is the battle between Coalstar and Valdo to see like who's going to show their hand first. And that's going to be an important Red 4 pick to not immediately show which direction they're going.
Yeah, we did see it was Team Spirit in the last one where they waited for that Hiko pick towards the end, and that seems to be the nature right now of where we're going with the meta now after a few days, where you kind of wait on to that gold lane pick if it's going to be a marksman or if it's going to be a fighter, as that changes things, I would say, especially. But you know, already waiting for the last ban here. from Team Spirit, are they going to go and hone in on that
Moskov?
gold lane? Yeah, maybe the Moskov, just because then... Oh no, they go the Barretts. Wow, they're going to go for the XP choice.
Yeah, high priority for Team Spirit. That's the second time they've banned Barretts, and Kid Bumba's been known to be a fan of it. And so that's gone and taken away. Ruby also has been gone and taken away. We talk about playing into this meta. Sometimes Ruby can be that final pick that changes the way you attempt to fight into her. And the Moskov being let through this time goes the way of Vamos, most likely on Natko, right?
I like this pick because, again, it already counters the Ling, and it's kind of helping out Supat here, where he can see the EXP matchup before really going for anything. They pick up the Claw, so this is going to be a marksman-marksman matchup. The Esmeralda is still open. We'll see whether that is where Team Spirit is going with. And they pick up the Uranus, so Vamos, they have a choice. They can pick up a CC for more damage. They can pick up an Esmeralda just to have another front line for the team, which I feel like that might be where they're leading.
Yeah, I'm thinking Esmeralda for this. Just, you want to go ahead. Which also just basically makes that XP lane, you know, a no contest lane. They just do their thing and then they rotate.
It's just a toxic relationship. They just keep on hating each other but not do anything about it.
We used to call it the eternal battle.
The eternal battle, never ending.
Call it a toxic relationship.
Either or.
You're supposed to get out of those.
I mean, like, if you really think about it, both of them are kind of the same.
So they're going to rotate lane pretty quickly, right, to get out of that toxic relationship?
A celestial being against an exotic dancer. Not really the pair you thought we'd have.
Don't have a lot of experience with that matchup, to be fair.
I mean, like,
Coming
in
into
MLBB,
this.
we have Patrick, so...
That's true.
So, you know, logic doesn't really help.
There's the Esmeralda as the final pick here. Couple of bans let through. The Moskov is the Bellatric, as well as the Atlas and the Uranus. All of those characters banned. The Valentina as well picked up. Harar and Ling, as we've seen. Zauer Egoist and Arrow 404 ready to go back at it. The question with the Minotaur from Team Spirit was, did they have enough peel? Could they continue these fights? They certainly had the engage, but it wasn't a match. With the Atlas now, alongside the Uranus, they certainly will have answered that question, but can they respond in kind with Vamos and the Bellaric and this squad to see if they can 2-0 Team Spirit? What a start for this upper bracket matchup that would be. And for that, we need to send it back over to our casters. Mirko, Gideon, how are we feeling about this one?
I'm glad you asked. We're feeling pretty okay about it. I mean, both sides have very similar ideas. However, there's going to be some slight nuances as we start heading on to game number 2. Keep in mind, for those who are just tuning in, Vamos is currently 1-0 and match point. It's up to Team Spirit to turn things around. But let's talk about the lanes per matchup, right? The mid lane obviously is going to be a little bit difficult here overall for Clockun, but at least he's got Zekif on his side, but without any concussive blast. So really, it's going to boil down to how well can we trade.
Look at that. Perfect match already. A throwback with Lancer Flare. Great taunt from Zekif, and it will be the win for Vamos. At least in the early trade, all right? Gold lane, it should be Natko with an advantage with the Spear of Misery early on with the trades. We don't talk about XP.
Yeah, we don't talk about XP.
That's Uranus.
Well, I think that the only thing that we need to highlight is the fact that Supat might be susceptible to a gank. Keep in mind that this time we are seeing Zauer Ego is starting on the bottom side of the map. He will end up on purple side. More hopefully it doesn't get stolen away. And he's also running the war cry. So he's got a bit of damage in the early stages.
Yeah, Bomba's not going to have a fun time. Clockun with the splash as well. Oh my goodness. The Celestial Being just got bonked by the Exotic Dancer's friends.
Yeah, and this is a pretty interesting gank opportunity. So, clearing the bottom side for the side of Arrow 404, opts to skip his entire top ganks to follow along with Clockun to enable themselves to get this first gank.
Let's see if they can go 1-for-1 with the trade. Natko trying to buy some time. The Blades come around, even with the Purify. Just like up top, and Spirit are able to capitalize a bit better off of a kill with the entire turret goal, actually.
Oof, that's good. That's really what you want to see, especially for these economically hungry style of heroes. Now, as we see TS start making their way over into the mid lane, the first contestation of this turtle is up for grabs for anyone. I think that Vamos should still have the advantage. Zara, unfortunately, still doesn't have his retribution for another 4 more seconds. They might attempt to re-gank bot side, knowing that Natko doesn't have his Purify.
Even a Fatal Links committed there by Clockun. After the Purify of Sunset Lover, trying to catch her just barely on the edge of the Purify. Kid Bomb is trying to shoo Hirara away from topside jungle when it comes down to just Team Spirit again. Yeah, playing around that bot side. Sour with a walk up. Perfect match of the taunt coming down to Sour. Pops in a bit of damage. Sour's gonna be careful here. Error did not go for the immobilization. Respect.
Okay, I can respect that as well. Knowing that at least, getting Battle Spell good, but the invasion might just be better. Look at that.
Kid Bomba's already rotated as well. Subpot under turret has the Purify. Bomba with the chase now. They've taken the Golem, and that should just be it.
It's definitely a show of force for the side of Vamos. This is a lot of conditioning being put onto Zar. Egoist, he might get a little greedy and call for more help, but they're immediately on the opposite side, trying to take away this purple buff.
No retry! They force Sour to retry on the orange buff. Error had a free purple buff to take. Oh my god.
It's great, right? And now they set up for another attack on that top side once again. Luckily, Kid Bomba is able to at least get the EXP crab at this point. But just look at the way that everybody's starting to play this. Hiko, with the advantage that he has put some great damage, structural damage even, on bot tier 1. And at the same time, Zar, he's looking for that opportunity again.
Unfortunately for Bomba, it was actually still Error who got it. Just that little tick of that retry, or a little tick of the jungle. Burn. Unfortunately for Bomba, unable to last hit it, so Error is just 2 levels ahead this time. A completely, well, now it's 6, but 1 level. He's about to get 2 levels though as he gets the purple buff.
It's a completely different difference.
Yeah, a completely different story to game number 1, where again, Zar was still able to keep the lead from going too far from at least that jungle matchup.
And he's got to maintain this for a while until he gets his items. So this is what we should expect, especially in the earlier stages in the Herrera versus Ling matchup. And Hiko, now we're seeing that Vamos are trying to tilt the scales into Natco's favor, give him a little bit of support. His topside is kind of done for at this point. But even Kid Bomba is getting involved and really opening up this map.
Opening it up against Error 404. Immobilized already. Pops the Consecration. And in the mid lane is going to be Sunset Lover with the Crimson Beacon. Still, it's already down. Someone just dives him on the turret. Sour's going to go in. Wrath of the Dryad from Seakeep. Locks Sour down, but the all-in for Error. And it just works perfectly. Now they go into the mid lane and threaten the turtle at the same time.
Unfortunate indeed. Honestly, if that Wrath of Dryad was just moved a little bit. Oh, whoa. Subpot might be in some trouble. He just ran out of mana, but luckily he does get his item down. Error, do you really still want to be here?
Hiko's going to be able to steal that one away. Sour with a perfect match. Gets Error out as well. Team Spirit keeping the gold lead at bay. But Vamos have been outplaying them in a lot of these skirmishes.
It's really interesting to see because, again, a lot of commitment has been given down to this bottom side. Like, even both Kid Bomba and Subpot have been leaving this lane and honestly wasted 2 waves neutrally blowing up in each other's face. That doesn't matter. They've missed out on that little bit of gold, and I think they can be a little more efficient of it. The only problem is that now you're missing that bottom tier 1. You have to deal with Hiko already unlocked from the lane. Double waving now has to be the only way to kind of keep Natco up financially against Hiko.
Now they go back to the same plan. Give Zaur one of the side lanes, and Hiko's gonna have to share with the rest of the team right now. Zaur. I would love to see the items right now to see if Natco is ahead or if Hiko's actually doing better. Fatal Ace with the Blazing Duet coming down now onto Clockwood. Hiko's gonna stay on him, but he's so tanky after stealing the Fatal Ace himself. The SOD lands Natco! With the rotation, the AoE mobilization from Error as well. Vamos are just punishing Spirits.
A surprising amount of damage. Zipper, pull up the items. We gotta know, where are they currently at in their power spikes? Subpot doesn't have to worry about Zara until he's got about 2 items down. Until we see that Hoskell and Berserker's Fury, it's gonna be really difficult to win out on a majority of these 1v1s. But let's check out that replay just one more time, because Seakeep completely making sure that Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover were not able to capitalize on a pretty precarious situation from Vamos. Worst yet, the SOD connecting to give that extra bit of damage that they needed, luckily piercing through multiple targets.
You can see that frustration, man, from Kid Bomba.
I'd be mad too.
Oh, dude, they spent everything on Clockwood. Supaj just taking Sour to half HP. He might actually solo kill him. Sour with the Retribution on the orange buff. Error assassinates Sunset Lover in mid. Now it's all-in by Sour with the Wrath of the Dryad. Keeps him at bay. Clockwood! Tempest of Blade Steel gets him away. Error with a maniac!
Oh my god! He pulls it off. I can't believe it. Clockhood, I didn't even think of that angle, but on the fly takes the Tempest of Blades to buy himself the time. And better yet, dashing between two walls to create an awkward interception angle for Team Spirit. Some great creativity here, great mechanical prowess, but Team Spirit, they need to scale, and they need to scale now because Vamos, they're taking away every single neutral objective. Luckily this time round, all right, you can have this one purple buff, but let's watch that one more time.
It's Zkeef again with a perfectly timed Wrath of the Dryad. It looked so good for Sawo, but Zkeef's just been better than him across the two games so far. It's just him outplaying him, and you can see it, man. From the whole team, they're fired up. They were able to capitalize on that so beautifully well. Now it's another attempt from Natko. Sawo's gonna jump in as well. Natko, oh, that time away! Takes the SOD, outplays our Egoist, and now it's Clockhood with the Fatal Links. Can he use it? Does he even need to? Boom! Bang with his own ultimate. Clockhood takes Sawo out.
That's crazy. I blinked and I nearly missed the SOD transference. Holy cow! Vamos, they truly are fired up, and I thought maybe it wouldn't apply here at an international, but these habits have been seen in our local leagues. Vamos, once they feel that momentum, how long can they maintain control of themselves? Hopefully, they do not overheat because they get a legendary 4-error 404.
Vamos aren't just winning this game, they are stomping Team Spirit. This is a team that has constantly been up there in the top 5, top 6 of international tournaments. Vamos, this is their first for a lot of their players. I mean, Clockhood has that experience from MSC 2024, but everybody else, oh my lord, I support to be fair, but
yeah,
dang.
Even so, I mean, those showings weren't as good as this one, right? They feel more polished, and that's, you know, for me, hard to say for a Malaysian team of this caliber, seeing them, you know, grow up throughout the local leagues, and now seeing the next generation so eager, so hungry to take the win so early on. For now, I think Vamos still needs to check a couple of boxes. Has to be this Lord. They need that Lord to start cracking on through. There's the tier 2 down bot side. Ideally, they would like to get rid of it, but you know what? It's going to take at least 2 Lords to crack them through. The best part is that Team Spirit, they don't have great wave clear. They can delay those waves, but they can't clear it efficiently.
I don't know what to say, Gideon. This game looks completely cooked for Team Spirit. It looks like Vamos is gonna steamroll out of control. Look at that level lead. Again, 3 levels on Error. We got a 2-level lead on Supat as well. Like, Spirit needs to find like a 5-man Fatal Links.
There's got to be something crazy here. As long as Vamos, and especially with Supat, he's making those decisions super easy. He's such a big tank here. He's opening up the map for free, and there's nothing the Team Spirit can do. I'm trying to think of an option. What could they maybe happen? They could bait with maybe Sunset Lover and get Zara Egoist in, but that's a really big, risky gamble.
Team Spirit are forced to play inside of their base. No chance to walk up. The Holy Shield's already made it out. Vamos gonna play the clean game. They're gonna freeze up. Maybe. Oh, Natko. Okay.
All for a Holy Shield in.
Okay.
You know what? Hey, here's another freebie. Here's another one. Here's a door gift for you, sir.
You know what? My bad. You know, our bad, right? Like, we should have known. It's Vamos. Like, they're great. They're amazing. It's just, they're Vamos.
Hey,
they're our time.
It's the classic. It's the classic. They gotta at least get one of it in the game at some point. You know, they didn't do it in the previous one. This time around, they're like, okay, we put our stamp, our seal of approval, and now we're back. However, 6.3K lead is still so big. I don't know how they're going to close the distance here, especially if we don't see a steal from Zara Eagle. Oh, God. Oh, whoa. Let's come. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. They're just going to go for a legendary.
SOD?
Here are the SOD lands as well. Sawo's going to try to escape right now, but he gets caught in immobilization. 2-time for the 2-time. And the Fatal Links from Clockhood.
Dear God. Error 4-4. He is just rocking it right now. He is such a devastating force. 9-0-2. Zkeef has also been just the absolute backbone for Air 4-4, just the springboard off of. And I can only imagine the frustration from Team Spirit with not a lot of options left. And even for Hiko, he's level 13, but now with the conceal coming out from the side of Vamos, let's see how they try to close this game out.
Bottom lane, Vamos trying to clear out the waves. He's actually able to do it. Zkeef all alone.
Are we not going to break this turret here? I mean, Azar, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about the chase, but it might not be a good idea.
Okay. they only lose Zeke. So far, Vamos have only lost players with no bounty, right? So there you go. If Error dies, then we have a problem.
Cut to Nako. I'm 0-3-7, guys. I have nothing.
Oh, Winions! Nice.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're really this is. Oh, whoa. Supan, let's chill for a second here.
Uh-oh. He gets away. Doesn't even need to burn a Purify up top. It will be Spirit with a trade. They'll finally be able to crack another structure.
This is tough. If you're in Spirit's shoes, where do you go to? Obviously, you got to deal with that bottom wave every single time, and only Zaur has like a decent amount of damage other than Hiko to kind of like cut through. Whoa.
Go with the damage again. Oh, wait, Error! Oh, in the midst of it all, gets shut down by Spirit! Zaur finds it. That's a Wrath of the Dry that lands on two, but they've lost their main member. Now it's up to Natco to try to carry this fight. Hiko getting caught in Spirit Misery now as TS just pull it back, and that's what we were talking about. I can't believe it just happened.
Yep, and now Zaur is equal level to Arrow 4-4. Obviously, the economic lead is still there, but this is good enough. The Retribution are of same value. 10 more seconds until he has it.
Zaur's on it. Last time Zeke was able to steal it away. Can he do it again? Zaur just waiting this time around. Retri is good. Team Spirit. Oh, Zaur wants more. Baits out the Crimson Beacon. And it's back to Spirit, building it up again.
Oh man, Vamos. Unfortunately, may have overheated on that moment, that one moment that they needed to take this Lord and really just play with that bottom wave hard shoving. Guardian Helm being purchased by Sawo. He understands that he's getting chunked out way too often and he can't afford to keep recalling 13 minutes into this game. It just takes too long and costs too many resources. At the same time, let's pull up the item list. I want to see where the tanks are currently at, especially for Kid Bomba, right? Because if Subbot was already this far ahead and able to tank multiple people, I would assume that Kid Bomba is finally catching up at this stage, but he's been sticking with the rest of the team. There's no retreat.
Everybody's here though. Okay. I thought Vamos were going to be able to catch our egos, but he has the Finch poise, goes back to the purple buff, takes it as well. And Team Spirit will be building the slow push in the bottom lane. Zeke gets chunked to half HP. Sunset Lover looking for the angle again, sees Error, forcing him back. Zaur back up top as Error is visible on the map.
This is a ridiculous amount of just raw respect, not only for Vamos, but even for the side of Team Spirit. They recognize each other as true competitors here, and I think Vamos, after that one mistake, had to look... Oh, whoa.
Fatal links onto Sawo. Hey, Sawo as well. Takes a turret shot, survives with 1 HP. And the Lord will be able to charge in the bottom lane. That's the first tier 2 for Spirit against Vamos this game.
Yep, and with the delayed waves on that top side, they finally break the mid-tier 1 here. Vamos is trying to make sure they don't get much value.
They gotta be real careful. Purify out already. Oh, that sets up for Sawo later on with the Purify on Sapyo down.
Did he see him? Wait, they don't know.
Purple buff taken by Error. But now he's going to be caught in a bad spot. He's going to get all in. Oh my goodness! No! Even with the Wrath of the Triad, Error falls again, and Zaur is looking for the angle for the assassination. Blazing duet onto Seakeep. The taunt, Zaur picks up a double. Now when it comes to Blaze, goes in, bang, 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 but he doesn't find that final blade. He gets speared to the face by Natko.
They're still trying to hold strong here, but if this inhibitor falls, there's going to be some problems. Hiko, got to be careful with the penetration.
Ow! Piercing damage, but in nature baiting him in as Hiko jumps into the BMI again. Natko responds over with a nature as well. Sapat now pops in the falling Star Moon. Tries to go for the chase on Kid Bomba as the tier 2 up top falls.
I don't think they can keep on chasing this. They don't have enough damage to actually take out the frontliners, and Sunset Lover is a little too far. They can't do this. No. Without Natko, there's no point for the chase, but they're guaranteeing at least the rest of the members aren't dealing with that top side. And now, 16 seconds left on the clock before that Lord spawns. And unfortunately, Hiko, he might be a little late to the fight. Vamos will take first position.
And now it's back to the building game. Vamos. A 2,000 gold lead. This
game's getting sweaty.
It wasn't supposed to be.
But now here we are, right? It's just the raw resilience coming out from EECA. They're not backing down. They ain't giving up. But now Vamos has to play macro.
Uh-oh, Sapat doesn't have to purify for another 2 seconds. Wrath of the Triad saves him for a bit. Now it's Tep High and Blaze, but Error 404 is able to secure the Lord. That's Sapat out. Sawo with the fatal links on Seakeep. That's an immortality down, and the 2 frontliners of Vamos taken out of the skirmish.
Oh, the timing couldn't be worse. The Lord just spawns as soon as he goes down. Great play overall as they take their time. They need to make sure that this Lord counts, but I think that even Vamos understands the team fight has now come to a point where now even Sawo is pretty difficult to kill. It's not like they were trying to stack up a high level of Sky Piercers as well for the side of Arrow 4-4, so there's no guarantees at this stage.
Look at Natko though. Up top he goes, trying to go for this clear on the base turret. Nah. This Lord will be just more gold into the pockets of Team Spirit, unfortunately, for Vamos. Could have been worse. Could have been Team Spirit with the Lord.
Agreed. But now we look at the items, right? Just one more time here. Maximum build already gone for Clawhood. One item missing here for the side of Sunset Lover, but he's almost there. But the Wishing Lantern, very useful against the frontliners from the side of Team Spirit, especially when you're trying to deal with this Atlas overall. But until we start seeing some more magic resist, it's going to be tough.
All right. So now with the full items on Hiko, it's all about those item swaps now for Hiko up against Natko. Wind of Nature, Rose Gold, the Immortality, it's all about that. And it comes down to really just the frontliners. Can they bait out these skirmishes? Can they bait out these resources? Because at this point, it kind of becomes a battle of Sawo versus Klokun and Ziki, right? It's all about those setting tools and how they utilize it.
Exactly. And technically, you would imagine that there would be more of an advantage for Ziki and Klokun because that's two completely separate engage tools that do exactly the same thing. And yet, Sawo has been finding some premium picks overall.
Hey.
I get another one.
Oh, Fatal Links catches Zorigo is Klokun! The battle of the sets, it's Klokun that wins it out. Now it's Error with immobilization. SOD lands as well, but Natko is going to take it. A Purify out already. Now as the Crimson Beacon gets used up to disengage. Hiko trying to counter out. Seakeep again! This time it's a Wrath of the Dryad.
Oh my goodness. This has been great stuff. This has honestly been a crazy game of not only cat and mouse, but just throwing the ball at each other and catching it every single time. As soon as you fumble, it's an instant tackle. Oh, and now Vamos looking to get one more inhibitor here. Could they stagger this? No, Zara up in 13.
Error gets away in time. The mini waves in the mid lane is looking good for Vamos right now. As Hiko pops into Blazing Wind and the Purify out of the Fatal Link. Sawo with the basic Battle Links as well. Sunset with a shutdown right now. Wind of Nature gets popped in right now by Hiko, but it's going to be the Immortality. That's a bit too late for Hiko. Zara's back up. He jumps back in. Immobile for Error as they go straight for the base. Zara trying to clear it out right now, but Natko stays focused on the Crystal. Vamos make it to the knockout stage.
And there you have it, Vamos! Oh my goodness, with such momentum and a quick reset, they take the game back 2-0, but they have to fight for every single inch of it. What a game coming out from Team Vamos. And of course, Team Spirit, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here because again, as soon as they adapted in draft number 2, that early game is something that they got to focus on here. Because goodness gracious me, this meta is so punishing.
It's all about punishing, man. We were talking about these setting tools and how it's going to be big at the later stage of the match. And we saw back-to-back Fatal Link steal by Clockwood, finding Zaur, and then the Wrath of the Dryad by Zeke that catches Kid Bomba, who had already used the Purify, baited out by Natko.
Such a complicated game, because if we're not talking about the simple things of just the abilities, what about just looking? Where do you look in the middle of these team fights if you are one of the two? For Zeke, it's a lot easier, especially if he has that flicker. But for Clockhood, it's all risk and very little reward unless he hits some priority targets, and he catches Zaur right at the end. You can't expect a better game than this at this point, truly.
The layering, the drama, the comeback potential of Spirit after some famosable moments, but a good way to close it out. To erase the doubts as well that people have had for Vamos. You know, they've been great in skirmishes, they are amazing mechanically, but can they close it out when it matters most?
Oh man, we gotta get the final thoughts here, and especially with an interview with Rose up on stage with, of course, Arrow 404.
Is going to Team Vamos. And over here we have Arrow 404, who looks rather poised and calm after that clean sweep up against Team Spirit. How are you?
I'm feeling really happy. Yeah.
Now, you know what? Let's talk about this game. We know that coming into this game, there was a little bit of history with Team Spirit, as they were the one to actually end the journey of Team Vamos back in M6. After today's win, dropping them to the lower brackets, do you feel somewhat fulfilled, successful, satisfied?
Yeah, I'm super satisfied because it's like we have a sense of redemption against them. Yeah.
Wow. You know, I know that a lot of the Malaysians are super duper proud of you guys entering this journey, especially back at home, even here in the arena. We have the audience. Do you feel extra motivated to have this kind of support here in Paris?
Yeah, there's a lot of Malaysian fans here, so we are really motivated to win.
Okay, I got a question, right? As you guys enter the knockout stages, you have the opportunity to actually pick your opponents from the lower bracket. I know it's still rather early, but who do you want to actually meet if that team does go to the knockouts?
There's a lot of choices, but I would like to face either Vitality or Falcons.
Oh, okay. You are right though, because after this match, Vitality and Falcons will be going up against each other, so one will have to fall. Is there any reasons as to why you want to meet either Vitality or Falcons?
Because both of the team have idol jungler. Yeah, Nile and Kyle TZ for me.
Both of it are your idolas, your idols. Okay, you know what, Era 404? I just have to ask you a message for the Malaysians watching here in the arena and back at home.
So thank you to all the fans that have came all the way here to Paris to support us, and also watching online. Thank you for all the support, and we'll do our best in the knockout stage.
Congratulations once again, an amazing win. That's it from us over here at the stage, showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in this series.
Thank you, Rose. Team Vamos move on into our knockout stages, the first team to book their ticket. And that does mean that Team Spirit will fall to that lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against Guangzhou Gaming, who also fell to that lower bracket as well. It's going to be an interesting one, guys, because one of my favorite things to look at is the stories behind these teams. We talked about Malaysia. We talked about SRG being the team that is clearly out in front in terms of the conversation. Yep. But when it comes to this, Team Vamos, they had something to prove, and Naisu, I would say maybe they proved it just there.
They did. It got a little dicey though, man. I mean,
it was almost Vamosable.
It was almost Vamosable.
The moment the casters start to glaze them a bit too much, they start dying one by one. I'm like,
He's like, hey guys, hold on that glazing right now because it got really close. Yeah. And they wanted to prove a point. I think this is a great win for them because this is Team Vamos, a team that maybe some people counted out to go ahead and give a 2-0 against a team like Team Spirit. That's a huge statement.
I mean, if we're talking about story, I would say people look at Team Vamos and say they're going to be the first team to get knocked out, right? First team to get eliminated.
Wow.
But then it switched up. They're the first team to actually qualify to the knockout. So that's a huge statement. And even in the interview, Vamos themselves said that they are also disappointed, ashamed, the fact that Malaysia only looks to SRG. So they wanted to make sure that Vamos as an organization and the players playing on stage, that they can confidently say, like, guys, we are here too. Support us, we can make it all the way.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. And you look at how smart this draft was. I mean, you get Esmeralda, you get Herrera, you get Belleric, you get Moskov. A lot of times these four characters are banned or early prime. Yeah. You had a really good setup in both drafts, Naisu.
Yeah, I love this because you have key picks here for the heroes, but there was some hero plays, I would say, for this one. Because as it was starting to slip out of the hands of Vamos, some key plays, those in for Clockhoon especially, to go ahead and get that lockdown on Zar Egoist was massive because, it was Team Spirit knocking on the doors again of the base of Team Vamos, but a couple plays brought it back in their favor, and then they capitalized on that.
And I would say that's one of the key features of extremely good players, because it's one thing to do your job well. It's another to have that clutch gene. And Clockhoon definitely showed that one by picking up the Fatal Links. And the moment they got Zara Egoist, I feel like the call was, they won't have enough damage. There's no burst. Natko, you hit your SOD, jump in, everyone goes in, ends the game. Like, Clockhoon, that was his MVP moment.
Did we have any information gathered around this Herrera Ling matchup? Two junglers at the top of their game. Arrow 404 was a masterclass in whatever he did. But how do we feel about Herrera Ling? You prioritizing one or the other now, or still in the same spot?
I think we've seen a lot of more cool plays or cooler things happen with the Hirara just because of the nature of her kit. You know, especially when players decide to go out and pick up a Sky Piercer. I mean, whether they have a Sky Piercer or not, the things you can do with the Hirara are. It almost feels like it's unlimited, but it's really dependent on the players themselves.
Yeah, I really feel like when it comes to those neutral objectives like the Turtle as well as the Lord, Hirara has higher base damage, making it easier for her to actually secure that one. So that I'm going to give the victory over to Hirara. When it comes to mobility, it would be like Ling has a little bit more range, so able to get targets further away, but as we see, Hirara impacts the team fight quite a bit, and it's harder to catch a Hirara than the Ling, and I feel like that's the biggest point.
Yeah, she's blending in really well to these team fight compositions, and it was amazing to see kind of all of these storylines start to bubble up here. Again, I had mentioned earlier that it was $65,000 on the line. That's actually only for Team Spirit, who's going to go and play that matchup and still have a chance to stay alive. They'll have earned that, but $100,000, I believe, gained for getting into the knockout stages. Team Vamos got to be happy about that.
They got to be happy.
More than NPL. In terms of what they got in MPL,
Yeah, technically. That's why it's such a big deal. You know, we heard it in the interview for these players. They want to help their families, and that's how you do it.
Now that's a turner. I gotta say that wasn't really an upset because we did say both teams are like. It's hard to call for both of them, but the fact that Vamos won 2-0, and I would say especially in game number 1, I think that's going to create a lot of conversation moving up into MSC because Team Liquid lost, SRG lost, and now Vamos is showing up.
Yeah.
And honestly, this MSC is turning to become a very interesting international.
I'm glad I didn't predict, by the way.
You could have gotten in trouble. You could have gotten in trouble there as well. Obviously, just expectations, just keeping things fun. Well, we got more expectations coming up. Let's take a look at today's schedule because, of course, we just saw Team Vamos and Team Spirit. We also had a chance to see Guangzhou Gaming take the win. They stay alive. True Ripper's our first team to go home. We will be sending another team home, but not yet. Team Falcons Meta Ignite Gaming is that one, and we'll have to wait to the end of the day to see more drama. Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH coming up next, though. Guys, that's going to be a banger as well.
I'm not calling that one.
Yep, we're not.
Good thing you're not even touching that.
No.
Not with a 30-foot pole.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I've been known for caster curse, so I feel like if I say the team is going to win, there's going to be a lot of DMs.
They're coming for you.
So, you know what? Mouth zipped. Locked.
We're not here, at least.
Oh, yeah, we're not.
We're not going to be here.
We're going to have lunch.
Yep.
And enjoy the game.
Two different guys.
Okay. All right. I was going to say, I think if Mirko was up here, he would say one team over the other.
No, he also has a caster curse.
He will also be afraid.
He's also got a cast. I think almost most casters have some sort of...
No, you have that year 1, year 2 naiveness where you're like, I'm okay, I'm okay. But then after year 2, you're like, never again. I will never make a prediction.
I am scared.
Right?
I have fear. Okay. All right. Hesitant to make the predictions. That's okay. We don't worry about those predictions when you're playing MLBB. You just go out there and have fun. The good news about it, if you've been checking into some ranked games like I have over these last couple of days, you'll notice in the shop there's a brand new collaboration with one of the oldest and most classic games of all time. That's, of course, Street Fighter and MLBB. Check it out.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
We did it. Back-to-back champions. You think you can do it?
If we did it in MPL, I think we can do it here also. That's overly ambitious, don't you think?
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third-place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Welcome back to MSC at EWC 2026. We're here in France having a great time as 2 matches have just gotten underway. As we begin Series 3, more upper bracket, $100,000 for that top 8 spot at least guaranteed. And that means one of these 2 teams are going to be very happy about this result. One team will go down to the lower bracket and fight the winners of the next series. My name's Randy. I'm joined by a new but very familiar panel to all of the MLBB community, Renmar and Trex. Hey guys, how you doing? Renmar, we were in the backstage. You were talking about those drafts. How you been feeling about today so far?
Oh, very happy. I think my sentiments towards the drafting and the unique choices still remains. People are still getting creative, but some teams proving that sometimes the safest, most viable pick can't go wrong, and they're doing really well with it.
Trex, you were down there casting a little bit. You've been on the desk. You've been all over the place. It's day 3. What have you picked up on heading into this match?
I think today things are starting to get regulated a little bit. Things are starting to calm down a little bit. Not as crazy in terms of draft as what we saw the past few days. But we'll see. We still have 2 great games ahead of us, and anything can happen.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see. And of course, today, and in this series specifically, our 3rd series of the day, there's a lot of important storylines. So important that we had to give this one our Crunchyroll storyline of the day. It's the Maestro versus the KDA Machine. Of course, when you talk about the Maestro, I mean, there's really only one person to say, Renmar.
Yeah, man, it's Moreno for Team Vitality, and you really see why he is the Maestro for the team. I think he really earned that, especially the previous season of MPL ID, where they became champions, how he placed the juice in, and how the symphony and the orchestra that is Team Vitality just looks so much better when Moreno's leading the charge.
Loyalty as well, a big name, finally getting them to this position. Talk to me on the other side of this matchup and this story with the KDA Machine, Trex.
I mean, he's got the name for a reason, and this is going to be a big match for Vitality, and there's a reason why this is the match of the day in a sense, the anime battle, what we've all been waiting to watch, and it's even bigger because it's a deciding match, right?
Yep.
One of these teams will move forward, and one of these teams are going to have to fight for life in the lower bracket after today.
It's going to be a big run and an important run as well. Every moment here can decide your fate. One draft, one pick, one setup for a Lord fight that goes awry or goes your way could be the difference between $100,000 and maybe even $1 million if you can make it all the way up. Renmar, stakes are super high, but focusing in on this Vitality roster, you know, there's just so many players to pick up from that can make an impact today.
Yeah, I mean, we've already discussed Moreno, but I think you really have to look at Eman. Eman against Super Marco in the gold lane is going to be a battle for sure. These are two gold laners who do not want to lose the gold lane. There are some gold laners who just want to stabilize things, make sure they get their farm, but these two really want to win.
Well, I love that you highlighted Eman. We've got 5 players on Vitality that are going to hopefully make a big impact coming into this set. And whether it's Niall, whether it's Moreno, whether it's Eman, you know that Vitality's story is going to be very, very special. With a series that has so much money on the line, but so much pride for this organization and this team, we had a chance to sit down and talk with Niall about his impact heading into this series.
We're now here with Niall from Team Vitality. Niall, yesterday we saw, I think, a quote from you. Top 3 junglers in MSC. It looked like your name wasn't on that list.
Because they say it excluded me.
Oh, okay. But if we had to include you, what would your top 3 be?
1, me, Nanael. 2 is TNG. Rest of it, no one.
Oh, so not even Kyle, no Carl, no one, just you and TNG?
I'm talking based on scrims, right? Based on scrim, for me, only TNG is matching my scrims level. You know, like not tournament level, like scrims level.
Oh, okay. So, wait, you called yourself Nanael. So do we call you Nanael too?
Up to you
Or
guys.
Niall?
Up to you guys.
Which one do you like more?
I prefer both. It's okay.
Oh, so both can?
Yeah.
Okay. But what do you prefer in the assassins in the jungle? I mean, we see a lot of Lings, we see a lot of, Hiraras, but what if those two get banned? What do you choose next?
I mean, I still have Fanny, Nolan, and one more secret assassin.
One more secret assassin.
It was Flashy also.
Oh, because earlier on we saw a Saber in the jungle. What did you think about that?
Saber?
Yeah.
Speaking of them.
The one before this match, I forgot as well. I have bad memory, guys.
I think Saber is not fit in this meta, I think.
Oh, okay. So more assassin.
Yeah.
Do you think the tanks in the jungle still might work?
Absolutely, because if we play tank jungle, it will become more easier, I think. The game, it's not complicated.
Oh, okay. So, Niall, we got to ask you, I think someone's asked you this before, but we want to get you on camera here for the main broadcast. What difference do we have for you? Back from M4 and now you're here. What makes you you now?
First of all, I've been through a lot. Like, for example, I'm losing my brother or something like that. So it gets me humble right now. It's just that. And maturity, yeah.
So does that mean that you're also doing this for your brother?
Yeah, of course. That's my number one motivation right now since MPL.
Okay, so everyone's rallying behind that. That's a really good motivation, Niall. So you're motivated. Are you confident as well up against one of the biggest teams here at MSC?
For us, whoever the enemy is, we are so confident against everything, and we prepare the same thing for everyone. Like no special.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. By the way, you keep coughing. Are you okay?
I'm good, but it's just cough, because of that thing, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Get well soon as well
Thank
for
you.
your next match. Hope I get to see you after. And there you have it. That's Niall. Back to you guys.
We won't talk about what that thing might be. However, I will say that it is an amazing journey to witness Niall just being open about his brother and the maturity needed to go through this process now after M4 being here at MSC. Wishing them all the best, and honestly, what a journey that's just a human experience, and sending lots of love his way. Of course, when it comes to the game, there's another element to start picking up on, and the teammates and how they fit with Niall. He said that it would fit with Tank Jungle. It also, as you see here, Eman says he misses competing against Super Marco on stage, expecting that it might be one of the hardest matchups that he's going to face, and maybe even hard to beat. So that's going to be on display. You mentioned that as well, Renmar.
Yep.
Just that matchup, something you're keeping a close eye on.
Oh yeah, I hope it's going to be exciting. I hope they both don't realize, like, hey, this guy also wants to fight. Let's just play it safely. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see safe. I want to see them burning their flickers early on, being aggressive, getting that win in lane.
Going for the kill. Trex, the pacing of a game like this, when you're in the upper bracket, do you feel that the approach is, let's take some risks, we can lose, we could even lose twice and still have a chance to stay in this? Or do you go with a little bit more cautionary?
I think, as what we're seeing today, is some of the teams that survived yesterday, some of the teams that won. It's less about where they're at in the bracket and more just about the teams themselves. I think we're going to see a slower pace game, possibly. It's what we've been seeing earlier.
Yeah, it is.
And that's kind of where we're getting to that true play style of what's going to win you games. And knowing Falcons and the way they like to play, even Super Marco, for example, sometimes it takes him a little bit of time. He wants to farm up until he's got those items he needs in. And then it's bulletproof Marco time, right? Then it's, I'm going to come in,
power up Marco.
Yeah, exactly. So
I love it. I love to see it, and we're going to see how that matchup goes as well. Keep your eye on that. Also, we talked about the KDA machine in Haji, who is here for Team Falcons PH. There are stories along all of these members' journeys, but we had a chance to speak with Ogwin heading into this one.
It's Eterna here with Ogwin. Ogwin, what's going on? You okay? Everything fine?
Yeah, all good, all good.
All good? Any nerves coming through? I mean, you have so much experience. I mean, do you still feel nerves at this point?
I don't think so. Just the interview.
Just the interview. What is up with players on interviews? Why are you so scared of the camera?
I guess the surprise questions.
Oh, the surprise questions. Don't worry. All the questions are nice today. Just for today. But Ogwin, moving on. There are a lot of, sentiments out there, maybe mostly from like the community and maybe some casters from different regions, that it looks like the meta is shaped in a way that it may favor ID teams over the Philippines. Do you agree with this?
I think I agree because the ID teams are really good in their mechanics, especially in this meta right now. All of the assassins are buff, so it's really hard. It's really hard to play utility jungles right now.
So do you think that may be the reason why TLPH lost yesterday? What did you think about that match? Were you surprised? Were you shocked?
I think it's a 50-50 match because we screamed in Turkey. They're really good as well. So I think it's all just in the meta in the favor of Turkey, and they have like a poison picks. So they really got TLPH.
Okay, so it's about the picks. So that was Coach Midnight. You know Coach Midnight?
Yeah.
You have something to say to Coach Midnight? Midnight, no, Midnight. But speaking of the meta, the roamers are shaping up to be quite interesting. What do you like the meta? What do you think about the meta for the roamers?
For the roamers, I think it's quite simple. You just need to soak damage and that's it. Especially when you play Beleric and Atlas.
Okay.
So a lot of crowd control. So I think it's really good for the roamers right now.
So crowd control and soak damage. Does your staple Minotaur fit in this?
I think Minotaur is also in a pocket picks, and it works really well against some champs like Beleric and Atlas. Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna, keep an eye on those picks. But do you think the supports have a place in this meta right now, or just more so like the chunky boys in the roaming?
I think there's a place in utility roamers, especially when you have utility jungle. But there's Hirara in Link, so it's really a hard time to pick it up right now.
Okay.
You need to be careful before picking those.
So there's a lot of considerations that needs to come into play. And obviously you're up against Vitality next. Do you have maybe a message for them before you get in?
Good luck and have fun, and we will try our best to not lose.
Try their best not to lose. I like that's confidence, right? Is that confidence? I'm not sure. Well, we're going to throw it over back to you. Thank you so much, Ogwin.
Trying their best to not lose. It's not soccer. It's not football. So I think a draw isn't available here, guys. I think that means win.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If you look at it a certain way, it means,
Okay.
they're going to try to win.
Yeah, well, we'll see it. I mean, Trex, there were kind of two different thoughts on that meta as well. A little bit where tank assassins could work, we heard from Niall, but also like he's saying, no way, that's not going to work on this side with Ogwin. I mean, we have not seen tank assassins here so far.
I mean, the tank junglers.
Yeah, to the tank junglers. The tank junglers.
Sorry, yep.
I think, again, I said it yesterday, I've been saying it for the past 2 days, the meta is still unraveling. We still got a lot of layers to go. We saw yesterday, we saw the Rafaela work, which me and Renmar were theory crafting that on day one, and the possibility of that coming in. Day two, it comes in, it works. There is still a lot to see, I think, from MSC. So we'll see how it goes. I don't want to make any hard calls yet, but I do think Utility Jungler could possibly make a comeback, especially with something like a Wrath behind it.
Yeah, and real quick, Niall even teased the assassin we haven't seen yet that's equally flashy. I'm trying to go through the list in my head. I wonder who it is.
Poison picks, he called. Midnight Hat. I mean, do they have a poison pick, an assassin we haven't seen?
Let's see, man. The org and the boys playing there, they have the identity and the DNA for it, so for sure.
I also like the call about the Minotaur. We saw that a little bit earlier in the set prior to us. Didn't end up working out, but we did see the impact of the Belleric and the Atlas. You got to look at these two teams and say that there is so much on the line and so many stories. We set it up, and it was obviously somebody who was trying to make this happen in Team Vitality, their mid lane matchup, and of course seeing if Haji or Moreno can get the better end of it. We're about to kick it off onto our stage to begin this Series 3, which might just provide a champion. Who knows? We'll see how the gameplay goes.
Yes, my friends, this third series has a lot on the line for it. Two teams that you would not be surprised to see in our grand final. But first, Rose, my dear, you look like a very proud mom in our post-game interview.
I think the reason for that is because a lot of the people and a lot of our audiences actually call me like kind of the Southeast Asian mother to the players. Because come on, how can you not be so proud? It's just like a tiny little boy answering interviews. So happy.
This is why we're here, right? To see those stories growing. And now we have another story to tell in our upper bracket. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality. The hometown heroes made a buzzing entrance into the MSC 26 group stage. Their harvest has been bountiful so far, but the real juicy pollen awaits in the knockout stage. Is this run meant to be, or will they be left behind? We're about to find out.
Oh, wow, I love the bee puns in there.
They're the buzzing bees, that's how it is.
And of course, going up against the buzzing bees, it's none other than Team Falcons Philippines! Taking it one step at a time, Team Falcons Philippines wants to reclaim dominance on the international stages. With only the MSC trophy missing from their cabinet, they are ready for whoever they will face.
I think it's heating up in here between these two.
You know what, boys? You may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, our captains, don't forget on that little handshake, fist bump, or whatever it may be in the middle.
Pull it right over. There we go.
It's coming.
Going in.
All right. They are good friends, but you know, in the land of Dawn, everybody's the enemy. Thank you very much, Milosh. You know what? I think it's time to hit this to the desk. Let's go, guys.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milosh. It's Team Vitality versus Team Falcons PH. It's time to see if this team has what they think, the mechanical prowess of Indonesian teams versus the classic stature of Philippine squads here at Team Falcons. Renmar, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. And I have to admit, this is going to be a very difficult match for me. Why? Because in many years, I have been very honest with my professed love for Vitality as an organization and my professed love as Falcons being my favorite team from the Philippines. So I don't know where I'm getting pulled towards, man. I was cheering for Vitality. I was cheering for Falcons. this feels like the MWI Grand Finals all over again for me, bro.
That was me yesterday with Aurora versus TLPH.
All right. Yeah. Just to remind you guys before we jump into this one, My Champions. 2 champions, 1 pick. You can grab your My Champions pick and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Make sure to scan that QR code with your tablet or your phone and get going because the event lasts until July 27th and it is currently live.
I'm trying to think now. I wonder how crazy we're going to get with the trade and the roam, or are we just going to have to double down on the fact that it's just going to be Atlas and Belleric?
Well, we have had a few games where we've seen the Atlas banned out.
Yeah.
Which means Belleric most likely gets banned out as well unless it's red side looking for the Belleric pick.
Yeah.
My question is, when do we start seeing the Ling and the Harara on the ban list, and is that something that's going to happen? I feel like they've both been so powerful, so game deciding, that at some point they may enter into the list. Almost even more important than the Freya.
Yeah.
Because Freya's been slowly leaking in as well.
Yeah. I posted something this morning about how crazy the trade is for EXP. You have Freya, Phoveus, Esmeralda, Paquito, Barrett. I'm pretty sure there's a name I'm missing out there, but there's so many options that you have to consider in terms of like the topics you want to chase. And then going back to the jungle, it's like Nile, it's Kyle, it's... Okay, their names rhyme, but they're also really good with assassins for both of them.
In denial?
Yeah, in denial. I like that. So how are they going to balance making sure they have assassins available for their own team while still taking out the other? Because if you name them all out, the Fanny, the Ling, especially Fanny, Kyle and Nile would both want to really go for those two. The Hirara that Trex mentioned. It seems like just looking at the jungle picks alone is going to be tough. So this is why I go back to the roam. Will we see an earlier prioritization for something like the Cho? Will Hilda somehow make a comeback as a means to invade the jungle a little bit more? That's where my brain's going through.
Notably, we didn't see Cho at all in that first series.
Yep.
And what has been missing in the first 2 days is him as a pick. Atlas was heavily prioritized, either banned or immediately first picked, which opened up the Belleric. He was banned alongside the Belleric, like you said, Trex, earlier on as well. What has been happening, though, more so today, has been Eudora getting banned instead of getting prialed on that first 2. And of course, Freya also the first ban as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a different evolution of the draft, Trex.
Some of those things that are becoming more of a problem, right? Because the Eudora, it doesn't matter what assassin you pick, it'll always do well against it. Even if there's no Ling, even if there's no Harara, Eudora will always have a place there. Outside of that, we talked about the Cho a little bit. You know, I think Cho got a little exposed the other day. The Ruby was just a beautiful answer to it. And the Ruby's not something that's going to get banned out in first phase, meaning it always has a quick response. And normally if you're going to lock in the Cho, you might just lock it in that first phase, which means unless you're a last pick red side, that P3, most likely, I don't think we're going to see the Cho anytime soon.
Yeah, we saw it go well for Keyboy, but it also went badly yesterday.
Very up and down.
Yeah, it's up and down.
It's either going to work or it's going to ruin your draft.
Yeah, that's why you really have to prepare for it, I think. If any of these two would want to pick up something like the Cho. But then if your Falcons are also looking at someone like Finn and acknowledging that he is one of the best Atlases in the world. He tore through MPL ID with that pick. And then now, so far, he's done a great job here at MSC EWC with the Atlas. So I think it's in consideration for taking it away from him, or you open the Valentina so that Vitality picks up the Atlas, then you pick up the Valentina for Haji.
Here goes that Ling ban, though. So now Falcon on the gun of, do we ban out the Harara?
Right.
Or do we go for a possible trade? Because there's not much left. With the Freya gone, the Eudora gone, I feel like at this point you have to ban the Harara. And then we finally get the answer of, what's left after that? Do we get one of those picks up front?
I think you can leave the Hirara open, because if ever it's Hirara Fanny, that becomes a trade.
Fanny, yeah, I guess you have to leave it, and that's the trade.
And they take away the Atlas, actually.
Fanny's kind of, but you know you're going to have to pick it early.
Yeah.
Which means if Vitality says, we're going to take the Harara, we know we get to get 2 immediate answers to your Fanny.
Yeah.
Well, they've got a chance to grab the Fanny here. We'll see how much they prioritize it on the team Vitality. We know that Harara's also available, so if Nile feels confident in that matchup either way, they don't have to force their assassin pick here, their jungle pick here, and they could try to prio something else. With Atlas gone, does Belleric become more important?
Oh, for sure. But I think if ever, it'll be Falcons who'll be incentivized to pick it up as one of the first 2 picks red.
Honestly, yeah, Belleric could just be up front because either way, you get the Harara or the Fanny or something else. You get one of the 2 power assassins.
Regardless.
It's not worth... They go for it anyway, so they take the Harara.
Okay, so they get Harara, then in terms of the theories that we've been making, then it's probably going to be like a Belleric plus a Fanny early on now.
Well, you take Fanny 3rd pick. Right?
Yeah, you don't need it now, right?
So Belleric and...
Belleric +1. Atlas is gone. What are the other big names that I'm missing out on? There's always someone that I'm missing out on.
Belleric and an EXP here, maybe. Belleric
yeah, is it exposing it? You know, if you have an EXP lane, like we've seen Barrett's banned, we've seen Paquito banned.
Yeah.
We've seen those be able to continually flex, Paquito specifically, in some double fighter compositions into the gold lane. Is that too early to grab something like that because you have more options? What's your idea, Trex? What's a good
I mean, a lot of
here?
time you do want to save that EXP. You see a lot of them save it for last, especially on blue side, but also sometimes you want to pick it up front. It really just depends on where they want to go from here. They go for the Valentina, a safe mid lane pick, something that's always going to be viable, and this still gives them some room to flex around. Selena's going to get locked in as a preemptive to the possible Fanny, plus you get some range. Not a bad answer to the Valentina either.
Yeah, I think of the Uranus. I think as much as they want the assassins, they have to decide whether or not they'll pick up their Fanny now or an assassin, or they go for their EXP laner, either in the Esmeralda or the Barretts. The Uranus will be playing away from the lane often, invading. Esme matches that, while the Barretts can also just be really annoying because right now Vitality doesn't have enough of a damage profile to deal with it early on, especially through the Selena. It's not going to be a good time. Then they start banning out things like the carries or Moskovs, if ever they do decide to pick up something like the Barretts here. So it's a tough choice for Falcons.
In a weird way, if they don't pick up the Fanny there, I was going to say, they risk it getting banned. But if you ban the Fanny, that means you leave something else open, like the Barretts, or the Moskov, which had been getting banned in this second phase. So both assassins on the sides of both teams. Niall able to get his. And Kyle able to get his.
I don't know, the Fanny feels so telegraphed, like you would think Vitality would be ready for it, right? The moment they know they're both open, it's like, okay, you're going to get the Fanny, and we're going to get a bunch of answers to it. Not completely sure how I feel about the Selena still, but I think on Vitality's side, they need some hard crowd control at this point. They went for the Uranus instead, which has a survivability against the Fanny, but still nothing to extremely lock it down. Yes, the Selena could land an arrow, but that's not a whole lot. They still need something, Kaja, Cho, some of those types of answers.
That's why Falcons decides to ban out the Cho for themselves.
Okay.
Also, I'm thinking that what if Falcons are considering putting this Belleric in the EXP and we don't see the roam just yet. But with the Valentina, I think Belleric and Valentina already is a pretty good roaming duo that will provide difficulty for the Selena. So I think for EXP, if they're not going to go damage, then they go tanky. So as expected, Vitality will ban out the Esme. I think it'll be also very safe for them to ban out the Barretts. And then in terms of the really tanky EXP laners, the lineup is too mobile to pick up a glue. They might have to fall back into something like a Terizla, which is really slow. But you just want one lane that you know is going to be hard to kill.
Brody banned from the side of Falcons. They're going to be on first pick here. They do still need a marksman.
Pick Moskov, yeah?
Moskov could be a decent answer. You have the movement. You have the shred.
Already have the Belleric, so you don't really have to worry that much about the Claude.
I mean, just about it, yeah. I mean, even the Claude, like any of it would kind of work at this point. I don't think it's too heavy of a reason. They could, honestly, I feel like the marksman may be the better first pick here, and it still gives you a little bit of room to possibly get the EXP flex in.
Yeah. Moskov still available, still unbanned. So is Paquito. And 2 picks remain. 1 ban remains on the side of Vitality.
They're already taking their time. You see, it's Eman who's being very vocal in this phase of the draft. So I think, instead of taking away an EXP, they were thinking, okay, matchups, gold, what are we going to end up with? I think if ever this is a Moskov, he's confident that his Claude will be able to handle it. So he just calls it to ban the Harith instead. So there was a little moment earlier you saw he was really being very vocal about it.
Great to see those little things in person, right? Dyroth comes out.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that very often, Trex, but we have seen it a little.
Yeah, we saw one
from Flap.
From Flap.
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, it was Flap.
Yeah.
This is a pick that used to get used against things like the Uranus, the Esmeralda. It was kind of a cheese pick back in the day, but it has the armor shred. It has the burst damage. It is a high risk, high reward pick for me still. If it pops off in the early game, this could be a huge threat to everything down the line. If he takes 2 or 3 deaths early on, it's a wrap. He'll be useless the whole game pretty much.
Okay, so they'll pick up the Badang here, and they'll go for the Melissa. I wonder if Falcons will lean back to a very old combo with the Deeroth, which was the Irithel, because the mobility would help from getting away from the getting linked by the doll of the Melissa. I mean, most likely they're still going to end up with either, I don't know, maybe like still a Moskov, but no, they still go Claude, and they played with like one of the safest gold laners.
I'm going to be honest, Vitality, yes, they have a lot of defense against the Fanny, but not a lot of answers against the Fanny. You have the go away, which can stop you from getting dived on. Yes, you have the fist crack, some of those things from the Badang. You have the arrow, but outside of that, you have no hard crowd control for this Fanny, and it could be a problem.
Well, the lineups are locked. Coach Moody and Coach K-Dot getting their teams, Falcons, PH, and Vitality, ready to go. And this one, well, looks like fireworks are set to go off here at MSC EWC 2026. Our third series of the day is about to begin, and this is going to be a banger. Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH. Let's send it over to your casters to begin game 1. It's Brigitte and Gideon.
Thanks, Rain Day. This is an exciting day to be alive. We get to watch some of the best regions play it out here on our third series of the day of MSC. And for starters, we're already getting the classic Selena from the Maestro himself, but I don't think Haji is going to fall too far behind.
Yep, the mid lane matchup is something we're all watching out for, but just the same, I am so excited to see Kyle back on a Fanny all over again. He made a name for himself because of these kinds of heroes, and now Vitality will have to deal with this. And again, Trex did point out most of their crowd control and potential lockdowns are just going to be on Finn.
Yeah, it really is going to be. And I think the important thing right now is whether or not those arrows not only are going to hit, but how you set them up. Because I think that Finn has such a difficult job, right? Not only is he looking for these big engages, he has to play off of the information from Niall and Shogun. But the hard part is catching this Fanny half the time.
Yeah, because like you're torn between catching the Fanny or also going for a backline play, because we see Badangs do that oftentimes, but that's more so when you get to the late game. It's depending on we get there, because I feel like both teams just really want to get that early and end this fast.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about the potential anti-synergy, right? There could be moments where Finn accidentally... Oh, hold on. Flap might be in some trouble here.
Oh no, Finn actually catches Kyle there. Now, that is one answer to the question that we posed earlier. So as long as he just gets to press the buttons in the right time.
But this comes at a cost, right? Because Moreno has to be preemptively already waiting with Finn to make these potions happen, allowing the mid lane to actually get shoved in pretty quickly. Now, I mean, Moreno, he doesn't care about level 4. Level 4 or not, it's not the biggest deal in the world. He hits that arrow, it's kind of game over for whoever. But even Iman recognizes that you got to be scared of Kyle. You take a bad trade, you could just die out of nowhere.
Yeah, Vitality are so good with these anticipations against Team Falcons and their rotations, and so far they're the ones actually going to take this turtle for themselves. We saw multiple rotations from Falcons already, but every single one of them have been answered so far.
They have been, and I think the best part about it all is the fact that Vitality are playing super responsive to how Falcons are moving across the map. As soon as Kyle showed up bot side, they set up for the instant turtle take. They cannot waste any little bit of time here. They also have to be, just as careful to not put themselves in compromised positions. Top side, you really see that Shogun try to cut the wave. Notices Fanny is around, backs up to try and set up for Niall right here, because he's just too thick.
The moment Niall showed up, Falcons could just not commit anymore. Every single time, it seems like Vitality are just always prepared. They're not in any way taken by surprise by the presence of a Fanny, and it's something that they probably willingly played into, but that's going to be a setup onto Finn. Now they're trying to go for the burst. He gets caught once again, though. Kyle will make it out alive, but does Finn, though? He does not. Flap takes first blood.
He could have lived that. He couldn't live that. He wasn't 100% sure about the timing, about when Dairoth's ult actually finishes the channel. Yes, there's a bit of a channel time. He could have just pushed himself out of there, but
wanted, hey, no abilities, I gotta just try and punt somebody backwards. As best as he can, this is what we should expect, right? Falcons need to win this early stage of the game to get Kyle that advantage that we're hoping for, and it's not like the Ling. He's very dependent on that purple buff and can only do so much. It's not like you can just go back into your jungle and charge it all back up and you know, farm extra fast. It's all about, hey, I go in, if I don't have that purple buff, I have to recall, do it all over again.
Yeah, it's great adjustment too, I think, because they could not find the sides. They've been trying to, but they couldn't really get the sides. It's always been either Finn intercepting or even Moreno and Nile, so they just settled with Finn, who at the time was isolated from the rest, just trying to check wherever Falcons were trying to go for next. And I think it's a great answer. They finally found a way to at least get a slight advantage, though the gold lead is very insignificant at this point, honestly.
And honestly, a really difficult comp to pull off. I mean, I'm thinking about how Moreno needs to kind of keep up with everybody else, but wait, hold on first. Flap, he's already going to get chunked down to 50%. Now, Falcons, this might be a harder contest. They do have a bit of a regenerate for Flap, so he's going to top himself back up here, but I think the real question is whether or not he gets caught when he tries to shred down that front line, right? Whether it's front line or back line, that shred is only good for Kyle and Super Marco.
Whoa, Finn, are they actually going to go for Open? The Wrath of the Giant as a response though, but they catch two, and now Nile is going to go down alongside Finn. Falcons actually take two and will win that trade instead, despite Vitality being the first ones to set it up.
And look at Open, he's just blocking the shots. He's making sure that the softer members on his side don't have to worry about some tough angles that are being set up by Moreno. Is this a potential punish? No, he should be able to get out.
Oh, Blazing Duet used two, but even so, Moreno gets to dash away to safety. Shogun will try to block the rest of the members of Falcons, but they're not going to force it anymore. Still, though, it's a 3-0 lead already in their hands.
Maybe a 3-0 lead with 1.4k, but we're not seeing structural damage. We haven't seen... Oh, speaking of structural damage, Flap, first person there to actually open up, and surprisingly enough, he's the one who actually unlocks his lane first, which is great for him. But what does that mean for the rest of Falcons? Does that mean that he gets to walk around for free? I want to see how they utilize his Dara, because we didn't get to see a great showing the day before.
Yes, I agree. It was on a not-so-okay KDA, I think, if you look at it from the previous performance, but I think this is a much better spot for Flap now. He's clearly winning the lane, already taking that tier 1 up top, and the fact that he was also able to be active in the first few skirmishes and even pick up kills too, I think grants him a much bigger advantage to serve as a threat against Vitality, who at this point have mostly been responding and answering back to Falcon's rotations, but we're not seeing any of their own just yet. Or maybe it's also, in a way, an effect of having very slow clearing mid-duos in the form of a Selena and Bada. Oh, but hold on. Oh! Kyle will find Nile! And Finn all alone! It's a double!
Oh! I hate the fact that Super Marco, he's laughing about it already, and now they create another attack on the bottom side, and they can't do anything about it.
Eman just had to flicker out of that and use the go away, but Flap now is unstoppable too. With the help of the other members of Falcons, these are just two really heavy damage dealing heroes you're looking at already. It's both Kyle and Flap, and let's just look at that replay and how flawlessly Kyle just flew around these two members of Team Vitality.
Dirty outplay, dodges the immobilize, waited the iframes out, even dodging the knockback, and you see that Kyle's just like, nah, just another day in the office, try harder next time. And Vitality, they will oblige here because they're starting to siege this turtle. They want to make sure they have control, but more importantly, they're waiting for Kyle. They know he's around.
Yep. He's gonna take this first. Abyssal arrows are not connecting just yet, but at least you also see Eman taking part in this fight. Nile will yet to have to reveal himself, because Falcons are taking pretty good control of this. Vitality will change targets though. They're just gonna go for Super Marco, but he still has the Purify! Moreno finally gets the kill, but he might just go down too. That's a 1-for-1 so far, and Falcons are chasing after Finn, but they might not be able to find him anymore.
It's not bad. Honestly, trading gold laner for mid laner, and considering that Moreno, really, he's not the one who wants to be able to absorb all this gold. It's Nile and alongside with Eman, so as long as these two are able to scale back up, it's great, but Finn might be in some trouble here. They don't want to contest this. This is not the position to fight for just yet, and Vitality understand that.
Yep, they kind of let go of this the moment that they went back after that kill towards Super Marco. He already also had to get his purple buff first, so Nile, I feel, is really doing a bit of catching up here in this game. He's already a level behind of Kyle here, and that's also probably one of the reasons why they just rather not contest an objective anymore, especially with Falcons just surrounding the area like that.
With the early game having to be played super defensively for the side of Vitality, it gives you very little opportunities to actually look for potential snowballs. And so far, I mean, Iman, he was doing a good job against Super Marco. Generally, both sides came out of the lane pretty even, but once all the reinforcements started headed down to that bottom side, it was inevitable that Super Marco was going to crack that bottom tier 1. From this point onwards, we're expecting that Falcons, they're going to get a little sly with it. They're starting to walk into enemy territory to steal away the resources, because dear God, Kyle, he's Batman at this point.
I would be afraid if I were Vitality and I was all alone, because I could just feel the presence of Kyle or maybe anyone from Falcons at this point just hunt me down with the amount of damage that they already have. And Vitality, I feel, is going to take a bit more time from them. Even if we say, let's say we say Emman part of the fights, he just lays down Doll, but other than that, you don't really sense much threat for Falcons, but now they're gonna catch Kyle. That is a kill that they definitely want.
Yep, that was the combo they were trying to pull off and got outplayed on that top side. This is the clean version of it, but they still don't get the conversion, unfortunately, on that turret, but they do slow down Kyle. Luckily, don't have to worry about the purple buff. It hasn't even spawned just yet, so Kyle doesn't lose too much in general.
Yeah, it is just gonna open up more opportunities for Vitality. You could see how they're trying to push their sides a bit more this time, but a concealed play from Falcons might just turn things around. They're trying to go for the kills! Look at how Haji sets that up beautifully, but the Wrath of Dryas doesn't allow Nile to escape, and they find one all over again. Abyssal Arrow onto Owen, though. Do they have enough burst damage to finish him off? They don't have it just yet.
No, they don't. Wow, that was an incredibly big mistake coming out from Now, showing and in front of their faces, dashing. You can't reveal those cooldowns this early on. Only later in the game where it's not so bad, especially since Falcons are really out to get it.
Oh, Emman actually dealing a bit more damage now, but it's Falcons starting up this objective. They're bursting it down as much as they can. Abyssal Arrow does not land. Who gets the final hit on this objective? It's still gonna be Kyle, but Flap might get traded out here. Surprisingly, still survived. The Abyss of Strike cancelled out. Close call for Emman, but now he has to flicker out to re-engage or to regroup with Team Falcons. As Vitality might go for the chase, but they don't.
They didn't get the punish. They got the big cancels that they were looking for, but no conversions on either side. Even still, we know for a fact, hey, Falcons, Turtles, they're done for. Now we got to make sure that we can protect, because once we have to deal with this Iman,
Flap, so much damage, but he will go down relatively fast too. That's a less tankier XP lane that he currently is on, and I feel like Vitality will just constantly go for the punish every single time, every single opportunity they find.
I mean, they have to at this point, right? Can't give any options to their opponents. Super Marco now sure looking for anything across the map, and even for Kyle, he's just waiting, right? It's about a matter of information. Now should be okay here.
Another 1v1, but now you see Finn. Kyle will not fight him there anymore, as Vitality will still deal with the Lord for now and are forced to play defensive. They're about to lose more and more of their structures as well if they don't successfully get to defend this, but it's barely hanging on.
Honestly, this is great coming in for Vitality. Like, everything that could have gone wrong in the early stages of the game didn't necessarily hurt as bad. They walk away with some scrapes, okay. And Nile is still very, very bold. He hasn't backed down at all. And with the Malefic Roar on his side now, he can start thinking about hitting some of the bigger targets.
Yeah, we're waiting if Vitality could pull off the combo all over again. So I think a lot of this is on Finn, and whether or not he actually finds that setup all over again, because you could already expect the damage to come through, especially from Nile, especially from Moreno, and even Emman, but Falcons are just too difficult to catch.
Yeah.
They have so much mobility.
Zipper, if you could pull up the items for me, that'd be great, because I'm wondering where Shogun is in his item progression. He needs to get to a point where he's so tanky that he's able to kind of take first position on the far lane rather than letting Kyle hard shove it every single time, because Vitality have to be relatively close to each other to find these intersecting points in the mid lane in comparison to like Senden Herrera topside. And now that at least that Nile and Kyle are somewhat even in the lane, it's a much harder 1v1 to win out.
Yeah, we gotta check those items later on. But even if Vitality do group up, okay, there you go. He does have the Antikyras and the Radiant Armor already.
But no Oracle. So again, 1v2, there's a good chance he still dies out here. Lightning Truncheon already purchased, so he deals with both arm. Oh, wait, hold on. This could be bad unless Ogwen wants to flicker in. I don't see this happening, but that back here.
Oh, Kyle from the side though. That was close. Vitality really had to reposition themselves there as Falcons just took the opportunity to get mid.
That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. To the naked eye, it feels like nothing happened, but it was really Falcon positioning themselves and posturing, forcing the battle lines of Vitality. They don't want to expose their backs. They want the traditional front to back, but Kyle has so much of that pull. If Iman dies, this entire fight goes down the drain.
Yep. And now they take that mid turret just as the Lord spawns. So imagine the space that they could really play around with. Vitality feels very uncomfortable with just freely positioning themselves. They have no idea Haji's in this position either. And you mentioned something about Vitality grouping up and using it to an advantage, but they have to be careful of Haji. Haji's been stealing away that ultimate from the Badang, and that could be something to punish Vitality later on.
Wow, both of these guys, it's whoever shows up in the lane first, and Hirara shows, and guess what Falcons is going to do? Instantly take that space as Vitality are forced to move backwards. They know for a fact they got to clean up these lanes, but Niall, he's not wasting any time. He sets up the slow push and now is running back to try and collapse upon this.
Oh, Emma tries to go for the poke, and with the go away, they don't actually find the kill. Now it's going to be a clapback from Finn. It's a shutdown onto Haji. Super Marco finds Shogun though and will surprisingly pick up a double. But Eman is still alive. Do they still have hope? Abyssal Arrow will land onto Open, and they find another trade.
That's exactly what you want to see. It's all about Iman here. Wait, no.
Oh, Flap, you have to avoid. Oh! But Finn, the disruption. It could have been enough, but Kyle was just too quick to act. Eman tried to go for the chase on Super Marco. 1v1 Wind of Nature, and Finn finishes him off.
Yo, that was so sick. What timing on the Maestro must have. That's why he's the conductor. He doesn't miss a beat. What a well-timed arrow mid-air. And even Finn, he was looking at it. Look at this one more time, right? This big old fight happens. Everybody's going crazy with it. Ogwen, really the game changer with the Wrath of the Dryads. But later on into this fight, that intersection. Wait for it. Where's the arrow? He hits it, and then it all goes down.
And this 1-1-1 too.
So good. That was so crazy. Finn should be happy with that. Finn should be happy that redeems him for the early mistakes, but now it really just comes down to execution, and that's the truth of it, right? Falcons and Vitality both have a really good understanding of how both compositions need to kind of dance around each other. But that dancing gives more advantages to Falcon for the raw firepower. Vitality.
Oh, they find another arrow. It's gonna be Flab. He's not as tanky, but Shogun's actually the one who falls down first. But with the Wrath of Dryad and another setup from Finn. The iframes from Nile keep him safe too. It's only Vitality finding a 1-for-1.
Holy cow, this is only game number 1. And we are seeing that they are fighting tooth and nail. Owen should go down here.
He could not get away from that. But that's a response from Super Mario. But the go away will just shove him out. They couldn't go for the committed Haji. Nearly falling. Still has the ultimate from the Badang. But Vitality are going to play it safe.
They got to breathe. They got to breathe for just a moment. Kyle, he can still deal with these waves on the sides. It's just that main Lord force that they can't really deal with it. Super Marco will try his absolute best, but they're saying, you know what? We can't hold on to this. Let's give up this inhibitor. Yes, the long lane is not going to be in our favor, but we got Kyle to deal with that consistently.
Was that a chastise picked up by Kyle here? It's like he was forced to almost adjust his items just because of how good Emman's been positioning himself on the Melissa as well. Every single time he uses the go away, it's just so perfectly timed.
It's ridiculous, and I think this is super understandable, right? Why multiple people need to get the Chastised Pauldron. With the extended range, thanks to Muddles, sometimes you're not in that range to actually get the attack speed reduction. At this point, you got to be able to hit the right targets at the right time, and as much as everybody needs to slow it down, it does eventually come to start biting you in the butt. I think that Iman has been playing perfectly so far, but I think this Chastised Pauldron from Kyle, he needs it just to go in, force to get away from Iman, heal back up, and return to the fight.
Yep, and that's something they can do. It's on Fanny, so you could just expect them to get in the fight fast. But Vitality, they've been holding this out really, really well. Finn gets to spot out a couple members from Falcons all over again. They're fighting for this purple buff. They don't want to hand it over to Kyle. But Open, will he be the sacrifice? Another off-angle arrow from Moreno! He actually forces the Purify from Super Marco!
God, what are these angles? The Maestro finds it once more, building up to this big piece, but Falcons aren't completely out of this just yet. Man, what a turnaround. With such a good early game from the Falcons, Vitality have been playing some incredible defense, and now seeing them on the attack, it's a pretty difficult game for either side. A single mistake could predetermine who wins and who loses. We're already 18 minutes into this game. Ooh. The next Lord has spawned. Keep in mind, this Lord is vital. It's going to be walking around with some extra damage reduction.
Open goes for the concealed play because they spot Nile up top, but they're not able to get anything out of it. Nile's just going to really get away and now transition to the Lord. They might just go burst this down.
Yep, they're definitely going to burst this down. Let's see if the steal can happen. Here comes Kyle. He's thinking about it.
Okay, the go away is still available, but it's Nile who secures the retribution. Falcons want to go for the chase. The go away already burst out with another arrow landing on Kyle. Do they have what it takes?
You're joking.
They find the kill on Kyle. And another setup from Finn. Together with the damage from Emma, with the clap back with the blazing do it from Super Marco. They actually get to trade out some kills. Emma still being alive. That was not looking good for Falcons.
They're trying to go even further than this. Is Owen. He's eating the damage, finally. But look at that top side. Iman is running straight for the base.
Super Marco's the only one left here, but he couldn't do anything about it. Alongside the Lord in a triple from Nile. Team Vitality take game number 1.
Nobody's sad after that match. Nobody is going to leave their seats. We've got to see game number 2. You know what? They don't need a break. They can just go again. Give us more. We need more.
So many fans are happy right now. Fans wearing Vitality jerseys, holding up placards, showing their support. And that was a absolute close fight. You gotta give it to them. But you also gotta give it to Falcons. Like, they had such a great hold of the early game. So you just can't help but wonder, how did it turn out like this?
I think a lot of it comes down to Moreno in middle school.
Yeah.
He learned trigonometry really fast. How do you hit so many arrows on priority targets? Some who don't even care because they're on cables. Mid-air, we've seen Kyle getting hit by this. And as much as he was able to dominate this early stage of the game, and even Flap, they start to fall off. That armor shred is good, but the team fight, and especially with Finn's catches, man, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Finn's catches, exactly. One of the main highlights I feel in this game. Because you put so much pressure on him already before you actually got into game number 1, because he's the sole guy who could just disrupt, who could just catch and set up for the team maybe. Aside from, oh my gosh, look at your face.
I was losing it. I was losing it because of this catch right here. Right here. What an unbelievable catch coming in from Finn to set this all up. And all the while, Iman, he's playing a really, really hot game here today.
Yes.
I thought it was always going to be Finn and Moreno kind of making things happen. Sometimes you get Niall in the mix here and there. But really, it was Iman to be the foundation and the anchor for the team. And he played a phenomenal Melissa.
I agree. Eman on this Melissa. You guys just couldn't see it, but we're honestly sweating right now.
It is boiling up in here on the caster's desk, considering how much energy has been expended here on game number 1. You saw it from all the Vitality members. They all had to, crack open their waters because they were not only just communicating, they were shouting through and through.
I can imagine. I guess we were too caught up in what was happening here too, but I could faintly hear the screams. Also from Team Falcons fans, because imagine that.
It was so beautiful. It's great to see that now we've come to the point of the game where it's not just about learning about fundamentals or the different little types of matchups. Not only are they playing to their strengths, but it's about execution. And that's the beautiful part. Both sides have traded blows at this point, and I think that Falcons now recognize, okay, if we're going to have to keep this clean, we gotta keep it more standard. We gotta figure out a better way to start exploiting Vitality. And number 1, it comes down to whether or not they can get this Melissa out of their hands.
And I think for the last 3 or 4 team fights, major team fights at that, Eman was just always surviving. I always had my eyes on Eman for some reason because I just knew for a fact that Falcons had to take him out. And you could probably expect a lot of them to do that. It's either Kyle, maybe even Flap, because I feel like Flap went past the timers where he could just deal with Shogun. I feel like they really couldn't do the Dairos into the Uranus all over again anymore, especially come late game, but even Flap couldn't find Eman.
But here's the thing, Flap, he's going with the build that he had, he's going for that full tank.
Yeah.
Obviously he has, you know, a component just to give him a little bit of damage in the early stages of the game, but then you see moments like, oh, him diving into that mid-tier 1, trying to clear that wave and giving up his life. He is not at the same level as Uranus. He is great at tread, he is great at sustain, but if he's not in that middle of the fight hitting multiple targets to get the heal, he's not going to be as tanky as you think he is.
Yeah, it was really good execution, honestly. Vitality, I knew, I had a feeling that this was the kind of game we were getting ourselves into before the series started, but I did not expect it to be like this in game number 1. Like, starting with game number 1.
I'm losing my words here. We're going to be throwing it over to a quick interview with Luke to see what his thoughts about this pregame about. Oh, it's too much. Let's throw it over to Luke, man.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
I was walking at the venue and it turns out Luke is here all the way from Indonesia, pro player from Indonesia.
Pro player.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
Enjoying Paris?
Yeah, enjoy so much.
By the way, why are you here?
Because I'm fans of Vitality.
Fans of Vitality? Not Onyx?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, but more Vitality.
More Vitality.
Is it because you're close with them? I mean,
because
they are your
I'm
ex-teammates.
Vitality right now.
Oh, you are Vitality right now. Okay. Speaking of Vitality, you caught the match yesterday. It looked like it took them a little bit of time to finish out that game. Was that a result that you were expecting?
Yeah, of course, because I know they are so strong, right?
Okay, so it took them a while, but you did expect them to win eventually. Yeah. Is it because of the meta right now? Because a lot of people are saying that this meta favors Indonesian teams more than the Filipino teams. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I agree because right now Assassin meta, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think both of team in Indonesia are really good at Assassin. Like Nanail and Kyrie is so good.
But I mean, on the other side, we have Sakai's from SRG. We have Zaur Egoist earlier on. We have Kyle, Carl, TZ. Are they not good on Assassins?
They good, but I think I'm more biased on Nile.
He's biased on Nile.
Nile is so good.
Nile is so good. It's not just because you guys are close, right? You actually think objectively he's good.
No, I'm not close with Nile.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah. It's my enemy.
Oh, he's your...
Yeah.
What happened?
Just... I hate him.
Okay. You hate him, but you're supporting Vitality.
I support him, yeah.
Very interesting. On that notion, do you have a message to Team Vitality who's going to go up soon?
Just give space to our maestro, Moreno, yeah? He will carry.
Carry. Moreno, the maestro, will carry. Do you maybe have a message for Onyx?
For Onyx... Yeah, good luck.
What is that smile?
Good luck for Onyx. Yeah. We hope this EWC can grand finals to Team Indo.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. But what about the fans back at home? I think people are waiting for you to say something maybe to the Indonesian supporters that are watching right now.
Bahas aja ya.
Boleh.
Gue cuma 5 hari guys, ntar gue restream nonton gue ya.
He said he's going to be here only for 5 days, so watch him restream. Yeah. I'll watch you restream.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Luke, for your time. And we're going to throw it back over to you guys.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
I've went and grabbed Glitter Explosion once again for a little update from the Qiddiya City grid. How's things going today? You've got a couple of days at your competition, but things are heating up, right?
Well, they are. I mean, we're already into our finals. We have a 3-day-long finals. Day 1 has started today. Now, we're only one match in so far. However, to kick things off, we already saw a big win out of T1. And they weren't even one of the teams that we touched on in the beginning, but they are in that CC race. However, 3 days of finals means a lot of gameplay. And we still have Na'Vi at the top of our leaderboard heading into finals. We have Liquid, we have Falcons, we have Vitality, we have AGAL, Twisted Minds. So
it's busy.
This is really busy for our finals.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, look, we've got a lot of going on there. So we'll be keeping up to date as much as we possibly can. But it sounds like there's going to be huge implications in the club championships. Well, thank you very much once again. We'll be checking in throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to MSC. There's some great people in the crowd who want prizes in between our games. Okay, just so y'all know, I got number 1, but of course, we got to make the people in the crowd very happy, and they got it. Welcome back. We're heading into the draft. Trex, I feel like everything that we said about the draft from game number 1, it hit. We saw how Vitality struggled early on to deal with the Fanny, but then the inevitable happened. The Melissa, and of course, when that Selena and Badang started hitting together, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I doubted the Badang and the Selena a little bit there. I did not respect the game completely, and though it took some time, once it mattered, once they were able to buy into that late game, it was on. That final big play with the fist crack followed up by the arrow, completely foreseeing Kyle's entry into the mid lane and just stopping in its tracks. Very well done by Vitality. Now, will I say that the draft was a complete win? Will I say that I think honestly they won that game off of skill as well, right?
100%.
Both teams had the ability to win that game off of their drafts, which means coming into game 2, anything could happen here, right? It's definitely possible for Falcon to tie things up. Both teams have shown that they know what they can do in their draft. And it's definitely possible for Vitality as well to pull this off and look for the 2-0.
And it was such an entertaining game because we got to see both lineups do their thing. As we mentioned earlier, Falcons got to do their thing for majority of the game. But then Vitality, with their sheer mechanics and skill, as you mentioned, were able to pop off, make sure that Melissa and Eman was the one who was bulletproof in the previous game. So Falcons goes ahead and bans out the Phoveus, trying to bait out a reaction towards a potential first pick of Freya for the side of Falcons. But we also can't forget about some of the major trades that we have through the Atlas, the Valentina, and other great picks that we still have in the meta. Marcel is still open, by the way.
Falcons will opt for that blue side first pick on this. Quick fun fact from Kyle. He has said that they're very strong, Vitality. Niall always bullies me in scrims. Just don't bully me in the tournament too.
So it's a little bit more context to what Niall said earlier with the interview with Eterna about how he sees just him and TNG as the top junglers here mechanics-wise, based off of results of the scrims, but not referring to what he believes when it comes to the tournament space once you're there on the stage. So the Valentina gets taken out here by Falcons now, with the Atlas gone. Yeah, that forces out the Marcel ban. So far, it's the bans of Falcons are more on forcing Vitality to ban certain heroes.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different than last time. We're not going to see the Valentina this game. Marcel banned out. Will that Ling be banned out? Last time it was Vitality on blue side who decided to ban out, which forced the big trade of either leaving the Fanny open or not, and Falcon called the bluff and ended up paying the price for it. Now with Falcons putting in their last ban, We still have all the assassins up. Jushin also still available and open. Freya still available and open. With things like Valentina and Atlas and Phoveus getting banned out, it means that there's a lot to trade up on, and Falcons want to go for that trade.
Whoa.
And while they're doing it, they take out the Selena, which I think is a good play overall. Do more of a target ban and leave some of those prio picks open.
Yeah, I think at that point, Falcons are already deciding the possibility that the Seleno is going to come in way early, similar to what we saw get drafted earlier in MSC. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that was Vitality who was able to do that in day number 1. So a lot of great options here available for Falcons.
All right, so Freya, Ling, and Fanny all open, meaning Vitality could go for the Harara ban.
Yep.
Could definitely go for the Harara ban. They could still get a Fanny or a Ling, or they can go, I mean, for any of the 3 essentially, right? They go for the Frey instead, which I'm a little surprised about, but still very viable because they still get the Belleric, that means, because if they wanted to go Freya +1, they would have had to give over that roam position. Falcons now deciding, what do we want out of the big 3?
Yeah.
And what do we want to respond with? They go for the Eudora, which didn't even see it. It's a hero that I still have to get used to.
Yeah, same. Eudora as the first pick. Because with the Valentina getting banned out, they have to be wary of picking their jungler right away. Because Vitality, they are encouraged to pick up the Belleric in the first phase. With the Valentina gone, then Falcons won't have their own Wrath of Dryad to steal away. And with the Atlas banned by Vitality as well, they might just pick up the Belleric here and now.
Did they just go for the Belleric Harara? They went the same thing as last time, pretty much.
Belleric Harara, Belleric Ling. Honestly.
Or just either don't even pick up the assassin because you're going to get one of the 3.
Yeah, it's like you have such a wide field to play with. You could just adjust. A lot of options here for Vitality, but because
left for mid lane.
Okay, so they will get the Ling Belleric as expected. Mid lane for Moreno. Let's see if they're still willing to play the Juice in later on, maybe into Red 3, Red 4. But I think a lineup that can clear the mid a little bit faster for Vitality will encourage them to take control of the river and make sure that their Ling is happy.
Does Falcon commit once again to an assassin pick, or do they try to switch things up here a little bit? We've seen a lot work against the assassins. They go for the Fanny once again. In the Barats into the EXP this time. Do we think we're going to see maybe something crazy and get the double fighter off? The only time we've seen the Barats so far is when there's also a fighter in gold or something of that nature.
But it's tough considering that Vitality is going to be coming back at Red 4 as the first pick and they have bans. They can just take away the Paquito. The Freya is already gone. Usually when we saw Barrets in the EXP and then it's paired up with another fighter in the opposite side, it's either just the Paquito and the Freya, unless they're going to dig deep and go for something else, like maybe along the lines of a Ruby, but you don't really see enough picks that would warrant that. I think they can just double down and play the traditional in terms of their gold lane option, but let's see how it's going to go. Melissa is still going to be the pick here for Vitality, and the problem right now is for Falcons because of their picks. They don't have enough that long range reach to really mess up this Melissa. With the Ling, with the Belleric especially, Eman might be on the way to another bulletproof game.
Looking good for Vitality in my book, at least for first side of this draft. At least in terms of how they were able to make everything work last game. Don't get me wrong, the early game could still be troublesome for them. Falcons had an amazing early game last time with the Fanny pick and everything else behind it. So Falcons maybe want to also run back the same type of game, but just play a little bit better, close it out a little bit faster.
Maybe. Oh, wow, respect on the Minotaur of Ogwyn. That actually could have messed up the lineup of Vitality. At least that wider reach might give Falcons a moment to not get peppered by the basic attacks of that Melissa. So maybe the fact that they're not going, they're going into the second phase of the drafting without their Ogwyn pick just yet might hurt them. Atlas is gone, Belleric was taken away, the Minotaur option's gone.
We see the Badong Ben from Falcon this time.
And they did. Good call, Drax, good call. Still respecting the possibility that the Belleric will suddenly show up in the EXP lane. Belleric, who would have thought, would end up becoming a really poisonous flex pick for MSC at EWC 26.
All right, so now Vitality, last ban on the field. Take out the Minotaur. Do they keep going into the roaming position? What is really left at this point?
really trying to run through the names of roamers, but in terms of the top ones we see, these are like the main trades, unless Falcons are going to pick up something like the Cho.
They could still be a possibility.
Yeah, at least there's going to be a moment where you will be able to knock up the Melissa in her ult, but then you'll get yeeted out of the dome right away with a getaway. But if they're going to play this Barris and the EXP, you're encouraged to be able to rotate fast and clear fast in the mid. You need a concussive blast roamer with this Eudora. They might still just end up picking up the Cho there.
Cho could definitely be a possibility.
They can close out with a Cho Moskov, maybe, for Marco. Wouldn't be too crazy. If Vitality are looking to, and if they're willing to, get a mid laner that has to shred damage for the Barris, they might want to go and consider the Lunox at the center of the map. Oh, Sora getting taken away. Oh, forgot about
Lunox
him.
definitely not a bad pick. You get the Brilliance to get away from the Fanny as well. You have some defensive capabilities. You don't have as much range against the Eudora, and you can still get one-shotted. You know, it's because the Eudora is just so quick about it, you don't have... It could be dangerous. On the side of Vitality...
They do need to
lock in your mid here and save the flex.
Yeah.
Save the EXP flex, the possibility.
Yeah, at least you have room to adjust and surprise. That Belleric, I think it's something that's making Falcons scratch their heads. They banned out a roamer, they banned out an EXP option, so that is still definitely something they're thinking about. Is Vitality going to be picking up here? Maybe a little bit more range through the mid or a little bit more shred. Which route are they going to go? How about a little bit more sustainability? They pick up the Esmeralda at the EXP. They do show their options already for Roman EXP. You're just waiting for their mid laner now.
So you just, like you said, we pick up the Moskov for Falcon.
Yeah. Moskov and
Do you think
Cho?
they could go something like the Kaja here? Something to pick off this Ling?
I think for that...
Ruby roam?
Just of how fast...
Against the Esmeralda? Possibly catch the Ling whenever he dashes in?
Yeah, but tough considering the Belleric and the Melissa, so... It sounds like it's 50-50 because you're getting a lot of good things, but I feel like the bad things you get out of a Ruby Robe surprise might be worse, so... Kaja, in terms of pick-off, I can see it, but I still lean towards the Cho. They go for the Brody, okay.
One of the few heroes that can probably get... that can put out some range.
Right. This was one of the picks that Falcons have already shown here. The Akai roam for Ogwen. They get the Brody. Kai and Eudora in the center. It's fast clear. Not as fast in the rotations, but it will be annoying for the Link to deal with in the team fight. But again, the problem still stands. Will they be able to reach this Melissa with a composition that Falcons has? Their front line needs to be stalwart. It needs to hold for a long time so that Brody could get the stacks off, pop that torn apart memory, melt them front to back until the Melissa has to get away.
So last pick for Vitality, still need a mid laner. Yeve's open, we haven't seen that in a bit. Jushin. Jushin's also still open. They just go for the Jushin, right?
Yeah, something that we mentioned also. Could be good and could be annoying for the Akai. You're going to be forced to use your dashes. The Vexana. Because of the Akai and the Barrets in front of you, and it does have a lot of disengagement protection for the Melissa.
Yeah, definitely a great answer. Overall, we've seen it picked once before. And even when before I was kind of questioning it, we saw how well it can do with the stiff arm, with the ability to get that Terrify. Something similar to the arrow, not as long stunning as the arrow, but something still similar, right? So if he can make some of those quick picks, drop down the warrior in the nick of time, it could be detrimental to the way they want to play this game.
All right, that has been it for myself and Trex here at the studio. Will we see another game where both teams get to do what their lineup wants to do, or will one of them dominate? One to either advance right now or to still hold on and force a game number 3. Bring you over to our casters, Brigida and Gideon.
5 seconds.
Thanks so much. It's going to be a good day here today because we're all hoping that this is not going to be a one-sided battle. We need to see a repeat of game number 1 where both sides are basically turning this MOBA into a fighting game as we jump into game number 2. Team Falcons PH on the blue side, facing off against Team Vitality on the red side. And let's go through this composition because again, that Vexana last pick actually is pretty genius here. So good at like just not only peeling off, but becoming a legitimate threat to the front line. It's like Ogwen at a certain point will not be able to take that kind of damage from Moreno.
And it's like adding an additional front line to your lineup in general, which I feel would work out really well for them, but that's multiple pull yourself together.
So many. And now, instant evade here.
Oh, Fork Lightning, stunning multiple members. But Kyle, unfortunately, had to be the first one to go down in this fight. A not so good start for Falcons, but they traded out with the Roamer, which I don't think makes it any better.
It does make it any... can somebody punish this? Yep, there we go. Haji goes down and Moreno survives as Ego challenges it. No problem. Full faith that the rest of the team... I mean, Moreno got the last pick. He was ready to give that kill over and trade his life for Nile. Like, he did not care at all. He has done his job, and he knows he's going to do it again and again and again.
Okay, that looked really good with Fork Lightning just catching multiple members too, though, but I guess you have to really pay attention to this being a Belleric and you just potentially being caught again. If Moreno went down here, I feel like that would somewhat equalize things a bit, but the fact that he didn't, I really feel like Vitality got the better out of that. But also, I feel like in terms of compositions, I also want to point out how at least with Yakai pick, they kind of forced out the Purify from Eman. So that might make things a bit better for Falcons too when it comes to the team fights later on.
And that was something that I was trying to figure out, right? I was talking to you telling like, man, how do we force this Ballista to actually take the Purify? I think Ogwin has got a pretty good answer to that. Falcons already have this first position, and I don't see it happening as bot side is getting attacked.
Yep, Super Marco looking like the target here. Doesn't have the ultimate yet, but he doesn't need it anyway and will survive. Just had to burn the flicker nonetheless, but at least he didn't have to go down with that attempt.
Yep, all he lost was his flicker. He still doesn't lose out too much. And even you can see Eman making sure he's doing his due diligence, throwing muddles into tri-brushes to open up that side of the map for him, just in case anything... Well, that was a Daytona's welcome.
Oh, on to Shogun, and with the help of Kyle, they actually pick up the kill. So this is a different approach to the combos that we saw from Vitality. It's a Barret's and a Fanny working together now.
But I do think it was interesting, right? They already knew that it was going to be Barret's playing into Shogun at this stage of the game, right? And I think the only way that Shogun actually has any chance in this lane is hitting and trading really well against Flap before he gets his stacks. Once he's gotten to that enraged Dino form and he can start doing the stomps in the middle of the wave, he will out-sustain Shogun until Shogun gets that enchanted talisman.
Yeah, he didn't have the Purify at that point too, right?
You're right.
So
yes.
There was just no way to really get out of it, and he had to accept his fate right there. Owen gets poked down a bit here, though. He still have a couple seconds before the next objective spawns, but Falcons have been just quietly increasing this lead that they have in their hands.
It's still a small lead. We saw how game one went, so until we start seeing like a 5K lead, something closer to like the 6K, then there should be, you know, a sigh of relief for all the Falcons fans out there. But for now, 2-2, a pretty even score as Nile has been hopping around and stealing away camps here and there.
He actually got that gold crab, I feel, using the retribution forward though, but it's gonna come up again once the objective spawns anyway. But I feel like nonetheless Vitality will struggle to a certain extent when if they wanna contest, because it's an Akai still that you're dealing with. It's not an Akai jungle, but I think that makes it all the more difficult to deal with, because its primary objective, it's not split between having to secure the objective and having to zone out. It's just really zoning out.
Yeah, that was a... I'm going to touch on it later, but for now, the fight.
There you go. It's the heavy spin pushing them away, and now Vitality are unable to contest for the objective. But the flicker in from Spin and the Falling Siren from Shogun. The knockup as well from the Eternal Guard. Flap actually finds one, but that's a Purify used by Shogun, so he will be okay. Tempest of Blades come in from Nile. Kyle trying to look for his target to go away. He had to change target. And the Terrify from the Deathly Grasp. He couldn't just freely cable his way through the fight.
That's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of the Falcons here. And I think that Vitality, it was a pretty good idea. Overall, if they got Super Marco at the end there, it would have been 100% worth it. But just look at this Wombo combo, right? How do you deal with this? And this is why I think the Vexana is so good, because now it's not about priority targets. I do max % health damage. Build what you want. Hey, you know what? Build 3 Guardian Helms if you really want to.
Yeah. So far, Moreno again and Eman have been untouched in this game. And it's starting to become a problem, I feel, for Falcons, because you even saw how Flap was just so decisive in wanting to go for it. Hold on, Ogwen. It's not a good time to be.
Look, he's not lagging. Both sides are not lagging. They're playing a perfect ping here at EWC. Iman is baiting him to do it.
Oh, they're all going in for Haji! Couldn't survive that. Now it's going to be Kyle trying to look for a trade, but he will be unable to find Nile. Now it's Finn setting up with the Wrath of Dryad. And now they're in the jungle of Team Falcons.
Darn it, if only Niall had just a little bit more energy, he could have re-entered that fight to take Kyle out. But now, they've kind of used everything at this stage. They got their profit, they walk away. No point trying to greed out for more. And I think the Falcons this time, they need to kind of break the battle lines. I think instead of Flap having to target some of the other characters here, I think he might need to just jump on Moreno, but I want him to go for Iman at the same time. It's just a tough call.
You really have to think hard about who your target is going to be because it's very single target, and Haji has just not been able to have the same free time as Moreno in this game. In the series, at least.
Yeah.
Moreno has been too free. The way that they've been linking together with Finn has been such phenomenal performance from Vitality so far. But now let's see, because Falcons are setting up for this turtle.
Oh, interesting. Conceal to push Shogun out of position, allowing Vitality to reveal themselves first. The big issue is that Finn has that flicker and Wrath of the Dryad, so, I mean, they've got good counter engage, so somehow Flap and Ogwin need to poke out their targets. I would argue that Haji needs to as well, but there's so many times where as soon as he shows up, that's an instant engagement from the side of Vitality.
Yep, at least Ogwin now somewhat finds his way back to the turtle pit, but Eman is feeling like a zoner right now. The way he just puts Muddles out there and deals a certain amount of damage towards the front lines. It's not just making things easy for Falcons, who just want to position themselves around this pit. Ogwin now below half HP! Flap doesn't land the Daytona's welcome, and the heavy spin flicker combo just to get away, but Ogwin might just be the first to fall here in this fight. It's a killing spree for Moreno. Kyle doesn't even have his purple buff yet, and Niall's not allowing him to take it freely. He still has a retribution, but he can't get close.
This is a scary game. Holy cow.
Cow.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, Flap could not stand that. What? Where could he go? There's not much mobility you can rely on as a Barret's either. It's just the Daytona's welcome charge, and that's about it.
This game is kind of ridiculous because it's really a game of chicken, right? It's whoever backs down from the fight first, and unfortunately for Falcons, for them to reposition, it's a lot harder in comparison to Vitality, who again are playing all for one and one for all with Iman here, who's doing a phenomenal job of keeping himself alive, and best yet, he's almost single-handedly getting Ogwin to use the heavy spin on him.
And when Kyle went for him, he didn't even feel the need to use the go away just yet. He's just that much ahead on this Melissa. Again, 0 deaths in this game. No one could target him. So you could just sense that he perfectly mastered the timings in which he is supposed to use the go away, and that's posing multiple problems from Falcons right now.
Yeah, and every single time you see Kyle trying to contest, trying to get a set. Wait, hold on.
Okay, Eman still has the Purify, not using it yet, just uses the go away, and it's gonna be enough to push Ogwin out. Kyle trying to go for the engage, but the Wrath of Dryad once again catching members. Eman's though alive again.
No.
Falcons are low, and Niall is here for the cleanup.
No.
Even under the turret, he's fine.
Kyle missed one cable, the most important cable from the destroyed structure of the turret. It just slipped right in between. I thought it was going to connect, but there was just too much noise in the middle of it to be accurate. Let's look at it one more time. Because again, Owen keeps him locked down, but as soon as the go away is done, Kyle instantly takes out one target, looks for the second, but that last cable didn't connect, so he couldn't get that last bit of burst, allowing Iman to reposition. How unfortunate.
It just got a bit too messy, I agree. It's so unfortunate. Now you feel the responsibility that Kyle has right now, because at that point, Eman was within reach.
It was. They were. And I think that right now, if they just need Super Marco to just live for a little bit longer.
No, what? Okay, that was a warranted attempt from Falcons. They finally get the kill onto Eman. Finn now left alone, using the Wrath of Dryad, still surviving for just a bit longer. Niall, though, does he want to go in? Will he find a target? He will probably wait a bit more and just play it safe for now.
And I love the fact that Niall, they both understand each other's composition. So now, just existing, just putting himself in a position where he is visible to the Falcons will make them second guess, hey, We don't want to greed this out too much. We already got what we were looking for.
Yep.
Finn and Iman are down. We can take first position at this point. Now, the next problem is Moreno until Iman gets back to the pit.
Yeah, and that was unexpected. You wouldn't really expect Sir Super Marco and Haji to be the combo to take out Emma, but I guess the damage really is going to come from them now. It's Kyle securing the objective, but Nile goes in. Haji very low on HP. Emma is going to finish him off, and the backlines are being taken care of as Emma's just really throwing out these needles. Shogun being in the face of 3 members of Falcons, and now there's a Daytona's welcome coming in from Flap, but he will not survive this attempt. God flying in! Go away, keeping Emma safe, but Falcons are going to settle with that.
Man, that was nasty. Shogun purposefully just standing right on top of Flap. As soon as he saw the Daytona's welcome, all he had to do was position himself just a little bit further to make sure people step away. But just look at this, right? Instantly, they find a big punish onto Haji, right? Nile had to quickly use that Bladed Tempest. If not, he was gonna get locked down into this wall. But look at it, Shogun instantly, he zones Super Marco and then walks back into the Daytona's welcome to get eaten, allowing him on to get the free hits. Luckily, Kyle and Flap communicated. We can at least blow one of them up.
Yep. Now it's a Blade of Despair pickup for Nile, as well as Moreno gets a Blood Wings. Falcons are going to utilize this Lord to at least equalize and get a bit more map control, though.
Stolen. Nice. Nice. That's going to take away a little bit of influence coming in from Nile. He can't just do whatever he wants willy-nilly. He will have to go into a side lane and then recall rather than walk his butt back. But you know, considering everything and considering game number 1, Vitality have shown that they are great on the defense, right? They pulled the lead back onto their side, and now they're just handing it back over to Falcons until the next Lord's fight.
Yep, they have a lot of ways to deal with a player, honestly. It's a Vexana, it's a Melissa, and you just really can walk up front knowing that they have muddles, knowing that they have a potential Eternal Guard dropping down on you at any moment. So they will somehow still be able to deal with the Lord, and this is still a very small lead that you're seeing 12 minutes into the game. So I feel like even Falcons at this point would be very careful and would not really assume that they're in a complete advantage just yet.
I think, honestly, they recognize that they're actually at a disadvantage until Haji is able to close the distance onto Iman and one-shot him. I don't see this game going the way that they want to, because even for Super Marco, right, his damage is, yes, great, against structures, against heroes, sure, it's fine, but the big issue is that he's running Sky Piercer. He's the big finisher. He cannot keep up with the hard DPS that's being pumped out of Iman like an absolute sweatshop factory. He's getting kicks out for everybody.
Yeah, Emma right now, it's great that Falcons had found a way to deal with him, but it's only been that one instance up top. Other than that, let's see how they deal with it this time. That's the ultimate already coming out from Haji. Vitality are still going to be okay though. Kyle trying to fly over the other members, but Moreno, did you see that? He was just like walking, avoiding the cables. Not even much reaction coming out of Moreno in that sequence.
Yeah, does Nile have his purple buff? Because I saw Haji throwing out his ultimate like, you know, his life depended on it. Luckily, Nile does actually have his purple buff, so good. At least we know that Haji, he's willing to throw his ult out. It's pretty short cooldown at this stage of the game, and I think this next Lord spawn, it's a make it or break it for either side. They're dead even in gold. Majority of the outer turrets have been destroyed. It is a very awkward parallel between the two.
I'm so not used to seeing this small of a lead already 30 minutes into this game. It's literally insignificant. It's so close between Team Falcons and Team Vitality right now. Both junglers on the opposite sides, but it's just going to be a recall for now.
Now it's about, I think it's the macro, right?
Yep.
At this point, it's how do you get under and how do you figure out a good timing? And I think that both Vitality and Falcons, they're junglers, right? They're not showing themselves on the side lanes. And Vitality have at least a huge advantage when it comes down to poking them out. Because every single time, right? Ogren walks up, Iman instantly throws out muddles.
Yep.
Waits for the cooldown, rinse and repeat.
Watch out for Haji though. They gotta watch out for Haji. They gotta check where he is.
Oh, he doesn't know. They have no idea now. Wait, is Finn gonna double check it? He might.
Okay, they still don't know. Because I don't think it hit. I don't think the first still connected.
And it doesn't reveal the entire bushes until it connects onto somebody. You're absolutely right with that. But Nile finally gets the endless battle and his position. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Finn, you're walking straight into something. Okay, now they spot Haji. Eman is gonna be fully aware that Haji will be positioned at that spot, but it is going to be a quick reposition. Falcons are really trying to play around this glass cannon pick of potential for Haji.
Yeah, they're trying to like slowly slot him into that backline, and Kylan as well as Nile. Oh, good stuff coming in from Nile, instantly revealing him, and now Vitality should have a little bit more confidence to start walking back up into that first position again, and maybe set up a slow push down on bot side.
Yeah, but it's Haji. It's Haji and Ogwen walking up top to support! Kyle, did they kill and take down Nile? Vitality might want to commit to this fight here in the Lord Pit, though. It's a flicker from Flap, gets cancelled out real quick. The knocker from the Eternal Guard and the heavy spin from Ogwen. Flap is gonna be traded out. Ogwen looking like the next target, but Vitality have to play it safe. Kyle is within the area.
Ooh, nice movement coming on from Aman. Kyle was thinking for half a second, if he keeps running away, maybe I go for the chase. I saw the stun get thrown out. I saw the taunt get thrown out. And more importantly, wait a minute, the Wrath of the Dryads has come back off of cooldown, right? Finn has been holding it for the longest time. And even though they don't have their retribution for the next 7 seconds, they're trying to make sure that Falcons, hey, you're going to fight on our terms, on our turf.
Okay, they're starting this. Nile's gonna be back. He's going to be back real quick. Ogwen now facing the damage, already below half HP. Haji already using the ultimate. Kyle showing up behind, but they're just going for the Lord! Kyle! He's shut down by Nile!
This game, the conceal. Wait, Finn, he might flicker for this, but now underneath their own inhibitor, that conceal is going to keep them safe. The trades have been beautiful from both sides. What a tight game this is, and really just showing the extent of Melissa. She can sustain underneath the Lord, no problem. Throws out Muddles. She can not only kill the Lord, but also poke out Ogwen at the same time.
And deal with Kyle. It's crazy to think how Eman is able to do this on a Melissa.
One man, 3 problems solved.
Now they're taking one base turret down bottom, and they still have the Lord marching in the base. That's an immortality pickup for Finn. They're getting poked down. Oh, the Daytona's welcome not connecting. Flap now getting knocked up and taunted as well. He's already very, very low. But Nile, he gets caught. Eman just trying to deal with the base dirt for now, but they don't have any minions left. Another Eternal Guard and a wave coming in mid.
Yeah, but they have nothing to worry about as Ogwen tries to pull them away, forcing out at least one flicker. Oh no, turn around!
A flicker from Finn to set the Wrath of Dryad in place. And it's only Kyle, Haji, and Ogwen left to defend, but can they? They're approaching the base. They have minions left.
It's
a
like
flicker from Haji, but Eman, he's still alive!
And the defense is successful from Falcons. Haji, despite all the damage thrown into his face, manages to hold on. There's one more wave though. Kyle, he's gonna have to pull it somehow.
Eman got his HP back, but does Kyle finish off the kill? He had a bit of nature. He couldn't, and another Muddle setup. Haji fights Shogun, but the heavy spin to push the minions out. Can they do this time?
Come on, Iman! It takes out immortality purchased with a Haas Claw. He's going to be able to sustain. Finally, this might be a Super Marco. Doesn't make it in time. And there you have it.
A 2-0 for Team Vitality as they secure the knockout stage.
Oh, what a beautiful game. Oh my goodness. I needed to see just one more game. That would have been great. But now a new problem has arisen. A polished Melissa coming up from Iman, solving 3 unique problems all at the same time. The tournament meta is starting to evolve and really coming into its own.
And it feels like each team has their very own version of it.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. I'm speechless because this early game, right? This Vexana pick really came in clutch to kind of work in the same way as the Eudora. You want to hurt your opponents, but at the same time, the big problem with Eudora is she's oppressive when she's ahead. But she, unfortunately, similarly to Moreno on this Vexana, are hyper squishy and are very useless once their cooldowns are depleted.
Yeah. The only times we really got to see them maximize the Eudora burst was when they had to burn the flicker alongside it too. So that put Haji in a very vulnerable position already, and that's something they just had to accept because they weren't able to really make anything out of it if they don't make these certain sacrifices. And Vitality just take advantage of it every single time. Oh no, look at us again, we're just losing it. This series has been a 2-0, yes, but it did not feel like a 2-0.
It was not a close 2-0 at all. Every single moment, I think unfortunately for the Falcons, right, you cannot just out-mechanic these boys anymore. They're going to have to rethink it. The tournament meta only develops as we continue on. Let's throw it over to our victors up on the stage with Rose for the interview.
Oh my goodness, this match literally blew my mind away. Team Vitality winning 2-0 clean sweep up against Team Falcons Philippines. And right now we are on stage with Shogun. How are you feeling after such a crazy game?
It feels great, but we need to improvise something that we could do better like that.
I agree, but that was already an amazing game, you know. It's your debut in the international stage. You have already qualified for the knockout stages. Shogun, I gotta ask you, how are you planning to spend your time? Perhaps maybe an off day walking around Paris?
I think most likely we will practice more, but yeah, maybe we have a chill time also, but not as much as practicing. So the focus is more practicing than the others one.
I like that. You guys are very focused. Head is very in the game, prioritizing practice and scrims over, you know, experiencing Paris as a whole, which I'm pretty sure you guys can do afterwards, as after all, this is definitely your home ground. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game, because currently this new meta, this new patch is driving everybody insane. We are seeing so many incredible new picks coming out in the Land of Dawn. But for you, as an EXP laner yourself, how are you actually adapting to the meta in the EXP?
I think as an explainer, it's not much to adapt, but my teammates, I think my teammates adapt a lot from the meta, but I think we win on the good line right now. That's all.
And I think you guys are definitely on track. Now, you know what? As you head onto the knockout stages after today's win up against Team Falcons Philippines, how does this win actually boost you guys? Are you guys like morally even, I don't know, better? Are you guys more confident heading into the knockouts? Or are you guys still just chill and taking it one step at a time?
I think not boosting, but I think we treat all our enemies the same, like that. We treat they're the same, so confidence is all up there.
Oh, wow. Okay, I like that. I like that. Very humble. You know what, Shogun, I know a lot of the Indonesians are, I'm pretty sure, very, very happy to see you guys taking the second ticket to the knockout stages. Is there perhaps any message you want to tell them?
I think, yeah, just we wait and see. Wait and see.
Wait and see. And as you can see, Mirko is there screaming his voice out. Thank you very much, Shogun. I'll see you in the knockout stages. Once again, congratulations. That's it from us over at the stage. Showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in the series.
Rose, MPL Indonesia's champions. Team Vitality take the win, and they move on to the knockout stages, which guarantees at least $100,000. What a big moment for this team, and what an organization that is on the run in MLBB across both sides, women's and men's MLBB. Vitality taking the championship at MWI last week here in Paris, so a great start for that org. Welcome back. I'm Rain Day. Joining me is Renmar and Trex as we continue. I'm getting a notification. I think that's my daughter FaceTiming me back in LA, just waking up. So that does mean we're getting close to the end of the day. But to wrap up the series, Renmar, I mean, what's the takeaway from you? What did you notice about why Vitality was able to be successful in a pretty contested game too?
Mechanically gifted and busted. Finn and Moreno, I was saying, busted. I was saying it during the restreams for the MPL ID playoffs. Finn and Moreno are my favorite Roma duo right now. Coming out of Indonesia, they're just so good. Finn, the timings. It's like the teams from Indonesia, and even not just Indonesia, teams around the world have finally met a perfect marriage of the macro that has helped the Philippines dominate for such a long time and marry it with their own great mechanical abilities. And Vitality is a great example of that team.
Trex, you agree?
I completely agree right now. And I think there was some doubts before this tournament came in, but Vitality is showing all the naysayers that not only is their draft and mental gifted, but their micro, the mechanics, everything was just on point in those 2 games.
I liked seeing the draft kind of continue to develop. That last game, we got to see Barrett's opened up again. Yep. And we also got to see Eudora played against a Vexana. And to me, we were talking a little bit about it, Renmar, in the green room. Yep. I feel like it's a great answer to Eudora. I think it puts, as Gideon was saying, her behind in lane quite often. And when Eudora's behind, she's not the same, would you agree, impact as when she's ahead?
Yeah, there's just something about Eudora's pick, which is why I've been quite passionate about it online with my post this morning, saying teams have to really consider deprioritizing her.
Yeah.
Because Melissa has come back up, and now Vexana is an option. And you can definitely say, because of the lack of range, this is what we've been saying for 2 drafts now, the lack of range to really mess with this Melissa means the Vexana, especially this one, just supplemented the Melissa even more.
Yeah, I think the reality of what we're seeing is even some of these teams haven't completely adapted a full meta just yet. We're seeing answers happen mid-tournament. This isn't something that they were all completely prepared for. Yeah. And Vexana, back in the day, what was it, about a year or so ago, was meta, and she was so good against some of these heavy, bulky fighters, these people that want to get up close and personal with you. And that's why we're seeing her slowly come back against things like the Barats, against things like the Esmeraldas, against a Eudora who doesn't have long range. Some of these types of compositions that want to kind of walk up towards you, and we're seeing already counter picks happening once and once and once more.
In my experience of just watching and enjoying learning about the game, I saw, differently the approach of when I saw the steal. I'm forgetting the character's name, but she steals ultimates. The Valentina, who is being the choice most often, and they were letting sometimes the Atlas go, knowing they have the Valentina. Yeah. But then that was requiring a really aggressive approach to get in and use that ultimate, which is for a tankier character. Do you think Vexana might actually be a safer, more reliable answer to provide some CC and then ban the Atlas? You don't have to try to counter it?
Yeah, I think for the Vexana, in this specific makeup of the draft, it made a lot of sense. Again, because of the Eudora not having that range, the Barretts needs a lot of stops. You're trying to protect one piece of your lineup that needs to stay alive in the Melissa, making it even so much harder to kill her. Yes, the one kill that they got onto the Melissa was because they were able to find the combo through the Eudora, but that was just once. It was so rare. In the end, you saw how Falcons was struggling over and over again just to get Eman done. They couldn't.
I mean, honestly, you might be onto something, Rain, because the games that we're seeing those Vexanas get picked up, the Atlases have been getting banned out. So for future drafts, it could be preemptively telling us something. When those Atlases get banned out, maybe be prepared for that.
Yeah, I think it's so cool to see how this meta is developing and how good all of these players are. These players giving us insights into what they're thinking. These conversations, as you saw Shogun have with Team Vitality, going to continue into the off day, and that is going to make a world of difference as they have a chance to watch Group B. Let's take you to the schedule for the rest of the day, because we have one more series coming up. Group B will be tomorrow. We'll do the exact same thing. So we'll send 2 teams home. We'll see, and we'll send 2 teams to the knockout stage. We'll send 2 teams to continue playing. But Team Falcons meta in Group A and Ignite Gaming, that is of the latter consequence. One team will be going home. One team will be continuing on. And that is high stakes, about as high stakes as it gets. Trex, I mean, any words previewing that series for you?
I think it's going to be I think a lot of people are thinking it might be one-sided. I believe it could be a pretty close series. I think it might go the distance. Falcons meta, yes, a great team. Ignite had a bad showing in their previous game, but I think they still have a little bit more in their pocket, honestly.
51-49, who you leaning?
51-49. You know what? Because I know which way he's going, I'm going to go Ignite.
Okay, and you're going Falcons.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier.
Well, I want to know what you guys think, the audience as well, because we have our tournament pick'ems. Get them in right now while you can. You have a chance to let us know whether you agree with Trex, maybe you agree with Renmar, maybe you're 50-50 like most of us here, waiting to see what happens. Let us know in your pick'ems. We'll show you the results before the game goes live, and then afterwards you can tell us in the chat if you were smarter than all of us. Coming up very soon, we're going to have that next series series, and I cannot wait for you guys to be here with us. We'll catch you right after this short break.
Tingnan pre. Nice.
Ari na buri ah.
Ayaw mo. Arit na ulti, arit na ulti set. Ready dash. Bale. Kilin. Batin, tahu. Crips. Nice one, aman. Nice try. Nice try bang.
Isang dai guys.
No tailing.
Go guys, we have a lot.
Nice one. Imaw. Half clean.
Clean.
Tingin sa akin, clean.
Wait ba, wala kang skill ba?
Cannot ko. Which one?
Nice one.
Time big one, guys. Big.
Nice one. Nice.
More.
Let's go.
Minion.
Let's go.
Nice one. First. Anpawik. Maharapan ko to ah.
Mabuhay din ako.
Kaya, Deb.
Si Teddy lang.
Wait, wala pure si Ted.
Bigyan na.
Gaya, alis ako.
Kinain.
Makulit pa ako ah.
May ulti ka sa Sanji ah.
May ulti ako. Ulti rin ako. Boy pa ako.
Mga low pre. To, sa akin pre. Gonyo.
Wala sila skill pre.
Sa akin pre. Gonyo.
Puro low. Nasunog ako. Ginagawa ko lang. Babalik. Carly. Pakito.
Binata ko.
Hindi natin kaya pre. Ang damage.
Flash ult out jump. I go consig.
Anlaşın. Go zone. They can't do anything.
Go tower.
Kesin bunu ya. Yüzebilir misin kesin? Yut. Just kill Belerik.
Belerik.
It's okay, we don't have.
I have You good? Arlot.
Just kill Arlot.
Link.
Nice.
Bak nice amına koyayım. Link 1 HP.
Ada WP. Bisa. Oke. Enak aja.
Kontol gede banget. Savage gak?
Langsung aja. Nanti aja.
Coba kayak.
Gampang itu.
Coba. Gua 21 ya.
Try mo.
Kayak. Kontol gitu tuh. Dia spawnnya dekat banget sih.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Support your nation with 16 games across 4 weeks in November, all in search for the ultimate prize. The Esports Nations Cup in November. Check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have games I am very beloved with there, and I can't wait to see what other performances we'll see across all our communities in gaming. Also, if you saw some of those comms, thank you to Saudi Radio Comms for helping to get some insights into what the players might have been saying throughout their games. We'll be sure to check in with more of that coming up later on in this week. All right, as we return back to it, Renmar and Trex, it's time to start filling in the gaps here. That means one last series. It's going to give us our final team that's moving forward to continue playing. It's going to also, as our final match of the day, also send one final team home.
Yeah, I think for these two, they gotta play fast, man. Play fast, play rough, play hard, because it's potentially your last showing. You don't want to go out on a whimper. You want to go out on a bang, bang.
I'm glad you added that second one.
Thank you.
Yeah, it may honestly be time to not take things slow, get aggressive in the beginning, try to catch your opponent off guard. Don't leave it down to a late game possibility, to a let's just wing it possibility. Try to own it. And if you can control that early game, just convert it into an easy win.
This is going to be a difficult one for sure. Team Falcons PH is going to have a chance to play against the winner of this game. So it could be a Team Falcons matchup. Team Falcons Meta, Team Falcons PH. Organization wouldn't mind that. One moves through. Of course, I'm sure they'd rather both move through, but that's not going to be possible because if Falcons Meta aren't in that matchup, that means Ignite Gaming won and they have been going home. So on the other side, Ignite Gaming, that's a team that we need to pay attention to. You were leaning a little bit more towards that, Trex, in your 50-50 because, well, Renmar had already chosen the other side. What do you like about Ignite?
I just think we have Diablo, we have a veteran, someone who's been doing this for a very long time. We also saw some great plays from this team the other day, even with their loss. They still showed up at some times. And I think when it comes to some experience, they do have that there. Don't get me wrong, Falcons Meta is a team that has also been around a very long time, but it just feels like sometimes they fall a little short.
Team Falcons Meta. That's the real conversation here. They made it through the wild card. This was the team that filled out the bracket. They're filling out our bracket again as the final match of the day. Where will they go? We don't know this time around. It was a grueling fight, but when you look at their roster, they've got guys who can do it. They've gotten the job done already. It's now a matter of can you get it done on maybe the biggest stage at MSC. We had a chance to sit down and talk with Falcons Meta and their roamer Troll a little bit earlier today.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and right now I'm here with Troll. Welcome, Troll.
Thank you.
Troll, we find ourselves in an elimination match, so the pressure is high, the stakes are at an all-time high as well. Pressure check, pulse check, what's going on in your head right now?
I think we don't have pressure, we'll just play our game.
Okay, no pressure, you just play your game, and everyone feels the same way?
Yeah.
No one's nervous?
No one's.
I like that. I like that. Now, I got a chance to talk to Boyet, I think, earlier on, and he mentioned that, you know, coming into MSC from the wildcards, you guys didn't have much time to prepare. Is that right?
Yeah, we didn't have much time to prepare for the batch, the new batch.
Okay, so how's it been going so far? Like, do you have enough time now?
Yeah, we've had enough practice, and I think we'll do better.
Okay, so you've done your homework and everything. What do you think that you could carry from yesterday's loss to your match today?
I think on yesterday's loss or the day before, we like throw the first game. We throw the first game. Like
Who threw?
It was a team mistake.
Okay, it was a team mistake. And then you saw that, and then what happened after that?
We talked about it and we played some scrims and we fixed it.
Okay. So during, you know, tournaments like this, who do you usually scrim against?
It depends on where is the tournament. If like it's in Paris, there is not a lot of teams, so we scrim on the teams of the other group.
Oh, okay. Does that make it challenging for you?
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, speaking of challenge, we've seen the rise of assassins since, you know, wildcards. Now it's been like so prominent. Does that change something for you as the roamer?
No, I think it's okay. I've played against assassins before. I don't think it's a problem.
No problem whatsoever. No pressure. I mean,
no, it's okay.
Did it change maybe your role in the game?
Yeah, maybe I can target the jungle a lot more. Not like the jungle tank meta where the jungle would just utility. The turtle lord.
Okay, so what's your favorite go-to hero right now in this meta? And what do you think would be more popular?
Probably, I won't say.
Okay, you won't say. You won't say. But have we seen it before?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Is it it's not a healer, it's not a support.
No, it's not support.
It's not a support. I'll let the panel figure that one out. But, you know, lastly, I do want to ask if you have a message perhaps to your fans back at home.
Keep supporting us and it will help us win this game.
All right. Once again, thank you and good luck for your next match. And we're throwing over back to you guys.
Thanks, Eterna. Great interview there with Troll. Didn't give us any clues on that one. However, I don't know.
I have a guess.
Belric, Atlas?
My guess is Cho.
Cho?
I mean, that is his favorite pick. Like, historically, he's really good at it. But that's just a guess. I'm not thinking anything. I'm straight up guessing.
It is Cho.
No, I don't know.
So that's confirmed.
I'm straight up guessing.
Clip it, guys. Clip it. It's confirmed. It's Cho. And let's see the response as well. Clipped back. And Cho's like, what? I never said that. Okay. My job trying to get Rinmar in trouble. Fake trouble, of course, as well. So Ignite Gaming, I think the question is, this is a team with Diablo. And Diablo is kind of, we were prepping a little bit of this conversation. Is it try to get him to do Diablo things? Is it try to get this roster to support him as we take a look at the players on Ignite Gaming for him to succeed? How do you draft? How do you pick? Both these teams suffered convincing 2-0 losses the first time we were able to see them. So the question is, how do they bounce back and get back in sync after that? We actually had our main man LaFell earlier this week do a little game with Team Ignite to see if they could find out if they would ever mesh quite like they needed to in order to win this set.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and we know the players have good teamwork in the game, but how are they in real life? We're gonna be playing this or that, where we see whether they're on the same page or not. Right now, we're with Ignite Gaming with Kevin, CS, as well as Roy. So if they're on the same page, they're safe. If not, they're gonna whack each other with the hammer. So we're gonna have 5 questions here. So the first one is, if you have to choose, would you rather eat a croissant or a baguette? Which one would you guys like more? All right, so we got a few croissant connoisseurs for the next one. If you guys can choose to do one activity, would you rather you guys go for a Seine River cruise or go to the top of the Eiffel Tower?
Yes, go top.
This is the cruise.
Oh, but you.
So now we'll see what happens when the alarm rings. This is something that everyone struggles with.
Yep.
And you know what? Who likes to wake up anyways, am I right? So now, this is gonna be a pretty controversial one. We'll see how you guys feel about this. You go here if you feel like the GOAT is Messi. You go there if you're all for Ronaldo. This is gonna be the final one. When you try have a nice French dinner, would you rather go with Diablo or Jay? Hey Jay, you got a friend. So you guys were not completely on track. You guys will have the hammer where you guys can whack each other. It's okay, it's an inflatable hammer, so there's like, just go for it. What? All right, that's good, that's fine. So that is Ignite Gaming. I kind of feel like whether they got it right or wrong, they would like to have that. So good luck for you guys at MSC, and we'll see you guys next time.
Now, what I would have loved is to come back with those hammers on the panel and all of us to get in that game. That was fun.
Yeah, can we get that?
I want it.
I wouldn't even need to play a game. I think I'm just straight up whacking all of y'all.
Turning in what an incredible international competition for MLBB. Let's check out the broadcast and just swinging some hammers, having a good time. We do that too here at EWC. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this one. It's been a phenomenal day. Our final set of the day, our final series, we've kind of previewed a little bit of Falcons Men and now Ignite Gaming. Trex, I mentioned Diablo. Kelvin is a great talking point here. Who stands out for you?
I think Kelvin, honestly. I think the whole team, we're at a point where we know Diablo, right? Diablo's been around. He's been in multiple internationals. Now it's time for the rest of the team to show up, right? It's time for the rest of the team to show that they can also be names. They can also be mainstays. They can also show that they belong in that top 8. And the only way they're going to get closer to that is by winning today.
Yeah, Kelvin was a standout, and I think a lot of people, despite the tough loss that Ignite suffered against Team Spirit, a lot of people were pointing out that Kelvin looked pretty solid.
Yeah.
And I agree with Trex. I hope this continues to be a name-making performance for Kelvin. Diablo, he's going to be there. Hopefully we just gets to draft heroes where he can actually be, really felt in the map, if you guys know what I'm trying to get on here. But yeah, Kelvin for sure, for Ignite.
And Troll on his famous Joe, right?
Which is, of course,
his favorite secret character.
Which is, again, just a theory.
No. It's real, guys. It's real, right? Let us know in the chat if it's actually happening. Imagine it is a Joe, because then that would be like the best call of all time.
Yeah. That'll be looking good for myself, but then the Menon boys might come up to me and say, hey,
don't give our secrets away.
Why did you say that?
Yeah,
Why
don't
did
give
you
our
say that?
secrets away. My friend Mar knows so much. I mean, I'm excited to see how the Melissa starts to have an impact. Was that just last set that we saw the impact? But I mean, it was 2 sets in a row now that we've seen Melissa be prioed, and sometimes like that pick that counters 3 picks.
I'm wondering how many teams are actually ready to use that. Amon, obviously exceptional on it, but I feel like he's had a bit more experience playing this hero. And I'm wondering, yes, I do think we're going to see more of it, but how many teams are ready
That's a good
to
question.
actually slot it in, and how many gold laners have played it as much as some of these other players?
Do you need the same micro to be effective with Melissa the way that you might have that conversation around hitting Aurora iframes and min-maxing that, item buying, and all those crazy things?
I think it's a lot about positioning for Melissa.
Okay.
Yes, there's some micro, but so much of it is more in the sense of where are you on the map?
understand it?
How good are you at kiting back and forth? It's a very different type of micro than, say, a Ling or a Harara, right?
Yeah.
And it really depends on the mastery of the composition with the team.
Yeah.
Like how well does the team position around their Melissa? Vitality positioned around Eman and their Melissa really well in those 2 games.
I'm curious, if this is going to be as even as we think it is in terms of the votes. I know we may not have the pick'ems up yet. I'm curious what you guys voted for yours as well.
I think it was up a minute
Oh, it was?
ago.
What was it?
83%.
Oh, 83% for Falcons Meta.
Falcons.
Wow, that is a lot. Okay, so a big Falcons fan base here. I mean, EWC Club Championship winners 2 years in a row, so there's no issue with that as well. Team Falcons Meta, they headline our final game of the day, and as we continue to move on in this series, we're sending 1 team home, and unfortunately for them, that will be the end of this tournament. However, 1 team fighting for their life, which makes this a must-watch. Don't go anywhere. Let's send it to the stage and kick it off.
In the previous match, boy, was it interesting as Team Vitality drops Team Falcons to the lower bracket. Milosh, how did you feel about that?
Honestly, I saw how happy you were also the preparation after, right? Falcons so far not really soaring too high, but that is only in the context of qualifying to the knockout stage, right? And that's the upper bracket. That's the other question. It is not done yet for Team Falcons PH.
You are right, but this may be the last match of the day, but to one of the teams, this could potentially be their last match of the entire tournament.
They've heat, they've hot, and maybe it'll be their last caca. Let's bring out our first competitors, Team Falcons Mena! It has been a long, dark, and lonesome road to qualify for MSC 2026. That first step was successful on wildcard, but the pressure is fully on at the moment. Will the journey be over before it even begins for our Mena boys? We're about to find out.
Oh yes, we are about to find out indeed. And of course, going up against them all the way from Singapore, it is Ignite Gaming! They are hungry for redemption. Starting off their journey incredibly shaky, they need to move out of their comfort zone to make it out alive. But the question is, do they have what it takes to reignite their fuels for this match?
One thing's for sure, they're going to need to light up the stage here against their opponents, the Team Falcons Mena. So please, gentlemen, I will give you the space here. Ignite, please, Team Falcons, you may place your keys. Gentlemen, take your seats. And of course, team captains, prepare for our handshake. Might be the last one. And it will be for one of these 2 teams. The fist bumps are in. Our game is ready. Our final one for today. Elimination on the line. Who can survive? Who will go back home? Team Falcons, Team Ignite Gaming. Let's get it going.
Survival is on the line. Team Falcons Meta going up against Ignite Gaming. Diablo. I asked Trex, he said, we know about him. We need to see something from Kelvin. We need to see someone else step up and make this their moment. Will it be Jay on the roam? We've seen so much impact from Bellerix, from Atlas. How deep will that pool go?
Yeah. But to add to the question on Jay is, Roy, will he be able to step up against Coffin, who of course is one of the more iconic Valentinas that we've seen throughout the history of MLBB esports internationally, which we have discussed as one of the top picks to watch out for. Think about it, from the perspective of Falcons, how tough it must have been to go from winning and going through wild card, and then suddenly the meta completely shifting right under your feet. That is a tough task.
Well, as these teams prepare, make sure to get your Happy Rhino Day interactive effect. MSC and EWC has so many fun collaborations here, and so this is new in shop. Make sure to grab that and spam it in your games. Happy Rhino Day, everybody.
Happy Rhino Day. Have you got any of those yet?
I think
I can't tell whether she's...
I pressed so much buttons and claiming stuff. I think I got the Lily already.
Fair enough, fair enough.
The really funny looking one.
I like the ghost Layla. I don't know if she's a ghost or if she's scared or exactly what it is, but...
Yeah, it's like that anime reaction of just like something bad happens. Like, oh.
Hopefully, well, one of these teams will be making that face by the end of the day, sadly. Back to Diablo. You know, in that interview we saw the other day, the one with Eterna, you know, where she was blushing. That interview, he said, we're probably not going to do any cheese picks unless we get a little bit farther. But honestly, with this being their last game, do we think there's going to be something a little crazy coming out? And in all reality, the teams that have been getting a little crazy have been getting favored. Some of those off the top drafts, some of those thinking outside of the box picks have been working out. So this might be a time for Ignite to dig deep and look for something different.
Yeah, but at the same time, I know I was asking for it from Diablo. I keep bringing it up. We look for the more impactful heroes, but it seems like because of the assassin in the jungle, it would be best if you get an EXP laner that can just hold really well. Yes, the Paquito is still an option and it's great, the Freya, but that's not going to be let through here by Ignite themselves, as it could be first pickable for Falcons Mena. It looks like it's more important to just have stability in the EXP lane, be unkillable, and then the other team would then be forced to try to go into the gold lane. But because of rotations, the Roamer and Mid are there. And then what happens in the jungle? Things like Hirara, but it gets taken away by Mena.
Yeah, the jungle's definitely going to be different here. In the moment I saw that Ling, I'm thinking, what if Falcon just bans out assassins here and completely switches how things are going to go? Let's try to revert back to that meta we were comfortable with. And what's the way to do that? Take out Hirara, take out Ling, take out Fanny.
But then, so that would, in my eyes, shift them to, let's grab Atlas early. I think if that was the case, because if you ban it out, and I think the thing we did see is somebody tried to grab the Fanny and prio it, but then you leave a 2.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You're right, it looks like it is going to be an Atlas priority with the Valentina getting banned out.
So and I think can't steal.
Yeah. Unless Ignite leaves the Fanny open?
If ever Ignite, I think Mena might be okay with Fanny going through. And then they're just going to pack a lot of heroes that will disrupt its jungle rotation, which is easier said than done.
Waiting on that final ban as well. You guys said that you need to find a way to distinguish yourself, maybe be a little bit unique. Throw out some of those picks you weren't expecting. This is your last chance. You're either going home or you're moving on to another elimination game after this. There is no time to waste. And it's interesting, the Atlas ban comes out.
So Ignite roll the dice here. It's okay, fine. You want to leave one assassin open. We will leave you the Fanny. Can you pull it off? Can you first pick Fanny? Because most of the time that is not always a great choice. A lot of the times Fannies are, you know, at least back. Ooh, but the Marcel.
Yeah. Marcel goes through. So they forced out the Atlas ban. They don't have to worry about the golden hour of the Marcel getting taken away. And now then they can get creative with how they're going to pack it. If ever they do want to go for the utility jungles, they can go for their Fredrins, they can go for the Kimmies, they can pack up the Granger if they want the combo with the Marcel. If they're just using it to disrupt, then Ignite Gaming will have to double down on the fact that they want damage. So yeah, this is Falcons Mena softly trying to force Ignite Gaming into the meta that won them through the wild card. Exactly as you mentioned, take away the assassins, and this is a little bit more how we were seeing the draft back in wildcards just a week ago.
We haven't seen the Marcel yet in play, at least for this stage of the tournament thus far. I think we saw a little bit maybe in wildcard, but not quite.
He might have been
yet.
played once.
Yeah, at least once.
So has made it through the ban phase at least once.
Yeah, but I think only one. I mean, it's not been prevalent. I mean, what's the strategy too? Because I was going to ask with Fanny, and now you see the Gourd coming out on that side in the Akai. Do you play your card too early? Do you give them 4 picks to build against what you're clearly going for, prioritizing?
I don't know. Marcel's just monstrous. And honestly, Mena's doing a great job at not showing their cards at all. This Akai could be roam. It could be jungle.
It is already jungle. They have the Marcel.
Oh, yeah.
In the roam, yeah.
So, then maybe they are showing their cards a little bit.
They are honest with it, but I think they would like to be honest. Again, your prescribed approach for Mena was to just straight up bring it back old school, take away those assassins. And, I mean, again, it really feels like I just went back to the wild cards. Who knew that just taking away the Hirara and Ling would result to this in the draft?
Yeah, and Ignite's answering it with old school as well. The YSS picked up.
Yeah.
Paquito, a little bit of flavor, but Zushin. I mean, overall, here's the thing. With Ignite's draft right now, you have the Paquito, most likely going to EXP for Diablo. You get the YSS. They're looking like a lineup that could go fighter.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that against the Akai, though? And against the Marcel?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the tough choice here. I think if Mena still, Falcons Mena, still ban out the Esmeralda, then it might be a little bit of a over-respect towards that possibility, because you already have the Marcel and Akai together. That double fighters might be too disruptive, but let's see. Belleric in the roam.
Arlot banned from Ignite.
So Arlot Belleric taken away as our second phase of bans begins. Each team gets 5, and it'll set us up for our final 2 picks. A 1-2-1.
The more I think about it, they might just double down on the double fighters. Sustain the sides, keep it strong. Or if ever they send the Paquito into the gold, keep that as an open option. But then the Akai means you lose a lot of damage for that. It might be best to just put it in EXP. But the Esmeralda is still open. It makes sense that Ignite would want to pick it up, because if ever you get the Esmeralda for Falcons Mena, then the Paquito EXP is pretty much scuffed.
I don't know. Mena is still kind of lacking in burst damage, lacking in damage overall. You have the gourd, yes, but without a sufficient combo to really make that magic gush hit, there's not a whole lot you can do with it. So Mena definitely needs to round out, and I don't think they want to go for a shredder, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Claude is exactly what you want to pick up.
They might double down on what we saw from Onyx during their very first game. Just get a Granger with a Sky Piercer. Yeah.
Well, looking for that gold, you would assume, right?
Yeah.
Side of...
We're thinking maybe the Granger for the burst damage, something to give them a bit more of a big hitter. They already have the shred with the gourd. They need something that's gonna, pack a punch against this YSS, against this Jushin, something that can have some range.
What if they do? They should just pick up the Esmeralda here, right? Esmeralda then Gourd to round it out. Okay, they go Uranus. Oh,
and the Clint.
Oh, yeah.
So the burst.
Yeah. Still pretty much like the same approach as to wanting to back up the Granger. And it is well supported with the Gourd, the Marcel, the Akai, and the Uranus up in the front. The Gourd with it in case someone gets to penetrate their formation. So this is a great balanced lineup for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, so you like it.
Yeah, I like it. But Ignite, I do like the Minotaur too. The range of Mena with them wanting to get close and create space. The Minotaur with a Flicker and a Minoan Fury might just break the formation of Falcons Mena, meaning that's enough space for the Yisun Shin to wreak havoc. Ignite now pack the Barrets in.
So we go for the fighter off. We go for the funnel strat into the YSS. Definitely some danger here against a golden hour, against the heavy spin, against the Magic Gush. This is a composition that wants to group up on the side of Ignite, but still, it can look overwhelming. One big play in this type of composition can dominate a team fight.
Yeah, I like this Barrett's, though, just for the sole purpose that it might make Boyet overthink of when he wants to use his heavy spin so that the Detonus Welcome won't affect him as much.
Ignite Gaming sees the Melissa do well. They ban it out, do the double fighter. We'll see if the burst from Clint is able to be enough for Team Falcons Meta. The panel likes it. Let's see if our casters like it as we headed over to begin our final series of the day. Ignite Gaming versus Team Falcons Meta. Let's get it going.
Thank you so much to the panel. We sent one team home earlier today for our first match of day number 3 here at MSC. Now we will have to send a second team home. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. I love it. Panel likes it. I love it. I love the drafts from both these teams. I like that they're going back to just comfort, right? not necessarily the most meta picks, but it's what they've won with, especially in their own domestic leagues.
Yeah, we don't even know how do we define the meta, honestly, at this point. So the fact that we're just seeing some of the more common picks nowadays, or at least in the past 2 days, such as the Barretts, and it's going to be in the hands of Diablo too. So that's also something I really like from IG, because finally they're playing something that's much more similar to the playstyle that we know of them.
Quick emblem check right here. Pull yourself together, ready for Cuffin. Weapon mastery for Sano as we see CS go for the lethal ignition in the Festival of Blood, double tenacity and a whole lot of agility. And I think in this meta, even though you might not want to play these meta picks, you still need to rely a lot on that agility. Now let's talk a little bit more about Falcons meta and IG, right? Wildcard winners, Falcons meta. They usually do very well in the group stages of internationals. Unfortunately, this time around, sent down straight into the lower brackets. Now IG, Singapore, they've been on a tough road. The last few internationals just bombing out of events, completely eliminated on first day, second days, and now it's time to prove that they still have it within them to contend for the knockout stage.
Yeah, and a lot of questions, right, for both of these teams, especially coming from a 0-2 sweep, a loss in their first showing previously here in the group stage, and now Falcons meta, it seems like they're still playing a very similar game to what we saw from them in the wild card. That's why it was also pointed out in the panel earlier that it feels like they're just drafting as if we were in the wild card, but I can't blame them. This is something that's very comfortable to them, whereas IG, I think they're the ones who switched things up a bit. So now we see the Barretts and the Minotaur in their hands, and they're setting up for this first objective of the game.
Even Diablo on an enabler instead of a carry. Kelvin's waiting in that bush. It's an all-out fight for Turtle 1.
And that Diablo is very, very low, but he still finds the Daytona's welcome. Boyet secures this objective for Team Falcons meta. Golden R already laid down as well, but it's CS trying to find Coven in the backline. The knock up from Boyet and heavy spin. That's going to be first blood over to Falcons meta, but the trade from Diablo, he actually finds Sanji too.
They keep on going here. It will be the end of the skirmish, but take a look at what Falcons meta were able to do. Again, controlling the neutral objective with the Akai. That's number one. But IG really just falling out to that tempo, and they don't even get the prio up top. Instead of trying to play out around this winning lane, they let it go, and Sano just got so much value out of it.
I feel like they really wanted to go in first, though. You could see how Jay just wanted to position himself, but now he's yet to get his level 4. Just got it now, and they're not really going to commit to a fight just yet, but they had no idea this was happening, but Kelvin still actually takes his purple buff. So I think it will be an unsuccessful attempt here for Boyet. Does he get bursted down here? That's going to be the question. It seems like he will be, though. That's 4 members of IG on him all alone.
And that's where you can see a little bit of that experience. Wait a second. Mystic Gush on Roy and a flicker as well.
All right. That's a lot.
Just a Crimson Beacon, but tendencies, habits, Brigida. Falcons meta, if that was in the wildcard, he would have already gotten the purple buff. Unfortunately for him, the Akai got his passive completely botched in the new patch, and that's why it was still so slow for him to actually take it away. Kelvin was able to rotate, taking it in time, and we get to see the replay of it again. The retry was also just miles too early. You see a little bit of cringe. Back room is like, oh god, why was it so early? A bit of panic from Boyet, perhaps.
Yeah, this could have been a bigger lead if only they were able to take away that purple buff as well. But now we're back to a very small lead in their hands. Kelvin shows up here. Sano has no idea that even Jay is within or around the area. Troll comes up to them first, and they are going to play it safe. There's an objective upcoming down bot, and they will both make their way to this objective. All spells are actually going to be available apart from these flickers for Cuffin. So I think positioning-wise, it's going to be very crucial at this point now that it's actually Falcons meta taking control of the riverside. Crimson Beacon forced out of Roy. Golden Hour laid down too, but it's CS bursted down and forced to flicker out.
Looks like it's going to be free here unless Diablo was able to get in, but no chance. Boya with the red tree, and now it's Troll.
Diablo has a flicker. Daytona's welcome under the turret, so he is going to be safe. But they lose out on a turtle, and they weren't able to trade anything out of that. So IG, I think this is Falcons meta slowly getting the advantage that they want.
I think it's just a pure control, man. With the Akai, it's just very difficult for IG to come in with the Yisun Shin, and it's also just them protecting their new...
Yeah.
No one saw that. No one saw that. It's okay. Falcons men are protecting their structures up top. Mystic Gush!
Okay, the flicker's only back for Jay just a bit, but it didn't make it. He wasn't able to survive that. Look, his flicker came back just now, and he's already taken out by Falcons Mena. So this is space for Sano. They're possibly taking this turret up top. Mystic Injunction landing onto CS, and he's bursted down too.
Okay, IG are just losing the plot here. A few resources spent. Roy's gonna be caught again. It seems like there's only been one time, one style of Crimson Beak in this game, and it's all defensive.
We don't really see them going in, and the few moments they do actually try, it's either there's a huge disconnect or they're just all alone. You saw it from Jay earlier on, Mystic Gush, and speaking of Jay, he had to use the flicker defensively as well. IG, there's just so much disconnect across the map, and Kelvin couldn't even handle Sanji by himself.
No, definitely not. Not against Tro in a 1v1. I thought Tro was gonna pop the golden hour, try to go for that Sokolil, but no. Kelvin's able to keep himself safe under tier 2. We gotta take a look at the emblems, or sorry, not the emblems, the battle spells, and all of it is just down because again, Falcons Mena have just been reacting to IG's plays, but they've been forcing out these battle spells, these resources, and IG, every single skirmish, it almost seems like they use their battle spells before the fight even starts, so it already puts them at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, they gotta get back in this game. They got to sort this out. This is an elimination match you're talking about, but IG just don't seem to be playing the game that they want. Falcons Mena in control of this objective, and all they're gonna settle for is a wave up top. Not even a guaranteed turret just yet, because even Sanji is going to deal with it by himself. So we're seeing action down bottom though. Falcons Mena, does IG respond to this?
Nope. I mean, what can they do to respond to it, right? Their clear is horrible. Like, if you look at their composition, it's a double fighter composition. It's a juice it. Oh, they go in!
Okay, Falcons Men are gonna take another kill. Now it's CS going into the back lines. Crimson Beacon in finally from Roy, but it gets caught in the golden R. There goes Arizona's welcome for Boyet. He's brought under the turret, and he safely gets away. IG, they weren't able to take anything out of that.
Not a single person down despite everything kind of falling to what IG wanted. You know, at the start of the game, this is the team fight that you would expect for IG, that they would want to win. But they just can't. They have no damage. And again, those battle spells all taken out. Sano was able to just free hit in the back. We get to see the replay again, and it starts with Jay taken out of the skirmish way too early. It really just seems like there's just a lot of indecisive moments here where they hesitate, right? Because even for Jay, if you know you're going to die and your team's call is still to fight, you might as well pop into Minions Fury. You die, but you get a few members knocked up.
Yeah, but also the Golden R just interrupted so much of what IG wanted to do, I feel. Because even Diablo on the Daytona's welcome was kinda caught in the Golden R as well, so I feel like they were delayed to a certain extent in terms of how quick they wanted to respond to Falcons Mena and that sudden burst through the Mystic Gush. And I think that's another layer to the problem, right? Falcons Mena have reliable burst if they just really want to focus on one member, and it's always been Jay. Whereas IG, I doubt that they have the damage, as you mentioned, to actually respond to Falcons Mena at this point. So it's always just been slow and staggered team fights for IG where they don't really get to trade anything every single time.
And the slower it gets even worse for IG. Oh, they go up top, Sano.
Oh, now they want to find a target, but the Golden R might just save Sano this time. If he didn't actually go down there, I would have felt really bad for IG. Fortunately, they find him though, and now it's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. It's a gold for Rome. I think somehow they will be happy with that. Step by step, but a concealed play from Falcons Mena.
You definitely see just a bit of a glimpse of that brilliance of that composition. Roy gets bursted down by Cuffin. Straight up against the Panda. Face checks the bush. Doesn't let Barats do it. And now Kelvin's pinned.
Okay, it's Troll and Boy. It's surrounded by Diablo and Kelvin, but Kelvin, does he want to be in the spot? I don't think he should have been there. Trace this out, but you can't run away from Sanji and Cuffin. It's Diablo left here instead, and IG, I feel like they want to do something, right? They've been trying to do something. It's always CS trying to go for these backline plays, but it doesn't work.
Oh man, that was literally the window that opened but instantly closed again. But it was shut by themselves. Falcons Mena now capitalizing on the mistakes of IG, picking up the neutral objective, not giving any space for IG to even trade on the map. Sanji goes straight into the bottom lane. That's a Lord up top, and Falcons Mena, they'll definitely learn from that mistake earlier, right? Where Sano was caught in the bad spot. Now they're gonna play for Sano all the way in the back. Everybody's just gonna peel for him. Everybody's gonna open Troll with the conceal.
Oh, Troll going in. Forces out the Crimson Peak and the burst on CS. This is crazy. Was that a Sky Piercer even? I'm not entirely sure anymore.
It was.
So Cuffin at this point is a very terrifying player on the side of Team Falcons Mena. They also still have a Lord Marching and Kelvin.
Oh no.
All he can do is just attempt to go for a cut, but he is being dealt with by Sanji.
I don't know how Sanji became an XP laner from a mid laner, but Sanji's doing it in a 1v1 against Kelvin. Who wins it?
Oh, Mountain Shocker already used. He's pretty low on HP now.
Oh my
He'll
god.
settle with the orange buff, but there's
Just
Troll
that.
already spawning it out. I think we all know how this is gonna end. The Traceless, he didn't get out of that wall too.
Oh,
But he's
Kelvin!
still trying to survive. In between turns though, and with Sano there, I don't think it's possible for him to survive.
It was a valiant attempt. Yes, it wasn't possible, but it's all about delaying, right? It's all about buying time for space on the map. CS gets some space, but unfortunately he's on a Paquito that doesn't really scale too well. And Troll, oh god, he's already got the read on, and CS cancels the recall.
Okay, CS. Oh, that is not your side of the map. He gets caught under the golden art, gets to take down the turret before he does. And Sano's now on a killing spree. This is a Paquito who I feel like is just really having to sacrifice himself every time he wants to go for something. It's 0-4 on a lethal ignition and a damage build too.
And the 12-minute hits the clock. That says, or that means, goodbye to the Holy Shields. Falcons Mena are just gonna look to go for the siege without the Lord. Minus Fury!
Okay, knocks up 4 members, but Cuffin responds with a Mystic Gush. Diablo couldn't catch anyone with that Detona's welcome. At least they defend the base turret, but they had to lose Diablo in the process too and his flicker, so Falcons Mena still win it out there.
Oh god, it gets from bad to worse. Falcons Mena again just sieging it down, but there's literally nothing IG can do. Diablo tried his best. Now Sanji on Uranus. Oh my god, it's Troll getting frozen moments as well. Look at that poke on Roy with just a projectile. It's so difficult if you're IG, because you look at this composition and I have to bring up the point that I made earlier.
Yeah.
No clear. They have horrible clear. If waves are gonna come in with the Lord, who's gonna try to actually get through the minions?
That's why it seems like they have to sacrifice at least one member from their side if they just want to guarantee that Falcons Mena will not have an easy time going for the siege. It's either CS, it's either Kelvin, and I'm not sure who you really want to put out there at this point, because you'd really want all your resources to be there when you go for the defense, because again, it's not enough. Now Falcons Mena with a 5k goal lead just really secure this Lord, and CS isn't even able to push that wave up top as much. You can't really put yourself in a very dangerous position, not at this point where Falcons Mena are just moments away from another Lord Siege.
I mean, you can't, right? I mean, you got that PTSD as well, a bit of trauma. Last time he tried to clear up top, it went really bad. He had to die for the 4th time in the game. He doesn't want to, increase those deaths, not to 5. Although, there might be a case to be made that, he needs 7 to get a power spike. Who knows? Maybe the BBB special. And not on a Paquito, maybe on that Minotaur. Diablo!
Troll getting the stun. It's Diablo. They're bursting down right now. Not even with its own as welcome. Will they find anything? IG just lose one of their frontliners, and now they have to deal with a Lord and multiple waves. Roy, Jay, what can they do? There goes the heavy spin from Boyet. The knockout from the Minoan Fury and the Golden R onto Roy once again. But the burst! The burst coming from Sano, and he's still alive. CS trying to push them back, but it's not gonna work as Team Falcons Mena secure this game.
Falcons Mena are a game away from stepping forward in towards that next round and also eliminating IG from MSC EWC 2026. Staying true to their identity on the utility jungle, Boyet shows that he can still make it work. Now it's up to IG to go back to the drawing board to see if they can make their identity work, if they can adapt to this style, because right now it's looking bleak.
Boyet had his entire team to rely on to make it work. We had a lot of questions for them. Were the amount of practice that they had, as minimal as it were, enough to actually get them through the group stage, the main stage? And now against IG, they're showing us that yes, and they're staying the exact same as we've seen them from Wildcard, with just a bit of changes here and there, but overall it's still the Team Falcons meta that you know and are familiar with. Again, maybe, yes, a few of adjustments from IG, but now they should have learned and they should have understood that it doesn't work. It did not work out for them this time. It was too spread out. You couldn't really see them united in terms of what they wanted to accomplish here, if it's team fight or just splitting up.
It's a rainy day with the two dinosaurs, Raptor and Trex on the panel. What you got for us?
Almost like you were saying it's a rainy day, and I think you were saying rain day. However, it was a rainy day if you were on the side against Team Falcons meta, because Ignite Gaming, well, that fire might have just been put out by that first game. I love the way that Falcons meta approached it. You felt that they might have the lead in this one. Yep. They certainly did after game one.
Yeah, again, they just went back to comfort. They forced their opponents to play a meta gun, and I feel like that also made Ignite Gaming very uncomfortable in the draft.
Definitely made them uncomfortable, and they may have just cracked a possible code as we move forward into this, right? We were saying it, just ban out the Ling, ban out the Harara. If you really want to be crazy, ban out the Fanny, and now there's no assassins to worry about.
Yeah, you force teams to go back into assassins that may not be the absolute best. You still have the Nolan to deal with, but then picks like the Akai can deal with it. Then you redefine the main trades that have affected the first phase of our drafting phase. I hope there are teams right now still, like maybe the upper bracket, still like comfortable here looking at what Falcons meta has done with this Ling Hirara ban and realize, oh, wait, that's a way to approach the game. What do we do to prepare for that?
I think the question too is it such a good ban that if you were to put somebody at a high, well, let's not even say that. Let's just say one of our top organizations who have already made it into the knockout stage, if they were to play against that, do you think it would have the same impact? Or is this something that, you know, we're seeing Falcons meta abusing this certain matchup right now against Ignite Gaming?
Yeah, I think they're definitely, it's not just a cheese pick, it's a cheese draft approach that they use coming into this matchup. Right. The fact that they banned out the Ling, the Hirara, the Valentina, which forced out the Atlas ban, but I feel like if that's one thing that Ignite Gaming could have changed up, now that you know the type of opponents you're gonna go, you're going up against with, you take out the Eudora ban, you keep your Freya ban, you change the Atlas ban to a Marcel ban. Again, that's considering they stick the same sides here, and I feel like if Ignite want to keep things a little bit more familiar, stick on the same side. You already know what Falcons meta are trying to do.
Yeah, Melissa also being banned as well has been a kind of final answer for some teams that are going up against lineups that feel melee heavy, but also I think just Trex, is it maybe being on the back foot early and now you're kind of, I don't know, in water treading, trying to just survive?
No, I think another big issue with Ignite there was, you know, what Falcon did in the ban phase was okay. You can deal with that, but it felt like Ignite picked a composition that they wanted to play against an assassin, that maybe they wanted to play against something like that, but instead they picked it against a Kai that is going to push this Paquito back, that is going to push this YSS back, that is going to push this Baratz back. They played it against a Marcel that is going to freeze every hero that I just said once again. Like all of these picks that IG have want to get up close and personal with you, and Falcons meta draft loves that. You have something that's going to literally run up and freeze you all with the Marcel. You have something that if you're not going to get frozen, you're all going to get pushed away by a heavy spin. And then you have a Clint that's going to capitalize on all of that chaos that's just going to stand there and take advantage of it all. So IG, I said it at the end of the draft, these picks weren't going to play that great against it. Maybe it could work, but they were definitely at a disadvantage the moment that game started.
Yeah, it was really tough there for Ignite. Despite the few slip-ups here and there for Falcons meta, at the end of the day, their lineup is just so much more solid in the big picture of it all that it would be rare for Ignite Gaming to get wins wherein they would be victorious, that they would be the ones able to build through a team fight win, leading into map control. Nah, it was just all pretty much Falcons meta's game to lose. And again, it was just a masterstroke what they did. Ignite, they weren't ready for it.
Well, this series has got the potential to go 3. Most of our series have ended 2-0, however. And one of the things is that we've seen early on this meta shifting, people throwing those early punches. We even had it to start the day. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. This is a plan clearly gone awry for Ignite Gaming, but maybe it's also a little bit of a haymaker from Team Falcon's meta earlier on. To count this team out is to do something that you should not do, because having to go through that wild card, I don't think anybody would have said, oh, I'd rather do that, because there's so many things that can go wrong with those 10 teams trying to qualify for that final spot here. Falcons meta made it through. And so that's got to say something for what they can do, even though they're not in the best position in this tournament right now where they got to keep playing elimination games.
Yeah, I think we can base it off of how Troll was reacting in his interview earlier. He was so nonchalant with everything. Eternal was trying to get some emotion out of him, like, oh, are you guys nervous? Like, were you expecting this? And all that. He was like, no problem.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I wish I could have that level of mental strength that Troll has, where it's just like, it's all right. No problem.
You might have to be named Troll at that point. His name is kind of a shield out there.
Then.
Oh, yeah,
we need crazy Renmar. What do you think, Renmar?
Was that crazy Renmar right there? Was that what I just saw a glimpse of?
In this world, we just call it Renmar.
Just Renmar, okay.
No need to add the crazy. That's just me.
That's a bit of a tame crazy, man. I don't know. Maybe you're not as crazy as you think.
Rain Day.
Wait till TL or Falcons if they make it to the grand finals. You'll see drum in his hand. And
Listen, I've seen Brigitte go a little crazy on the stage as well. I'm not going to say what was going on, but there was some hype moments when some of those upsets were happening yesterday. Guys, I mean, this is a series of upsets, and this is now a series where we could see a continuation of teams proving themselves against the odds. That would be, however, Ignite Gaming's turn to fight back. They just took a big one against Team Falcons meta. A surprising draft, maybe. Maybe it set them up. Those haymakers, are they able to withstand it and bounce back up on their feet and have a go again? You would hope that Diablo and his experience would be able to do it. You mentioned Roy having a big impact. What's the answer now going into the draft for Game 2?
Well, they have the choice, right? Of what side that they're going to go. I think I'm going to double down on just stay red, because you know what's coming to you from the blue side of Falcons.
I mean, yes, if you want to play against that same exact strategy again. But if they pick blue, it forces Falcons meta to maybe change up a little bit. I mean, they could still ban the Ling and the Harara, but that third ban is all going to depend on what Ignite wants to give them. What do you want to trade here? Because I do feel like the red side, that's what we've been seeing a lot, at least. Depending on what blue side picks or bans out for those first three, the red side then, as that final ban, normally has a couple options of, do I leave 3 things open? Do I leave 2 things open? Do we go for the full trade? You know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, the idea is, are you setting yourself up to be able to get more of what's left over or less? Or is it strong enough to get just one thing that ends up twisting the other team's intention and now have to deal with what you've grabbed? Yeah. We've seen that be, again, we've seen strong first picks throughout the day. You guys watching at home, you've seen sometimes when the Fanny has had the impact, when the Atlas has had the impact. We've seen Melissa have the last pick impact sometimes as well. Baratz has been making it through the draft a lot more also. Uranus has been a pretty solid pick that teams are now allowing through more often, and he's coming in that 3rd, 4th slot for a lot of these teams to round things out. I mean, what is left? What is left right now to maybe throw a spanner in the works? Is it joining in on that assassin ban early so that they're either forced to ban something else or another assassin? What do you think?
I think partly Ignite Gaming also leaned in a little bit too hard in their idea. Like, you were also pointing it out, the fact that once they saw the Marcel, it's like they went into the game knowing that, okay, we want to play this specific kind of comp, and just never let go from it.
Felt like they already had a draft plan before that game started.
Yeah.
And that's just what they were going to pick no matter what Falcon picked.
Yeah, like a little bit too stubborn with it.
Well, the Fanny, the Atlas, and you could see that started to get into the hero pool with the Ling and the Harara band. That changed things up in Game 1. That opened up a Marcel, which we have not seen very often. It's either maybe once or now twice in this tournament so far. Will Falcons meta be on the front foot again? Will we see Ignite Gaming pull something off here?
In total, including the numbers from the wildcards, Marcel has only popped up 7 times, which is crazy considering.
All the way to wildcards?
Yeah. This includes our numbers from the wildcards too. So now, I don't know if that made it the 8th time he was picked with the previous game, but still less than 10. I think that's something that the two coaching staffs can definitely latch onto.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want to push through. I'm ready to see the big question of if Ignite took blue side here. It is going to be dangerous grass as the map, something that some of that assassins will thrive on, something that a Harara will do great on.
Let's see. I wonder if they do go to get that side switch, like Ignite Gaming follows your suggestion and just goes blue. If Falcons Mena still does the same thing red side and just go Ling Harara ban, it's
Listen,
like, ooh.
If I'm Ignite on blue side and I ban something and then I see the Ling ban, I'm banning Akai, second ban. Fine, let's do this.
Dude, look at that. They banned it on
Akai,
first.
Ling comes in. Let's do this. You want to ban assassins? We're going to ban utilities.
All right, I like it. Okay, they're getting scrappy just at the draft already. It's like, okay, we saw what you could do. We're going to just take it away from you. No more like dancing around it. We'll be honest with it.
Target bans from both sides. This time the Freya will also make the ban list. But I like how Falcons doesn't ban the Harara second. They're still letting Ignite guess. Like, will we leave it open? Will we ban it? Maybe we can bait you into banning it. The Eudora does get banned, so now Falcons Mena has to decide. The thing is with the Akaigon, sorry if we keep going.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now Fanny is a bit more viable.
Yes.
Which means Falcons Mena may have hit a little hiccup here, right? Because I think they left the Fanny open knowing we can pick Akai, we can deal with it if we need to.
Yeah.
Great point.
I wonder if they will still let it through. If they let it through, then I wouldn't think that Ignite Gaming would want to rush it. You wouldn't expect Boyet and Falcons Mena to want to pick up that Fanny, so you can save that option for a little bit later. Them banning out the Eudora means they left the Atlas and Delaric trade open, though, yeah? With the Atlas getting prioritized for Ignite, they can protect their jungler a little bit more because this time it's going to be the Atlas that's going to be hovering around the river and annoying Falcons Mena, which is why it's perplexing to me that they still went ahead and banned the Bellary, because if ever Ignite Gaming gets the Atlas, they will be getting the Valentina anyways.
And the thing is now they're throwing Ignite a little signal of like, fine, you can have the Atlas, but then we take your assassin pick, we take your Harara. But then still Fanny is also still open. They're going to go for the Harara instead. And say, fine, you can have the Atlas.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be okay with this. It is the Atlas, and I think just straight up be safe with it. Just pick up the Valentina for Asano. It's a pick that he's really good at. Excuse me, not Tano. Oh, yes. I know, Cuffin. There we go, Cuffin.
Let him cuff the Valentina real fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, would obviously take away what a lot of people are doing against the Atlas, which is Valentina's ability to steal abilities, normally taking the ultimate of Atlas and trying to use it in to counter engage or to initiate, depending on how spicy you're feeling. So that's an answer. I feel like the Valentina, as you guys said, gets picked up, and now it puts Falcons Mena into a pretty good spot. It is definitely Ignite Gaming's turn on the clock. Time ticking down, saying, okay, what's your move?
A little bit crazy here as a suggestion, but maybe Ignite might be okay with picking up either the Uranus or the Esmeralda. I know it goes against my desires for Diablo, but with the Herrera there, you're gonna need the difficult-to-kill EXP laner. Then if you want to go to the second phase, maybe try to force out a gold lane pick already, but we've been seeing gold lanes come out a little bit earlier. With the Marcella, Atlas, Bellarica, we're at that weird spot again where they might run out of roam options here for Jay. Oh, they're picking up the Melissa early.
I think it's a solid pick. You'd also steal away the Melissa as something. You get the Jushin for some range.
Wow.
And then if Falcons Mena wanted that Melissa, something to kind of protect themselves against this Harara, you have a slight answer to it. Or if Falcons Mena ends up going for the Fanny here, you also already have something that can be safe from it.
Yeah. I wonder if this means that Ignite are gonna dig back into the bag of like the Badang such for the roam, but you're risking getting the Valentina to steal your ultimate, but that will provide the space, and the rest of Falcons Mena do want to clump up together really well. Unless Falcons Mena just decides to band out the Badang. Picking up the Clint this early though, I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like they could have leveraged just leaving gold laners and picking it up later while changing up the priorities and trades for like EXP.
I think it might have been a panic pick, honestly. I don't know what to pick next, possibly.
Could it also have been not trying to show the EXP hand too early? Trying to have some
could be
surprise to it?
Could be. And they know that they're gonna get the first pick on the red side anyway, so based on the bans, they have a better understanding of, if they can go for a specific pick that they want in the jungle, or if they can go ahead and pick up their XP at Red 4 and still wait till the absolute end to pick up their jungler. I'm still leaning towards the idea that Boyet and Falcons Mena would want to play the tanky sustain types, or at least not exactly like the hard assassins. But we've seen Melissa being such a problem that now my question for Falcons Mena is, do you actually have something for this Melissa?
EXP bans all around right now. Yuzong, Uranus. I'm wondering if they're going to keep on honing into it. Paquito is still open for both teams. Could be a decent option for Ignite, honestly. Just something that can pack a punch, close the distance on the Valentina and the Clint.
I think that's maybe personally what the Melissa helps ward against early on. So if you want to pick up the Paquito, get up close, we have an answer for that.
A Hylos ban?
And a Harley ban.
I wouldn't think that they would have found the Hylos problematic. They already have the Atlas and the Clint with them, and then not a lot of...
Could just be a ban to open things up, keep things open, don't want to take something away. Again, they're going to be counter-picking to try to figure out these two lanes. Everyone's exposed their gold, their jungle, and their mid.
Oh yeah, that's true. We were talking earlier about how the roam options might look thin, so they just took one out. But they can also just gotcha later for Ignite. If ever they really can't think of a pick, just like gotcha.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much we've seen a win from Gatakacha. Definitely been played yesterday a bit. I think we're at 55 unique heroes so far. We've added a few to the pool. Yeah. Still aiming for that 90 for MSC. We'll see if we can get there. Let us know in the chat if you think it's happening. So far, so good. Before we get to knockout stages, we've still got another group to go through this process with Group B tomorrow. As Barat gets picked up.
There
you go, Renmar. Good call.
He just settled on it. It really feels like, might as well. Oh, and they pick up the Alice despite there being a Valentina on the other side, and that makes it even deadlier for Ignite's cause. Now, actually, because of the Alice pickup, Falcons Mena has multiple options to answer this Melissa. Will it be enough is the question, though, because you still need the damage, but diving it, reaching the Melissa wouldn't be a problem anymore.
What is going to be jungle, though, for Mena here?
I'm thinking, can't you just maybe go something like the Hayabusa?
I mean, even the Fanny isn't going to be able to target down on the Melissa very well.
Yeah, we saw it struggle earlier.
Get taunted by the...
Oh,
wait a second. So Barat's jungle.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah. So you're like a jungle Barat, so you send the Paquito to the EXP lane. All right, let's see how this is going to work.
Atlas roam.
I still have a lot of questions for it, but let's see.
Wow.
What is the final switch around?
This will be interesting here.
Yeah, it is looking like, jungle Barrett's EXP Paquito.
Well,
thoughts, Renmar?
It doesn't cease to surprise us here, guys. We've got a second game coming up here in our final series of the day. If they take 2 in a row, Team Falcons Mena is going to close this one out and move on. They'll face their Falcons teammates, or not teammates, but I guess organizational mates in a win. And if they lose, well, we'll send it to a Game 3. Let's get Game 2 started here and send it back over to your casters.
Thank you, mates, on the panel, man. I love them, this panel. T-Rex, Raptor, Rainy Man. I'm joking. Welcome to the Ladder Dog, folks. It could be the end of the road for one of these teams, and right now it's looking like it's going to be IG because they're down a game. But how are you doing, Brigada?
Hey, I'm doing okay. We've had a really interesting day today. Some very intense games at that, and some very one-sided games. And so far, the series has been one-sided for IG, as you've mentioned, who are on the brink of elimination. Wow. So we're really hoping for them to at least figure things out heading into this game. But I feel like even the panel,
T-Rex,
Raptor, and Rainy Day. As mentioned, you're right, Mirko, we're just kidding. But I feel like even the panel couldn't really fully grasp the idea behind what IG wanted to do. I think so much focus also was put on the Alice option here, the Alice pick as well, and the fact that Falcons Mena yet again are still sticking with their identity and just shifting it around with putting a Barretts in the jungle is another statement for them if ever they do get to secure the 2-0 against IG.
I mean, they did make this work at the wild card, right? The Barats in the jungle with the Matilda, though, so it was already very different. And the Barats in the jungle was a good answer into a lot of the other utility jungles, like the Akai as well, and the Baxia. This time around, you're up against a Hirara, right? Someone that can already farm faster than you and can actually capitalize on the winning lanes. I think that's where we have to, you know, kind of point our fingers and set our sights towards. The lane in gold, I like it for the Melissa up against this Clint. And even in XP, I like it for the Alice for the matchup against the Paquito. So these are two lanes where Ignite Gaming are going to be able to utilize this Hirara to finally push in and capitalize on the mistakes or the lane dominance of the other mates on the team. Falcons Mena, though, it's all about neutral objective control. So I think it's kind of like a better IG from game 1, but Falcons Mena, the same exact Falcons Mena from game 1.
Granted that the laning does go that way, because we're expecting it to favor IG, at least in terms of the sides. We're looking at again the Melissa, who at least based on today's showing has been a phenomenal gold lane pickup, but it was more into the Fanny and the likes of the more dive type comps, which I don't think Falcons Men are that far away from, but they're more fighter than assassin type of compositions too. So you could expect them to stay much longer in the team fights if things go their way. Well, right now, IG, let's see how it goes and let's see how they manage this lane.
Quick emblem check as we get into game number 2 in the Land of Dawn. Wilderness Blessing for Troll. In a world where we see a lot of pull yourself together just to try to get more flickers out there, Troll decides, no, I want to get the movement, and it's the same for Cuffin. So they're expecting to win here in the mid lane, trying to rotate around. Perfect match on Roy.
Yep, that's a very aggressive start, and I think it will be a lot of help to Boyet, who, again, we are so used to seeing with a Matilda, but now it's going to be on his own. But the fact that you have a mid duo who is just so reliable in terms of mobility and just fast moving around the map, I feel would make things a bit more easier for him this time around. So at least we're seeing a not so action-packed start just yet for IG. They're still able to accomplish what they want in terms of the lanes. But how are they able to allow Kelvin be involved? I don't think we saw Kelvin as involved earlier on, but that's because he was on a Yisun Shin. This time should be pretty different because he's already on Hirara.
The thing is, though, they are playing, again, as you mentioned, very, very slow. This isn't really what the composition is meant to do, right? With the Hirara as well, they kind of need to go a little bit faster. Boyet's got level 4.
Yeah.
Not as far as Kelvin. Kelvin might actually get level 5 here. But no, he's going to give the XP Crab over to Diablo. Going to try to get that secure onto the neutral objective. Roy's going to get level 4 as well, but Cuffin and Boyet gets tempo. There you go. Diablo first to 4. Troll.
Okay, they're not going to go for Troll just yet. They get to spot out where Kelvin was actually trying to hide. Diablo now all alone. Up against 3 Gleams. Not Gleams out. And is now 1 HP away from going down. Kuffin actually steals away the Throne of Ruin, but they are still gonna go and re-engage. Their Vitalize is already committed, and there you go! Throne of Ruin onto 2 coming in from Diablo, but it's still Boyet! Winning out on the Retribution, picking up First Blood onto Kelvin, and now Jay falls next!
They go for the neutral objective fight against the utility jungle. They had tempo, but they didn't utilize it. Falcons Mena are soaring in the skies. Turtle number 1, a complete win for the Falcons, and a big double for Boyet on the Barats, bro.
And what happens now? Because we were really looking forward to see IG at least win it out on the sides, but this is going to heavily impact what happens from this point onwards in terms of their early game, because you see the setup, you see the attention coming in from IG, and it looked great. It looked great for Diablo, but the fact that it was just such a great response as well from Team Falcons Mena, and they were too tanky as well. There wasn't enough burst. Kelvin having to fall down too just did not look great for IG.
IG are just so awkward in that skirmish earlier. You know, they got the prio up top. They got the tempo as well. Diablo got XP Crab, and now it's going to be Sanji. They jump on Kelvin. No one there to help him out, though.
Don't tell me it's going to be a solo kill. It's actually going to be a solo kill. And a flicker just to get out of that dangerous position. Sanji on a 2-0 Paquito, clearly winning it out against Diablo in the lane right now.
Sokolil, and it's Sanji on the Paquito against the Hirara in her own jungle. We were talking about that earlier, the Paquito should... Oh God, he wants to do it again. This time Diablo is going to be there to shoo him away, but this could still be good for Falcons Menace. Boyet's going to walk up.
Okay, he doesn't steal away that jungle creep though, at least for them, but man, when is Kelvin just going to be able to play? The Sun Shin game didn't work out for him. Now on a Hirara, he's 0-2, and that just slows things down even further. We wanted them to pick up the pace. We wanted them to be as more aggressive, but Falcons Mena now on a utility jungler, now with a hyperactive XP lane. There's just not much you can do.
And now it's just Falcons Mena doing exactly what they did in game number 1. After getting the initial lead, they just played slow. Diablo just used Throne of Ruin to survive against Sanji. And it's still Sanji who wins it out in that skirmish. So down below, they're going to go for the turret.
They're losing this tier 1. Now the Fatal links onto a single member, and that's going to be Jay.
Oh.
They don't care if they just find one. They already have what it takes to burst down even one of the tankiest members of IG. And now both sides seem to be in favor of Falcons Mena already.
Oh my God, Roy!
Oh no, Roy, Crimson Beacon out. No Fatal links for Troll. He is still gonna try and defend this, but is it gonna be worth it? There is gonna be the muddles from CS, but the damage is just not enough threat for Falcons Mena to get away.
What do you do at this point? Boyet's gonna try to steal this away, but the Hirara is nowhere near. It's a retreat from Boyet. And Kelvin's gonna be very careful. Troll's already on the perfect match. Boyet's gonna figure it out. Uh-oh, Kelvin!
Oh, this is a running Atlas. He's moving so fast. Kelvin, can he get out of this? There are still flickers in their hands. Kufin, Sanji, the wraparound. Oh no, Kelvin dashing out with the flicker. And iframes were close to saving him there, but Sanji says no.
Nope, a flicker to take him out. Sano picking up the 3rd tier 1 in this game. He's had a hand in all the turret takes so far. It's all about sieging with Sheriff Sano. Troll again just opening up for Sano to have such an easy way through these turrets. And again, it's Cuffin on the Valentina this time around, providing that peel as well. It's just so difficult now for IG. They have a combo, that AoE with the Throne of Ruin and the AOG. But there's just no damage. Sanji in the bottom lane, picking up his own turret as well. They're just taking turrets left and right. Orange buff stolen as well.
Yeah, honestly, this AoE looks very promising for IG on paper. You mentioned the Throne of Ruin, you mentioned the AoG, but you could also pair it up with muddles from CS, honestly. But again, you don't see them synced up. You don't see them really coordinating the team fights. You also saw Diablo earlier on just using the Throne of Ruin all by himself. It's more on a one-on-one scenario rather than the Alice being a part of the fights, but they probably can't even afford to take on any fights at this point. They still have to catch up. It's a 6k gold lead. They're about to lose on more, but they're still gonna set it up nonetheless. Throne of Ruin coming in from Diablo, and now IG are gonna fight and clap back. Roy going in for the Crimson Beacon. Boyet left all alone, and this isolated pickup might be the start. But then, Sanji, the damage does he have?
No way.
Was it enough? He did not expect this amount of pressure from IG2. That's 4 members he tried to take on all by himself.
They got a shutdown and a kill on Boyet as well. And finally, the combo lands. Throne of Ruin into the AOG, into Kelvin with the AoE as well. And everything, when it lands perfectly, works out. The thing is, there's still a big problem. Falcons Mena, with all the lead that they've been able to get, it wasn't through kills. Yes, Sanji got shut down, but nobody else on this lineup has a bounty on them, right? So you look at the gold lead, it went from 7k to 5k. Usually it would be a massive turnaround, but this time it was different. It started off with that crazy Throne of Ruin with the AOG combo, but again, Falcons Mena were just that ahead. That's why Sanji and Boyet were able to buy enough time for the rest of the team to escape. Now Falcons Mena, they're definitely going to learn from that mistake, and they're definitely just going to play around the neutral objectives, and get this, they won't stick together as much.
Yeah, I even feel like that engage from Sanji would have been a huge punish if only the lead was a bit smaller, but since Falcons Mena are this much ahead, I don't think it really hurt them that much. They still have the control. They are still the ones dictating the pace of the game, but now you have to acknowledge the fact that IG can still go for those plays.
Corrosion, Scythe, and DHS. It was CS who got them the shutdown on Sanji earlier, so it really comes down to CS getting those item power spikes. We saw just how good Iman could be on the Melissa. This could be an Iman-ish game for CS. But the whole team's gonna have to play around him, and Kelvin right now, not in a good position, especially after missing those 2 dashes across the wall.
I mean, honestly,
Hey,
hasn't...
Sanji.
Oh.
Hey, he went back.
Okay, Kelvin's gonna spot him here. Crimson Beacon in, and now he is just gonna be bursted down, knocked up as well with the Lantern Flare, and he will just have to accept that. But I think Falcon's Mena will make it worthwhile. They will have the Lord in their hands, and immediately after that, they find Diablo to bring him under the turret. Throne of Ruin just cast it alongside the flicker, but the AOG from Jay! Counter AOG from Cuffin with the IMU! And there is a Daytona's Welcome possibly coming through. They're gonna catch Jay. They're gonna put him back, and now they will find more. It's Sano picking up kills after kills. But Cuffin dashing in. 2-man Terrify, and Falcon's Mena finally disengage.
There was a valiant attempt from IG. Again, though, they just get overconfident, I guess, with the lead that they got, man. They were able to get an initial pick down below. With Sanji down, they thought the 4v5 could work, but then Diablo just took too much of a beating. And he had to use a Throne of Ruin, miscoordinated by Jay. He thought it was gonna go in. The AOG went wide, and then Cuffin responded with an AOG by himself. Literally, Cuffin IG boys.
Okay, it's a concealed play already committed here by Team Falcon's Meta. But Diablo's still gonna go in, doesn't catch anyone!
Oh no.
But the AOG does catch 2. Sano though with a free hit is gonna land a couple bullets onto Jay. And they now find one. It's a trade, a 1-for-1 so far, but IG get to defend their base turret.
They still got waves though. That was only the first wave with the Lord. Now Roy's gonna have to defend. Sano, Sheriff Man, he's taking a lot of damage also.
Oh, that's a flicker forced out. Falcon's men are not gonna force this anymore. The fact that Diablo is still there too, and CS is just very active with the defense. It's probably not the best, but it's better. I feel like IG right now have better ways to rely on when they have or they are forced to play defensive, when they're forced to just clear the waves.
Would love to take a look at the items right now, man. Damage dealt, it's Cuffin and Sanji who are leading the pack, not even Sano. And no wonder. Sanji's just going full damage to Hunter-Strike. Sea Halberd into the War Axe. All right, for the Valentina, Cuffin, it's just a glowing one on Bloodwings. You wouldn't expect that guy to be doing the most damage, but now makes a lot of sense. If he got the Lightning Truncheon earlier, then my lord, these guys on IG would just be completely bursted down to the ground, man.
Yeah.
Also, Sano, 20 stacks in the Sky Piercer, I believe. Yep. On the way to a BOD, a Blade of Despair. This is just rough. When a 2,000 gold lead forms around your XP, you know it's kind of chopped.
And you saw how the damage from Sano is really starting to pierce through. IG, Diablo, I think, is always the one who has to put himself up front, but even Diablo is just struggling to stand for any longer than maybe 2 or 3 shots from Sano at this point, considering the amount of damage that he's already accumulated, on top of the fact that his Sky Piercer already does have 20 stacks. So Falcon's meta, they barely have to change anything and adjust anything. It's just them having to take this step by step, because IG at this point, there's just too much that they have to get back from.
CS is up top. This is very good for Falcon's meta. Melissa isn't really known to be mobile. And guess what? They didn't even deal with the slow push here, so he's gonna have to stay up there for a bit longer. Visible again, but the Lord gets reset by Falcon's meta. They want to play the long game here, so it's back to resetting the Lord, pushing up top with Sanji. IG somehow gonna look for a pick-off here, and I think the right way is grouping up for the neutral objective or going for the pick-off onto Sanji. They're trying to do that right now. I mean, CS got it, but Sanji just walks away. What?
The go away committed too?
Guys?
I don't think there was a need for that to happen. Kelvin trying to help as well, and they might just successfully find the pick-up onto Sanji, because he did kind of get an off-angle punch right there. But that's in exchange of the Lord. So IG, they willingly walked into that.
Yes, they did. To be fair, I really feel like at that point it was already very honest from IG. It looked like, okay, we're not gonna throw the ruin.
Oh, this is honest too. Diablo going in, but the response with the tone is welcome, and now he's just back. And another AOG from Cuffin. The IMU working wonders together with the Fatal Links. It's a double kill now for Sano, and Boyan just finds one more. Kelvin, what can you do? Roy is just too low, and it's just IG scrambling to get back to their base.
Brother, The AOG was used on Sanji up top. That was literally, it just happened. But they went in for the Throne of Ruin with no AOG under tier 1 and tier 2. Oh my god.
Oh my god. We are starting to run out of words in this game. 15 minutes almost in, and it's just Falcons meta still with this really big lead. Kelvin nearly getting caught there. Oh, Crimson Beacon in from Roy. Now they're on to Sano. They'll find and shut down the gold laner of Falcons meta.
Falcons meta capitalize on a mistake. IG says we can do it as well. Yet again, staying afloat with a pickoff on Sano. A shutdown as well. A way to cut down on those Sky Piercer stacks. Again, we see the set. But it's like, bro, the AOG was literally just used earlier. And it's like, dang, it's under tier 2 and tier 1 with it not even being there, and it just baits everybody in. By everybody, I mean it baits its own team in. Yeah. Valid reaction. Valid reaction.
Okay. That was a slow-mo. That was a slow-mo.
Oh, God.
And they clear punish from Falcons meta, earning them an additional base turret and more map control. But IG, at least you, well, saw that just now. They found the kill on Sano, and they found a tier 1 in mid. That's the second turret they've been able to take down in this game. 15 minutes in. So maybe there are still some signs of hope, because you actually see them moving out of their map a bit more now.
Dude, I'm just so impressed right now. Such an interesting game so far. Take a look at the equipment real quick. Wind of Nature can be built up by CS. Wind of Nature already for Sano. It's a Winter Crown for Boyet. All right, so he's going to have a lot more to say here as he dives in forward. Not too much at risk when he dives in, as CS won't really be able to get those hits in. But the thing is, for me, Diablo hasn't gone Winter Crown.
Yeah.
Being the main guy to initiate and literally the first one in, I really thought the Winter Crown would be built on Diablo by now.
Yeah, I decided to see it on Boyet, and now Sano. Oh, is he changing his item? I think he is. He initially had a Wind of Nature, and now he went for Winter Crown. Instead, Jay finds the taunt onto Cuffin, forces out the Crimson Beacon, which he stole. But Sanji's gonna come in from the side, and there goes Diablo! There goes the Winter Crown as well, coming in from Boyet, but the damage from IG seems to be enough. Now it's gonna be the Hirara, finding kills here and there. But Sanji has waves! He has 2 minions alongside him in minutes. Falcons men are not letting IG get back to base, but Kelvin fortunately find his way back, and IG find more as they take down Troll.
1v1 up top. It's 1v1 right now. Sanji tries to go for the kill on Kelvin. Lord in the bottom lane already there. Boyet. Let's see if he can steal this one with Kelvin up top, and 1v1 again. Sanji walks up. Immortality for Kelvin.
Okay. Boyet is here to try and contest. The Dakota's welcome, not being charged just yet, and he finally does use it on one. That's going to be the Winter Crown as well, but the Throne of Ruin from Diablo! Boyet is taken down, and Sanji from the backlines gets caught in the AOG! A counter from Cuffin, but now he's all alone. He fights the kill on Diablo, but CS takes him down too!
But wait, Sano's here! Hero play from Sano, can he steal the Lord? No, he can't. All right. Waves dealt with by Roy. IG pull off a crazy teamfight win in a brutally chaotic brawl. Oh my goodness, they put the Ignite on Falcons mana. Falcons couldn't react, man. The heat was brought in, and it started with IG doing... Okay, it started with Falcons mana ulting everywhere. That's where it started, actually. There you go. Cuffin gets caught by Jay. There you go. I'm starting to remember now.
Okay.
But in this skirmish, man, it was just Boyet just trying desperately to get back into that pit. But unfortunately, couldn't get in. Sanji tried to go in. He forgot about the go away. So Melissa's ult, right? Bring it up. It's a sphere, you can't get in. Yeah. Just in case you don't know. You know?
So, I don't know anymore, because it's a 2.9k or 3k gold lead now in the hands of IG. It initially wasn't like this. It was Falcons mana leading massively, but now they're pushed to a corner. It's IG trying to charge in the base, and CS, you could already start to feel the damage. Boyet is already being shredded down to pieces. Sanji picks up an Immortality, gets bursted down! Immortality, he just bought it, now it's popped and he has to fall!
Falcons Mena, one man down. Still some waves available for IG. Trying to keep their tournament lives still in. Fatal Legs from Troll.
Fatalist onto 2, popping immortality for Jay. Jay gets still caught and trapped under the turret, and Sano finds another stack. But they're gonna lose another base turret too.
Oh, yes.
Kelvin jumping in. Turret of Ruin from Diablo and the Crimson Beacon in from Roy. They're fighting it under the base, but IG somewhat have damage, but they are not able to catch Sano. Sano is still able to deal damage. Kelvin dashing in. And they still have waves incoming.
Uh-oh. Wave down below as well. They're going to go all in. It's Kelvin in the back row. Go medium for Sano.
Sano still survives. Sano finds a kill on Kelvin. But can he deal with the waves? He cannot. IG are bringing us to a game number 3.
Ignite Gaming refuses to be eliminated in game number 2. It's a fight we're seeing on stage here for our final series of the day. What a fantastic comeback that was. Raw, micro, and macro.
Punish after punish.
Bridaga, I've never seen anything better than that.
I don't know anymore. I feel like I'm gonna jumble your name too anytime soon.
It's Marco.
Marco. How did it end up like this? It was maybe 15 minutes of Falcons Mena in control, and then the last 4 minutes were just suddenly over to IG.
Oh my god, though. Diablo with the sets on the Throne of Ruins, you know. He was so good at getting Throne of Ruins, he even went on it while the AOG was down once, right? So, hey, you're on the right path. That got you the win. Diablo finding the angle to get in there. And man, Kelvin always catching Sanji, really pulling out that revenge story. 0-3-0. It was Sanji with a 3-0, and everything turned around as Sanji constantly pushed in top, not respecting IG's flank potential.
Yeah.
I know it's a Gatakacha and Melissa. I know you shouldn't be caught, this is the moment by the way, by that combo. But the fact that you did is like now, is it more of a good flank or is it more on like Sanji not respecting him, right?
I don't know, maybe something just clicked from IG, you know, mid-game. They suddenly sync up, and I'd say we saw it happen a couple times. There were engages which were immediately followed up by Roy specifically. I'm shout out Roy because it was a flawless Crimson Beacon 2 into whatever setup was eventually later on, but I think the panel has a lot more to say about this, you know?
Hey, I don't want to say anything else about this game. Throw it to the panel. It's been Tulay and Marco.
Who would have thought? Just the correction really put them on the name game there. I like it. We're playing their own little moment. I mean, that was a fun game to watch, and I think when we look back at it, we'll say that there were 3 moments that it could have gone differently and maybe even earlier for Ignite. But they needed to learn their lesson. And finally, at that Lord fight, Renmar, they found a way to deal with Sanji enough to delay and actually prioritize taking the Lord, and that ultimately snowballed into winning that game.
Yeah, and they found Sano. It was Diablo. It was the guy that we were looking for to step up.
Yeah.
Well, not really step up, but finally make his presence felt. Got the wish of getting Diablo on something that's big impact, and he delivered the biggest impact for Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, I think Diablo, along with the big AOG finally being able to connect, you know, there was just a lot of miscommunications throughout that game. And once Ignite was finally able to actually combo up and play as a team, not just man for man, you know, sometimes you got to switch up the formation. And they were able to do that and actually succeed in getting a win, forcing this to game 3.
Yeah, it was great. And this is what you want to see in a final series of the day where one team goes home. Now it's all a best of 1. Renmar, I mean, I know you have some stuff for us, but looking at these stats as well before we jump into the telestrator, you asked for Diablo to show up, 120,000 damage taken, 37,000 damage dealt. He was involved in both sides and made a big difference.
Yeah, I think the biggest numbers I want to look at here is the difference in damage dealt between the 2 gold laners, 13,000 more for CS and the Melissa, which is why we had that feeling for the Falcons Mena draft where with how they closed it out, yes, we saw how well it went for them in the early game, but then that worry of, okay, what happens if the Melissa is free and the Melissa can damage? Is the Valentina and the Clint gonna be enough? Answer was no.
I mean, all that really matters is the last fight, right? And as long as you can hang on long enough, it takes that one big team wipeout. And they had nothing. They had almost no inhibitors left. They were down to the wire and were able to just kind of hang on. And whether that is them making the right move or Falcon Mena making some of the wrong moves, either way it happened in the end. And though the way they got there might have been a little sloppy at times, Falcons Mena also has some things they need to look at coming into this last game.
That was a
Heck of a slow-mo.
Yeah, to see from
Heck
Boyan
of a slow-mo.
go tongue out, going crazy, and then immediately cutting to his teammates at the moment of defeat. That hurts.
These are actually scrims shots. Those weren't even in this game right there. He's just doing that randomly. No, I'm kidding. That was actually recently. It was a real reaction. It was live. And what do you expect? You're playing for $100,000. I mean, the hype is real, and getting a chance to move in gives you that 65K in this situation instead of the 45 from going out earlier. So still a lot of money coming up on the line for both of these teams who are fighting for their last chance at it. Renmar, I want to give you the opportunity to break down what you saw there. Right. There were a lot of failed fights, a lot of successful fights, but like Trek said, you only need one fight.
Yeah, I'm ready to break down. All right, could you hold this for me? All right.
Both mics?
Yeah, I'm good. All right, we double it. Oh, okay. Okay, so we look at the draft. So this is already post-switch up where you see the Alice come in, but then we have to put focus on this Melissa. We look at the Falcons Mena composition, and the only source of reach that they really have is the Clint. Now, yes, there is still the problem for Ignite Gaming of the Valentina being able to take away the ults of the Gacha, even able to take away the Jushin ult, and of course the ult of the Alice. All of them as a means to break the formation of Ignite Gaming. But again, the question is, will they have the damage? We saw in the numbers difference, it was 23K lead for the, I'm not even going to try to make numbers anymore, for the Melissa
hieroglyphics?
Over the Clint. Yeah, that looked like hieroglyphics there for a second. But then with the combination that Ignite had, as long as they're firing off on all cylinders, despite Falcons Mena being able to hold a very strong line of defense for their Clint, they're not just pumping out enough raw damage compared to the Melissa. Alice is even dealing damage as she has her passive up. We know the Gacha is one of those surprisingly hurtful roamers with a good amount of damage, and even the Hirara being able to come in and provide damage as well. Overall, Ignite Gaming just had more damage than Falcons Mena. When the Clint was taken out of the equation, no one in this remaining four can deal with a full 5 that Ignite has. It was way too Clint dependent for Falcons Mena.
And that burst, I mean, it does scale late game. And so they had the early game handle. Yeah. And Baratza's, I mean, dominant. Like he was a high level, maybe 15 when there was 11s, 12s roaming around on the side of Ignite Gaming. But you did say that it all felt like if the Clint was gone, then what was the answer? And they didn't have one.
Yeah, it was also, everything should have gone so well for Falcons Mena after Ignite Gaming surprisingly fought Turtle 1. They committed all those bodies up against the Barretts. I think they were a little bit too egotistical in thinking that they could get the turtle, but even if they got the turtle, they still would have gotten taken down. But maybe a little bit of ego is what they needed. It is a little bit of ego that allowed them to get that surprise jump play onto Sano and Sanji and then turning it around. So, hey, Ignite, they have the ego, they have the confidence, and they force game number 3.
I mean, how about that 1v1 down at the base? Sanji's trying to take it all tracks. We're watching that together. We're thinking this could be it, but it's the delay that leads to the lore, that leads to things turning around for Ignite Gaming. What was going on through your mind watching that?
It was a very all or nothing play, right? And a lot of time that is what you want to go for, but the fact that they couldn't delay Kelvin.
Yeah.
So that means he can get back. If they were able to delay Kelvin, easy, good win. But once they're not able to delay him, at that point, I think as the Paquito, you gotta back off, because once that keeps on going, it gives the rest of the team the time to get the wipe on the rest of Falcons Mena. And once that happens, they're able to just drive that win home. So it's a lot on the line. It's a lot of plays that I think both teams made throughout that game that maybe didn't have to be made.
When you look at a game like that, you think maybe scrappy, you think, I mean, I'm going back to some of the World Cup final moments, especially for Spain and Argentina, and you say, there was almost not a shot on goal for Argentina in 90 minutes. Spain had a ton of shots, but everything was like that last bit of effort, that just final touch to try to make something happen. It feels like when you're in an elimination game or a game of high stakes, you know, some of the regular plans and composure goes out the window, and everyone's just like really trying to almost will themselves into a victory. Some of those team fights felt that way, Redmar.
Yeah, I think also the Trex may have willed this into existence. You're the only man who saw 3 games for the final series, and you called it right on the money, bro.
I know everybody loves me for that one, right?
Yeah.
I'm here for the excitement,
fans
man.
do. Come on.
I came halfway across the world to watch some MLBB.
Hey.
And that's what we're getting. More MLBB.
Hey, MSC at EWC 26.
Wait
Come
till
on
there's best
now.
of 5s.
Oh my goodness.
That's really going to be fun.
Well, what would be crazy is seeing reverse sweeps, because in that situation, you're thinking 2-0, maybe 2-1, and we somehow go to that 5th game. Wow, that is going to be exciting. As we get into our knockout stages, those quarterfinals are going to end up being best of 5s, the semifinals as well, and a best of 7 will be our grand final. So if you think this best of 3 is fun, exciting, matchups, chess match, it's only going to get more intense, more complicated, more advanced, and maybe more impressive from both teams here.
Looking at the story of these two, though, as we get to see which map we're going to be heading into, if it's going to be Clouds, we expect a lot of fights. I don't care. We're going to get Dangerous Grass.
That's Dangerous Grass.
But it seems like this is going to be a much more happier win for Ignite, in the sense that people already counted us out. We didn't really get to show off as much. We've seen a lot of Falcons through their run in the wild card. Even in their loss against Vamos, we saw a good amount of them, and even they admitted that that game 1 was theirs. It's just they messed up a little bit, and then they were able to fix that. Falcons MENA has been here much longer, has been to more internationals as a whole team. They've gone through some impressive runs. That if Ignite take them down here, with the story that they had for MPLSG, the fact that Diablo came in after the regular season of MY just to join SG, just to come back home and win his, what was it, 7th, 6th title, something like that, back in Singapore. It's a crazy story, and it's something that even if they get eliminated in the next one, they can definitely hold their head high, say, hey, we beat Falcons MENA.
Diablo always seems to find a way to get his way into the main stage. Can he find a way into the top 8, into the knockout stage? But let's get down to the nitty-gritty. MENA back on blue side.
Yep.
And
back to that Ling and Harara band. How does the other, this time Nakai and Marcel from the opposing?
Oh, this might work out well for Ignite, because, again, they won that game 2 on the blue side. Now they're back on the red side game 3. They had more time to think about the approach of Falcons MENA of game number 1.
the Freya band as well. The Akai, it ended up being something that caught Ignite Gaming by surprise. And maybe not by surprise, but they just couldn't deal with it in game 1. That ended up helping them out too much after seeing the Harara Ling ban, which is not common. We're seeing those usually let through, maybe one of them banned. Going deeper into the assassin pool, Falcons MENA have kind of changed things up at the end of the day and said, nope, we're not going to see him, we're not going to play him, we're not going to use him. Let's see what else you got.
So do you get rid of the Adora here?
That's a good question. What happens if you don't?
I mean, if you don't, then you have something that could threaten the assassin that you possibly might want to pick if you want to go for the Fanny. We know that Falcons MENA so far just shows that they don't want to play assassins. That is the point blank and period. But they're going to target even more. Goodbye, Barats.
I think that's smart.
It's true. It's true, because now for utility jungle, you have what? Fredrin, Basha.
It's just stopping them what they like to do and what they feel comfortable with. And the thing that would give me confidence, Renmar, is the fact that they took the Akai away and then they won. Now they take the Barats away, which they're clearly leaning on. Probably have some confidence saying, all right, you got a trick on us, we're going to respond back.
I think MENA are going to slowly build into this, so I think we're going to be seeing a lot of safer picks. Wouldn't be surprised if their jungler comes in last, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ignite just pan out the Fredrin and Baksha to be safe in the end, so that you're really out of
full counters.
Yeah, just you're out of all the options for the utility jungle, which means we'd have to see Boyd have to double down on maybe something like the Joy in the end.
I mean, does he have all of that in his kit?
It's a great question. The only Assassins boy that played in MPL, PH, or international tournaments. Fellas, you ready for him? Hayabusa, Joy, Fanny, and Karina.
Okay, there, they have the Joy as an option. Ooh, maybe even the, Karina.
So he has played the Fanny.
But that was that utility Karina. I'm thinking, I wonder, are they crazy enough to whip it out here up against that Melissa who loves that basic attack? At least you have a moment to not get hit by the basics. You'll use your ultimate to burst the Melissa, and then someone else will have to finish off that hero. I think more than
Karina, I haven't seen that in
right. I think if they need that poke and reach. It's not too far-fetched to just go for something like the Eve or the Farsa anymore, because you already took away the Link and the Hirara anyway. Oh, they still want to go play Eudora.
It's an early Clint, but the Eudora, I was just going to bring up, Renmar. Does it hurt? I mean, you Valentina against it, but does it hurt her impact if you're going kind of anti-assassin with the Ling and the Hirara band? Isn't that what Eudora's there for, or are they still worried about something that could surprise them?
I think they are still really worried about another assassin to pop up here. I mean, the Nolan is still up on the board, but with the Atlas, and there might be another deterrent in the EXP lane. Maybe they just wanted to play it safe. But again, we saw how difficult it is for a lineup with a Eudora to go up against a lineup with a Melissa, and then they pair it up with an Atlas. So Ignite are really just doubling down on what has been the hero of the past 2 days. In the Melissa, it's going to have a lot of protection.
And not going to get stolen from the Valentina, which Alice was getting that ultimate stolen in the original matchup.
Yeah, now Valentina's comfortable. She gets a nice Fatal Links of her own. So Ignite Gaming so far in this draft, it looks good. It feels comfortable. They're not having to go too far outside of their own range. Second band's coming in. Will, you have called it right, Renmar. The Guinevere, so something similar. Another, I mean, definitely could have been a jungle option. We've been seeing more roam Guinevere lately, but this definitely viable in the jungle position.
I think they just have to accept that maybe they'll end up with something like a Uranus in the EXP here for Team Falcon's Mena, and then they close it out with a Joy. Just get that damage.
Got a Kacha band that was picked by Ignite Gaming, got them the win.
You can call back to like a Liam Ward. I guess not against the
Alice and
Melissa.
Yeah, that might be tough. With the Alice, can go Yuzhong. I wonder. Ooh, they can. No, but they can't even go Sora because the Valentina's there, and the Sora ultimate being available for the Valentina is gonna hurt Falcon's Mena more.
Arlot band.
Arlot to be safe.
And Bellerin band.
Ooh.
Still looking for that presence.
Yeah, actually that roam pick now, or they maybe this time they'll just end up having to pick up the high loss. The high loss empowers the Alice, slows down and sets up for the Melissa.
Okay.
Theoretically should be safe. You have Revitalize for it. You don't want to go pick off. You're not going to play a Kalea here. Kalea's pretty much snuffed out by the Atlas. I wouldn't mind the high loss.
Okay, we've seen it before.
Yeah.
Trex.
Atlas can definitely work. You already have a big ult. They go for the Grok instead, so even more aggressiveness on their side. You pair that up with the possible Fatal Links. I mean, they have big... We saw the possibilities of them wanting the big Wombo combos. They still have that. We're talking Throne of Ruin, Tech Charge, Fatal Links, every bit of crowd control that you could want.
And this would make playing something a lot like the Fredrin or the Boxer difficult. You don't have any more of those as an option. If you play the Hayabusa, you risk getting invaded constantly by the Grok Valentina, and then the Alice coming out of the lane, whichever side that's on in the jungle. I think they have to double down on just the Joy. Even the Joy will struggle. Ignite might have just crawled back for a reverse sweep. Okay, at least they still get the Harley. And then the Uranus that we expected earlier for the Uranus-Alice matchup.
And it's a strong matchup. I mean, that's a strong team.
Yeah.
But are they hampered by anything? Do you feel that there's still an edge that Ignite Gaming can get?
I don't know, how do we feel about Hayabusa for Ignite here?
Not bad actually.
Honestly.
Yeah. It evens things out. This makes it really demanding for Boyd though, like to answer Rainday's question. The Valentina and everything mentioned also. Ooh, and Lancelot.
Wow.
That's another unique
That's some
hero.
unique picks, baby.
Yep, Lancelot making a comeback here. Yeah, the Lancelot into the Harley, of course. That was one of the answers. Not gonna lie, Ignite might have actually crawled back for this.
They feel good. They look confident.
Yeah.
See Troll there bouncing up and down.
I'm feeling a little bit more Ignite here, but it's more a question of how the Alice and Uranus handle their game in the map.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mena, Team Falcons, and Ignite Gaming in their final game of a best of 3. One team going on to continue their dream for an MSC championship. One team going home. Let's send it back to your casters, Mirgita, to finish it off.
Hey, thank you so much, panel. It is Mirgita, the combo right now, to bring you this elimination match. Earlier, there were a few lives still, you know? It was one game after another. It was the equalization, but now it's the climax. One team's gotta go. The other team's gotta make it past this stage. IG or Falcons Mena.
Yep. And it's going to be very devastating for Falcons Meta if it is indeed true, because the panel are starting to feel like IG might have actually found a way to get that reverse sweep because this draft, because of the nature of this draft, which is looking to favor them in a lot of aspects, Mirko.
I love the Lancelot pick, man. When you are not comfortable on the Fanny, Ling and Hirara's banned away from you. You got to find some creative moves, man. And Falcons Meta really try to choke Kelvin's hero pool down with the Harley pick as well. They denied everything away from him, so it only makes sense that he goes into the next best thing, which is probably a Lancelot. Yeah, like a lot of people were thinking Hayabusa maybe. We saw what the Yisun Shin is able to do both times. 0% win rate right now on the MSC stage.
Cool, though. CS went pull yourself together too on the Melissa. So I feel like they're also starting to just anticipate the amount of pressure that they'll have to break free from. In terms of Falcons Mena's lineup, that's a lot of stuns, honestly, that could just go for you. And it's not just stuns, honestly, that you have to worry about. I think one of the differences between the Melissa games we've seen earlier and this that we're seeing now is that there's just really so much burst that's directed towards you. So I feel like so much attention will be put towards the bottom lane. And even the matchup, it's already established and put there to manage and deal with the Melissa overall. So Falcons Meta, I think that's one of the ways they're really planning to go around this game, at least in the early stages.
XP Crab battle though, it will be Sanji who picks it up. That means tempo for Falcons Meta. Troll in the mid lane against Roy. That's Boyet as well.
Flicker already burned by the mid duo for IG, so this is a pretty great start for Falcons Meta, honestly. Sanji all alone, already being enough to zone out multiple members. Throne of Ruin from Diablo doesn't connect, and now Stroll's gonna go back in. Cuffin gets the last hit on the objective, whereas Sanji's just trying to go in for the chase. Kelvin might survive this deadly magic though. And so IG don't lose out on much, but they don't get the objective.
That is Falcons Meta with a very similar start to Game 1 and Game 2, despite having a completely different composition, right? Game 1, Game 2 was all about the objectives with the utility jungles, Barats and Akai respectively. Now with the Harley, it's still control over it. The team just knows they got that muscle memory on how to play the first neutral objective. Sanji with the instant prio after securing XP Crab. Boyet though on the Harley. Something we did get to see in the wildcard as well, now really abusing the fact that he can actually walk up and invade, unlike on the Akai.
Ooh, he gets trapped here, but will use the deadly magic on Diablo. Doesn't want to stay there and just fall down without getting anything. And now the bad execution! He goes back with a space escape, but Jay was there. He was ready to answer back.
What a catch, the wall placed by Jay, and then the tech charge. A big swing with a concussive blast, yeah. At least he was fast enough to clear the jungle this time, right? Unlike the Akai, but it's just unlucky because Jay was able to catch him on his tracks back into his own jungle. So IG able to find something back. That is a fatal links on Jay.
On Jay. I
With
think,
a flicker too.
Yeah, that's a key word. It's on Jay, so that's big info for IG. They know that the Fatal Links and both the Flicker are down for Troll, so for this upcoming fight, there might be a bit more leeway for them to just move around and establish their presence. And again, they're on the Lancelot too, so I feel like they should be a bit more confident in terms of just picking up these objectives and fighting for it. But let's see how it goes, because Falcons Meta at this point, despite what happened just now, I feel like they will be getting the Fatal Link soon too. And they pretty much set up for this. Look at just how Sanji has been cutting the waves in the base of IG.
Classic Sanji. He was trying to do this on the Paquito, but he got punished for it now on the Uranus. Perfect time to do it. Sano, though, waiting in the bush on the clit.
Yeah, Troll's just walking through everyone, and it's not looking good. IG are just really going to take this objective. Tech charge doesn't connect onto anyone. There goes the Throne of Ruin, but now they find three. But the counter setup from Roy all over again, but the damage, it seems to be working out for Team Falcons Meta. Boyet, as well as Sano, seem a bit too reliable as CS CS is the next target. It's a double kill for Sanji.
Big win for Falcons Mena. For the first time, it's IG were actually able to get the neutral objective, but Falcons Mena take the fight. They even take the orange. No, Kelvin's still able to secure it, but Sanji's gonna walk down on him.
Yeah, and it's very fast conversion. They don't want to waste time. Now they finally will take that tier 1 in mid, and even that tier 1 down bottom. Kelvin is not having a great time though. He is not really taking his very own jungle camps.
And it's the same story in the early game. Falcons Mena are just the better team at converting on objectives and playing around these team fights early. It's just somehow in that game number 2, they completely forgot about their win conditions and they played around IG's win con of just sticking together, which is something that IG can still do right now with the Alice and the Grok. But it's something that Falcons Mena will definitely be eyeing out for this time around, right?
Yep.
Fool me once. Wait, hold on, Troll.
Okay, you're gonna spot out CS, forcing out to go away. The ultimate already casted 2 for Cuffin, but do they use the Fatal Links? No, it's actually IG using it first, and there goes the counter.
Oh my
but
God.
CS, he's just stealing the free hits. They're actually able to find Cuffin in the process, and it's just the mid lanes traded out.
It's a 1-for-1 that's actually... Oh, if Sana gets caught by the wall there, then it won't be bad for Falcons Mena. It won't be good for Falcons Mena, but still a pretty good trade for them. Kelvin doing a good job here. Counter jungling and invading whenever he gets the opportunity to, right?
Yeah.
It's the only way right now to keep that gold lead from getting too crazy.
It's exactly the same. It's almost exactly the same from what happened and transpired in game number 2, where it's Falcons Mena taking charge and then IG just forced to find trades, mostly through Kelvin and his presence across the map, and the fact that there's also an Alice, so I cannot but think that IG are just really waiting out for CS maybe.
Troll?
But Troll decides to go in. That's 2 tanky members standing in front of him. They're not gonna go for the setup just yet, but yeah, if there's anything I really want to see change for IG, and if they're waiting for that timers, hopefully CS doesn't really panic click on buttons. I think we saw it a couple times even in game number 2, and even just now the go away being forced out quite early. Because Eman, you saw him earlier. That was such a patient way of playing the Melissa. So Falcons Mena, now that they're in this lead, IG have to be very particular with timings.
Here's the thing with Melissa, right? It's like, all right, it's a great pick. You can play around it. You can farm and just scale all game long until you get your power spike. But it requires the team to play around you. I mean, that's the thing that IG, if you don't, haven't been doing in the early game. They haven't been playing towards this Melissa. CS has kind of been an independent Melissa all throughout this game, unlike Vitality when they played it with Eman. So, again, for IG, it's all about playing with your winning condition, right? With the Valentina, Alice, and Grok, it really is a composition to just enable Melissa, CS on the Melissa. Kelvin can do his own thing in the back, but everybody else needs to peel for CS.
Because honestly, even if you hand over, let's say, the Fatal Links to Roy, that works too. If you're just really planning to play around CS, setting up for CS, and you have multiple ways to just catch these opponents because they're not on Purifies. Diablo used the Throne of Ruin right there. So they will not have it for a while.
Yeah, they still want to defend this? Okay, gets away with the blink. Why did they use the Throne of Ruin there?
It was in a bush, so maybe they were considering going for an engage, but it was just Troll that they saw, so maybe they'd rather not, because you never really know if there was anyone else from Team Falcons Mena just waiting to follow up and go in for the bait. So IG, I think it's true enough. They're really being careful about this. They're playing from behind. This is nothing new to them, but we have an objective of coming, so they can't afford to lose out on more.
And look at the way Falcons Mena this time have been able to manage the wave up top, far lane control as they play this Lord Dance. And this time, Sanji won't be making the same mistakes as that game number 2. He won't overstay in that side lane to get picked off. He's on a Uranus as well, has a flicker. So if he gets picked off now, that's on him.
Yeah. He is just going to stick with the team. He is going to go for the zone, and they have enough info on where IG currently are, but it's Jay and Diablo waiting for a potential entrance? Looking for an angle.
It's a 3-level lead between Sanji and Diablo. Sanji's been cutting these waves, and Diablo hasn't really been farming up. That wave up top is still looking good for Falcons Mena.
I think there's too much pressure on Diablo to set things up for his team. It's almost as if he barely could split up his attention between farming and just finding the right entries. But speaking of entries, it's actually Falcons Mena who go in first. CS doesn't get caught though. Jay already looking very, very low. Sano with the reposition, actually popping the immortality. Now they lose one. Jay is down for IG. They lose one of their engages.
And now it's up to Sanji to actually just... Diablo!
Oh, Diablo goes right in. Even after they just lost a member, they find Coven in the process. I think that's going to be a trade they will settle for. And now CS looking at a target for Sanji. Kelvin trying to hold the objective, but IG are low.
Seal.
They don't have full HP. Now it's Joe just going to go for the charge, and the Diablo looking like the next target. Sano picks up the kill. And Falcons have this Lord all to themselves.
All that time used by Falcons Mena to bait IG into the skirmish while the wave was pushing up top. That's a free tier 2 as Kelvin desperately tries to go in, Fatal Links.
Gets caught. Thornrose tries to immune himself.
Oh.
And the Phantom Execution Retry steals away the objective from Falcons Mena in exchange of Jay.
Ignite Gaming has to get Kelvin. Book him a chiropractor session, man, because Kelvin's been winning these retries. He's been constantly carrying this team on his back, even yesterday in the loss. What a steal again to save the game, to delay it even further. Even last game on the Hirara, you know, a real, oh god, yeah. Valid crash out of the back rooms there for Falcons Mena.
Yep.
But Kelvin, even earlier in game number 2 on the Hirara, constantly farming, invading the jungle, keeping that goal lead from getting too crazy. Now he has a path to get that lead on Falcons Mena. He's the only member on the team who's ahead.
He's ahead of Boyet, and Boyet, by the way, used the Retribution earlier too. It was just much more accurate for Kelvin in that particular instance, which gave them at least a bit more room to breathe. And not Falcons Mena just knocking on their base or potentially taking out some holy shields and base turrets here and there. So they're keeping it close, but this is still a very significant lead in the hands of Falcons Mena in all lanes specifically. And on top of the fact that, again, Diablo, he's still on a level gap against Sanji. So you see how IG are just forced to play together, and Falcons, I feel, are taking advantage of that. You see it in the way they're starting to manage the waves a bit more.
So for IG, it's about clearing. Last time I saw Lancelot and the Melissa on the same team, it don't matter how many lords you get, they'll still be able to come back somehow with hero plays. And so far, we've been seeing exactly that. CS managing the waves, Kelvin making those hero plays happen for the team. And Falcons Mena desperately looking for the closeout.
How do we get to that point? Earlier, it felt like there were a couple times they forced it too, so they probably learned from that. They don't want to risk it too much against this composition from IG, where you could just expect multiple layers of counter-engage to come in. Just a single mistake is what it takes for IG to potentially turn things around, I feel. Because again, it's also been Roy holding on to the Fatal Links. You also have to consider the fact that Jay might go in for a tech charge, and that CS is gradually scaling up. But Jay and Roy...
God, Boyet, they know where he's at.
Oh, Boyet! Space escape out of there! And now they have to deal with the waves up top as IG scramble to get away because Falcons Mena are going in for the chase troll. Diablo going in as well. They find multiple members from IG! And that was the moment they've been waiting for. Boyet going in, trying to go for CS. The flickers from Sanji, a triple for Sano! And a potential wipeout coming through. There you have it! Falcons Mena! They take out every single member of IG!
The moment Troll stops trolling, he gets a massive set. IG, they thought they had Boyet, but Boyet was playing a game. He knew where IG were, he reacted to it. Falcons Mena are gonna move over as they eliminate IG from MSC at EWC 2026.
They found the closing angle they struggled to achieve in game number 2. And that was off of a smart play from Boyet. Such great and commendable game sense to put himself in such a position where IG just had so much ways and angles to capture him, but he still got away safely and they went straight for the punish. GG's to Team Falcons Meta as well as to IG. They put up a fight. They didn't allow us to get a 2-0 for their last showing here at MSC.
That they certainly did. Was it enough though? Unfortunately for IG and for Singapore, no, it was not. We get to see the replay again. You know, these moments here and there, it's back and forth for IG, even though they were behind. Some hero moments from Kelvin that saved the day. CS constantly just playing in the back, dealing damage. This is the play for Kelvin to save the day one more time before inevitably we saw the collapse of IG. And it started with IG thinking they had the catch, IG thinking they had Boyet in the clutch of their hands, but what was this again? The two-time Diablo with the push down below, and then now again throwing that Throne of Ruin gave Falcons Mena all of the information necessary for them to die, to go in and to go for IG's throat. We're gonna throw it over on stage for an interview with Falcons Mena. What a sweet victory for them.
They live to soar another day. Team Falcons Meta victorious. And this time with me is Troll to have a little bit of a discussion. Now, MVP, 100%. You were playing incredibly throughout this game. Game one, especially on your Marcel. It was beautiful to witness. How do you make sure you're always in the right position to make sure you're in every single fight as a roamer?
My position for Marcel is I'll always give vision for my team, so the enemy team cannot do anything. So that's the whole point.
I mean, you say that, but then in game two, which things, really got tough there, you were constantly being shut down by Diablo in moments that really turned the game around against you. What happened in that game in your mind?
I think game two we made a mistake in the blue buff. They made sure to punish us, and they came back and they did a good job.
And how do you reset from that sort of gameplay? Okay, mistakes happened. Now we have to forget about that. There's the pressure of elimination. We're getting into game three. How to reset from it?
We reset. The coach just told us about our mistakes and told us not to do it again. We played the third game.
You didn't do it again in game three, I can tell you that much. Well, you're someone that's been around for a long time in the MENA scene in MLBB. It's your second MSC that you're competing here. How do you feel things have evolved since your participation at MSC 24 to today in Paris?
I think the experience of us players, we've been together 3 years, so our teamwork is really good.
It definitely showed here today, even under pressure. That is, and you're someone who's been kind of balancing competition and studies at the same time. How do you manage to do that when you're now hitting these big stages and you have a lot more to worry about also at home?
Well, now I don't have anything to worry about because it's summer break. But when it's time for school, I'll just study and play. I've been doing it a lot, so it's okay.
It's just part of the competition. Thank you very much, Troll. Congratulations to you and Team Falcons Mena. Gentlemen, come over here. Habibis, it is time then to crush our second and final key of the day. Did you guys decide who's going to crush the key? Or is it just going to be you, Troll?
I don't know.
Who wants to crush the key? You know what? Let's just decide it in the moment. Come on over, gentlemen. This is it, our second elimination of MSC at EWC 2026. It's huge. Yes, I know. Join on in. It's time for you to crush the hopes and dreams of Ignite Gaming on the other side. Their key is already in place. The instructions are ready. You can go ahead and push it in and just watch it. Keep pushing it. Hold it down, Habibi. You got this. They've done it in the game. They're doing it again on the Crusher at EWC. Oh! Ignite Gaming set ablaze by the Falcons. All those hopes crushed to bits. Little tiny shards. And you'll see it all in front of you here. It's the magic that happens here. At MSC at EWC 2026, Ignite Gaming are out. Your victors, survivors, Team Falcons Mena live to fight another day. Back to the panel.
Well, nothing is granted. If you play enough Eudora in mid lane, you'll hear her say something like that. And everything certainly earned in this best of 3 set. It went down to the wire, and it was Team Falcons Mena who have booked themselves a match against Team Falcons PH. What an amazing journey and story that is going to be when we face off again and see some more Group A action. But as we turn into our panel, I welcome you back, Rinmar and Trex joining me, Rain Day as your host. And guys, closing out the day, closing out that set, really, it could have gone either way, but Falcons felt in control of it once that third game got going.
Yeah, better execution. I'm still going to double down that I had a little bit more preference to the draft that we saw from Ignite Gaming, but we saw from how they were moving, it looked like wasn't really hitting all the marks. Meanwhile, Falcons Mena, they looked confident.
Yeah, I mean, I can also double down that I liked the draft from Ignite as well, but it just goes to show kind of what we were talking about through a lot of those games, Rain Day, where it just felt like Falcons Mena was playing a tighter game. It felt like they were just overall competing at a better level than what Ignite could bring today. And I think in game 2, we saw some shimmers of what Ignite could really be, but they couldn't bring that consistently through all 3 games.
I mean, these are tough moments to go through, because on the flip side, you've got Ignite Gaming who are, doing their best to try to stay alive in this competition, and it doesn't go their way, and that's part of competing at this level. You get the chance, you get the experience, hopefully you take something from it. What can Ignite Gaming take away from this loss?
I mean, look back at their story. They crawled through the lower bracket in MPL Singapore. They went through a grueling 7-game grand finals against favorites and still won. They made it here. They dropped down to the lower bracket, but they got a game against a very experienced team in a match that we thought that they'd be done and out for. They forced the game number 3, didn't go their way, but they have a bright future in Kelvin with what he was able to do with that one heroic play he did, stealing the Lord away in game number 3. There's a lot to be able to grow through with the progress that they've made.
And when you look at Falcons Mena, isn't this a little bit more of just the same story? Finding their way through the wild card, facing elimination if they do not get the job done, but at the very end, at the last moment, crossing the finish line. It's another one, and now they get to go against their kind of organizational companions in Team Falcons PH, who many people didn't expect to be in the bottom side of the bracket, but are. Can that run continue?
It's definitely going to be something that's going to keep them up late tonight. There is a lot to think about, a lot to look at the games that were before them. Yes, Falcons Mena has been a part of MLBB competition for a very long time. And if they want to break through tomorrow, it is probably one of the biggest mountains they will have to climb. One of the most important games they are going to have to play, not just today, but they have ever seen.
Well, this has been a series of upsets as we take a look at the post-match stats from Game 3, one of our only sets to go. Our only set to go 3 games here today, and mostly throughout the tournament. It's been pretty quick. Rinmar, what do we take away from these?
Yeah, we were looking at the end of the draft, 2 heroes that could be the X factor, the Uranus and the Alice, how it's going to be played and how they're going to get their impact felt. The most damage dealt by Falcons Mena is the Uranus at 42,600.
Yeah, wow.
That is 6,000 more than the Clint, which is supposed to be like the main carrying source of damage. Almost, well, not double, but even way more than the Eudora and a lot more than the Harley. So Sanji was definitely the anchor for the draft for game number 3 for Falcons Mena.
How did you feel the jungle matchup went with Boyette and Kelvin? Boyette on the Harley this time around. Did we see some comfort from him? Do you think there's more to see?
Well, if we remember in the previous meta, something that Falcon Mena is trying to bring us back to, Harley was a monster, was just completely dominant in so many ways, and I think it's something that maybe IG forgot a little bit about. Yes, the Lancelot can do well in it, but when you have everyone else on the team playing so well, when Sanji's able to just harass consistently in your jungle, in your face, it makes that Lancelot's clear time even slower, and Harley was just able to capitalize on that and have a great game.
Before we head into tomorrow, seeing these shots of Troll walking ahead, Team Falcons Mena giving Kelvin the dap, and the fans, they've been amazing here at MSC. Paris has been a delight, that key being crushed representing your hopes, your dreams at EWC across all the games, not just for your championship hopes here, but also your championship hopes for the club championship as well, which Team Falcons have won back-to-back. They got to be happy as an organization, sending 2 teams now to qualify and have a chance to continue that pursuit here in the knockout stages.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure the happiest out of everyone here right now, if I'm not mistaken, would be Team Vitality.
I know, look at that.
Yeah, they're looking really good.
And they're not sweating yet.
Yeah, not sweating at all. Their understanding of the meta seems to be a step ahead of everyone else. We haven't seen them go down the more cheesier routes, but then the fact that they can bring in the Vexana in mid, they've won a series solely through building around the Melissa. It's great.
You know, I love kind of, I started in MOBAs and, you know, a game called Smite. And one of my favorite things about learning new MOBAs and diving in and seeing these communities is it's kind of the same thing over and over again, where when you develop a meta, you're really looking at a chessboard, but you don't know the quality of the pieces yet. You don't know what's the knight. You don't know what's the rook. You don't know what's the queen. And you're constantly figuring out what's the king, what's the one thing I need to protect, and what's my one win condition. And as metas change, they continue to change. I'll start with you, Trex, and if you want to add on to this, Renmar, what have we seen develop with the pieces on the MLBB chessboard after day 3 going into now day 4?
Oh, it still feels so.
And you can't give me this wide open answer.
Right.
I've asked you this 3 times.
It's just the reality of the situation, Mike. Like we just saw Falcons Mena even open things up. We banned out what we thought was the king and queen, right? We banned out the Ling and the Harara, and there wasn't any detrimental change because in the past it was these picks always need to be banned out. We never want to see it. The Marcel, I think, is something that needs to continue to be banned out. I don't think that is a pick that is ever going to be let through. But outside of him, there's nothing else that really seems end of world if you ban it out or let it through. Everything seems to have a counter. I will good on this board as well that the Atlas and the Belleric also seem to be a very important pick. And yes, the Harara and Ling are going to start to be thought about on whether we will ban them or let them play. And I think a lot of teams are going to look at the way Falcon Mena played today and maybe implement it down the line, especially some of the teams like TLPH and like Falcons PH, whatever we're calling them, are going to have to think about because those are 2 teams that had trouble dealing with that Harara and Ling.
Yeah, exactly. It's so cool to see that Falcons Mena still was able to end the day today with adding another layer to this already very open and wide meta to consider that. It's so complicated.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to run through permutations in my head constantly about this, and I'm just like, oh, that's why I'm here. I can't think about it fast enough. These coaches, what more of them with all the pieces that they have to consider, the scrim results that they know. It is exciting, and I wouldn't be surprised if once we are into knockouts and teams finally find stability, that even then it's still going to be so hard to predict because now they have all these permutations to consider.
Well, it could be considered disappointing to go out at this moment in day 3 of a tournament that's going to last about 9 days overall, but to even get here was an accomplishment. So heads held up high for Team Ignite. We had a chance to talk with Ignite Gaming's Diablo here in an exit interview.
We're here backstage with Diablo from Ignite Gaming after that loss against Falcons Mena. What happened?
They were just a better team, I guess, and we were underprepared, so we lost. Yeah.
Underprepared because you lost because you were underprepared.
I think as a team as a whole, we weren't prepared enough to face them because we kind of knew they were pulling out the tank junglers, but I think our strats are not good enough.
Okay, so I think we're referring to game number 1.
Yeah.
Right, game number 1 was the Akai jungle like a surprise pick for you?
Honestly, it's expected, but I feel like we didn't prepare much going into Akai jungle because we don't have much counter strats. I think we could have come out with something. Yeah.
So, I mean, the casters from your loss yesterday to what happened today, they were wondering, where is Diablo? What happened to Diablo? Was that just a part of the strategy, or what happened there?
I would say just my part, I'm adjusting to what the team needs, so I'm unable to bring out my full strength. I think I'm more specialized in damage heroes, but for me, this is also something I have to improve on. So if I'm not doing well enough in sustain, then I'll just have to keep improving, and maybe one day you'll be as good as my damage heroes. Yeah.
Yeah, we remember. We remember for sure. I mean, game 2, game 3, you were on the Alice. It seemed like you had a little bit more to say in that game. But come game 3, what do you think went wrong?
I think we were too hasty in our decision making. The game was going not too bad at the start, but a couple of wrong engages made us lose. I think we could have just played it slow and wait for good timing, just like in game 2. Yeah.
Is everyone okay though? Did everyone?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen their faces.
Oh, okay. So you went off stage. You're here now.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Well, it looks like the Singaporean fans are obviously still supporting you. Do you have anything to say to them as your final words here at EWC?
Just sorry, very disappointing result. I think throughout this year, it's quite disappointing. I think as a whole, Singapore has improved, and sorry I couldn't bring the performance up. But if there's ever we make it back into the main stage, I hope you guys continue watching, and maybe one day I'll be back. Like my form will be back. For now, sorry for disappointing you guys, and sorry you can't see the Diablo that you want to see. Yeah.
We'll wait. And we are all waiting.
All right.
Thank you, Diablo. Thank you, Ignite
you.
Gaming, for all your hard work. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
The world will wait, Diablo. Great final words, great humility there, and trust me, you will have your fans ready to support the next time you get a chance on this stage or a future M Series stage. Guangzhou Gaming in this schedule take the win over True Rippers. They will play tomorrow, and it's Team Vamos who win a 2-0 over Team Spirit, booking their spot into the knockout stages. Team Vitality also did the same, taking down Team Falcons PH, sending them into a knockout game, which means they could go home, but they're going to be facing off against another Team Falcons in Team Falcons Meta, which means the Falcons will be flying into another match. It just depends which one. As you take a look at this, it means that when Team Vitality and Team Vamos book those tickets, there's still more to do as Guangzhou Gaming, Team Spirit, Team Falcons PH, Team Falcons Meta want to find themselves in the other 2 spots. 4 teams fighting for 2 more spots, and that's just Group A. Tomorrow, Group B takes the stage. And that leads us to some big games, gentlemen. GK Esports, Selangor Red Giants to kick us off. That's a lower bracket game, meaning one of them is going home. Yangon Galacticos Pro Esports, Onyx and Aurora Gaming. Coach Midnight, who showed us some awesome stuff, that Rafael Ahmed. We'll see if he has any more tricks up his sleeve. We'll close out the middle of our day, and to end it all, it's Entity 7 versus Team Liquid. Another lower bracket game that will send a team home if they can't get the job done.
Yeah, based off of what we saw from their previous matches, it seems like the first match for GK and for Entity 7, they're going to be the ones I think perceived by a lot of us as climbing an uphill battle.
Yeah.
But those middle set of matches, those look really exciting.
What's insane is that in the past you would say the Aurora versus Onyx could be an uphill battle for Aurora, but this time around, I think more and more eyes are looking at Aurora as real contenders here. You know, word on the street is they are doing very well behind the scenes, and what we're seeing on the stage, they are also doing very, very well.
Well, to all of our talent and all the production team, we appreciate you all for being here and joining us on day 3 of MSC at EWC 2026. My name's Rain Day, and I'll remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll leave you tonight with the STC recap. See you tomorrow.